And already, I think we are live now. Once again, just give me like a few seconds to get my tabs in order. Just to make sure I got it all good. And I think we're all good to go. Welcome to class, everyone. My name is the Raptor, and today we are going to be doing some more death battle related tier lists. So we've done this kind of thing a few times on this channel before. I remember the first one we did was just one tier list. It was ranking all of the champions related matchups, so like everything from the champion ballot and from the tournament of champions. This would have been over a year ago at this point, but we've also done a few more of these. We've ranked seasons as a whole for death battle. We've done potential future rematches. What else have we done? We've done remastered tracks, I think specifically from Brandon Yates, and then of course we did 2024-2025 death battle. Like the death battles episodes from those years, you know, after they came back from the Kickstarter, and also the tracks from those years as well. Oh yeah, and the versus matchup review. We've done that one too, at least as of the middle of 2025. We may be revisiting that one today, so just a little tease for what's coming. But yeah, so I just thought, let's just do a little bit more of it, you know? Like, let's do some more tier lists, because it's always fun, you know, and seeing how you guys react to the rankings and all that. You guys can kind of follow along with it, so that's great. I am going to try to paste the links to these tier lists in the chat as I start them, so that you guys can do them along if you want, and I'll try to like pin that as well. I'm pretty sure I can do that. So we'll try to make sure we get all of that set up. And I did ask for some suggestions from some of you, I think specifically channel members, of like what to tier list. You guys gave some really good suggestions. Of course, though, there are some tier lists where they're either like a little too long to do, like I don't really have enough time for them, or they're too short, like there's not really enough that's like worthwhile to tier list, or they're just a little too similar to some of the other tier lists that I'm doing. You know, like I can't do 100 tier lists that are just, you know, potential future matchups, right? Like I want to make sure the tier lists are still different, that we're fundamentally ranking different things, you know. But otherwise, yeah, you guys did give some good ideas, and we'll see what we end up doing. I do have quite a few lined up. I don't know if we're gonna get to all of them, because as usual I do have a bit of a cutoff point that like I can't pass, although we do have a good amount of time today to go through things. So I don't know if we're gonna get through all of them. There is one I know in particular that is really long, so or that just at least has a lot of stuff in it. So we'll see whether or not we get to that one. Now, as far as everything, so again, just let me know if everything looks good. I assume everything's fine. No one's saying that anything's wrong yet. I think I'm doing a little bit of a different encoding thing in my OBS, so hopefully everything still looks and sounds decent enough. As usual, the music should be in the background, and you should just be able to hear me. But otherwise, yeah, I hope you guys are doing great. Thank you guys for joining, as always. It's amazing to have you guys here. Love that you guys are spending your time here with me today. And as always, you know, there is super chats. There is the channel memberships, of course. You know, as you can see on the screen right there, we have the channel members, the tier 2 and tier 3 channel members that are listed there. And you can always join if you want to get perks, and if you want to submit for the ballot banter stream that's happening next month, you know, just become a member and you can always do that. And if you want to gift memberships, that's even better. But of course, that's all up to your discretion, only if you want. Okay, everyone's saying everything's fine. Okay, great. So in that case, I think we're pretty well good to get started. Yeah, let me just move. And yeah, you guys have I didn't put anything in the description yet because I didn't want to spoil anything. I will probably put the links to at least some of these tier lists in the description afterwards. But again, as we go, I'm gonna try to put them in the chat so you guys can do it. If you, of course, only if you want. So it's this tab that I want. Shit! No! Don't don't look at that one. Crap. Hang on. Let me get to a different one. Let me get to the one that we're actually starting out with. It's this one. This is the one that we're starting out with. So as you can see here, we're going to be tier listing the Death Battle season finales. My initial idea for this was actually doing all of the rematches. However, there's not really enough of them for it to be like a really interesting tier list, you know what I mean? Like I can even do it right now. Like the way I would rank them, at least I think, is like Goku versus Superman 3, Link versus Cloud 2, Master Chief versus Doomslayer, Mario versus Sonic, and then Goku versus Superman 2 at the bottom. Like, it really is that simple, right? Like, it's not really that difficult to figure out where I'm going to place things. But as far as these ones, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. I think there's going to be more varying opinions on that, so that's always fun. So, Yeah, as well. Oh, yes, season finale. The stream was next month. I thought it was next week. There's going to be a members-only stream probably next week. But as far as the tier listing, not the tier listing stream, the ballot banter stream, that's going to be next month because we do the streams every month. So we alternate each month between either like a ballot banter stream that are submitted by the channel members and something more random like this, right? So this is kind of what we're doing right now. Where's Among Us versus Fall Guys? So I did not include that one because to me, I kind of consider 2024, 2025 as like a single season. You know what I mean? I don't really consider Among Us versus Fall Guys to be a finale of just like a 4-episode season because those years round out to an even 16, right? Like what Death Battle normally did. So I consider it more to be just Ash versus Yugi as the finale of everything from Omni-Man versus Bardock and onward. I understand if you disagree, but that's kind of more how I... Bro had the Goon tab open and got scared. Okay, thank you, Zero. To clarify, that was a joke. That was a completely pre-planned joke. But sure, yeah. If you appreciated that, then I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat, Zero. I appreciate it. Okay, so anyway, without further ado, let's actually start this because again, we have a lot to get through today. And of course, if you do want to super chat, if you want to make sure you get your message read and responded to and everything, that is always available to you. No pressure, of course, but that is there for you if you want it. Actually, yeah, before I get started, because I literally just said this, I'm going to see if I can paste this in. Yeah, season finales. So you should be able to click that. Hopefully you can click it. And can I pin this? Yes, I can. Okay, so it looks like the message is pinned. Yeah, actually, yeah, just let me know if that works. If you can click it and everything works. Because if it doesn't, well, I guess I don't know if there's much I can do if it doesn't work, but I just want to know whether or not like it's a clickable link, or at least maybe a copy and pastable link, if that's good enough. Glad I opened the stream to Goon shit. Guys, it's not, what are you talking about? It's just the Death Battle YouTubers or whatever. Is that what you think of me? Am I supposed to be concerned about any of this? Not one for this stream, but maybe you should do a rank of the top 10 most viewed death battles because I assume even some modern ones have caught up to the old ones. That's actually an interesting idea. Yeah, I do think most of them are older, but that would actually be like a good way to, again, have a sample size that's not too big, but not too small. Like, again, the rematch one I think is too small, but something like this I feel like is a good enough size. Yeah, that's another one that's actually a decent size. Okay, it looks like, okay, I'm going to assume the link works just fine. Again, I don't know if people are really that into that. I'll still paste them for the people who want to do them. But anyway, let's start this. So, Goku versus Superman, specifically one. I'm not grouping all the Goku versus Superman into this one. It's specifically the season 1 finale. So this is one of those episodes where, again, you know how like I put Batman versus Spider-Man in like my top 10 death battles of all time or whatever like last year? Again, that's mostly just considered for the time, right? Because if you were to compare that episode to like episodes that come out these days, or more accurately, if Death Battle were to make an episode that is of that quality today, people would hate it, right? Like, you can look back fondly on an episode, but it's mostly you're thinking about how you felt about it when it came out, or how good it was relative to the other episodes, right? So this one is kind of similar. It's like, you know, yes, it is a really long animation. In some aspects, it is really impressive, but of course, Death Battle is pumping out stuff that is on a technical level more impressive than this one, right? So I feel like this is kind of a mix of like how I genuinely feel about it today, but also like how I felt about it back when I watched it for the first time, etc., etc. So for the, like, I have to give this one props again for the time it came out and for how crazy it was of an episode when it came out. So I don't think I can put it in S tier because there are some where it's like they still very much hold up to me even today, you know, as just like really amazing episodes. But I think at least for now, if I can actually click this thing, I think A tier is fair. I think that's good enough for me because I don't even know where it's going to be in A tier, like if it's going to be higher or lower, but I think that's decently fair because, again, you know, for the time, it is still one of, you know, the most, you know, groundbreaking episodes, I guess, like for the time that it came out. So, you know, that's really important to note. I think that's really important to keep in mind. But there might be some stuff that does, in my opinion, rank higher than it, just because, again, like on a technical level, I do find it to be better. But I think I'll put it in A tier for now. I do reserve judgment, or I do hold the right to move things up and down later if I feel necessary, because I'm just doing all of this like by the seat of my pants, you know. So obviously some things might change. So next up we have the Season 2 finale. Obviously, we're doing this in order. It's Charizard versus Greymon, or Pokemon versus Digimon, or whatever you want to call it. So this one's fine, you know, like it does feel like a finale worthy event, just as far as the matchup itself and a lot of the stuff that's involved. The 2D animation, again, for the time, is like actually quite impressive. Like, I still find it fun to watch, you know, like the 3D models look really good, like for the creatures, but also for Red and Tai, you know, they look good. There are some aspects to it that of course have not aged gracefully, specifically the whole you know, Pokemon are slaves you know, notion, which I think we can all agree is kind of bullshit. So that's not great about it. And also, now that we have Ash versus Yugi, it kind of becomes like, well, if you're gonna choose between Ash versus Yugi or, you know, Red versus Tai, you know, which one are you gonna choose, right? Like, it's almost always gonna be Ash versus Yugi. So in some aspects, it's like, looking back on it, has it aged the best? Probably not. But I do think there are some finales on here with more like overt, I don't know if I want to say problems, but like more overt nitpicks as far as what you can criticize regarding them, you know? So I think for that, I'm probably, at least for now, I think I'm just going to slot it in the B tier, because it doesn't have like enough wrong with it for me to put it in like C or D or anything. But I also don't think like it reaches the heights of, you know, a decent amount of the other finales here, you know what I mean? So I think at least for now, B is probably good for me. Now, as far as Deadpool versus Pinkie Pie, unfortunately, this one's going into the D tier. When I saw this one for the first time, I did enjoy it, but I think also my expectations were pretty well shot dead, because at the time I was not happy that this was the matchup we were getting. So, you know, read into that what you will. But when I did watch it for the first time, I did enjoy it to some degree. But I also, nowadays, it's like Deadpool versus The Mask is just a better version of this. Like, it has all those, you know, fourth wall breaking shenanigans while also being like a really fun time, you know, to sit and watch and all that. So I do think Deadpool versus Mask kind of makes this one a little obsolete, a little unnecessary, you know? And also, yeah, just like, going back, like, it's not as fun as I remember it being, you know? Like, I feel like if they were to do this today, they could go crazier with it. But again, I feel like that's kind of just what Deadpool versus The Mask is. Like, it has all the normal aspects of what you would expect from a death battle. Like, it has a winner, it has, like, a well-animated fight, it has all of that. Whereas this one, like, is kind of more reminiscent of Macho Man versus Kool-Aid Man, where I think they focused a little too hard on the other stuff to the point where it actually detracted from, like, what you watch a death battle to see, you know? And if you like it, that's great, you know, I'm not here to tell you you shouldn't like it, but for me, this one is just like, it's certainly not a finale worthy event, you know? Like, this is essentially just like a jokier episode that happened to be placed last in the season, you know? I'm pretty sure this wasn't supposed to be the finale. It was supposed to be Megazord versus Voltron. Now, that is a finale-worthy event, right? So, in a sense, I can't really blame them, but at the same time, this is what we got for the finale. So, I can't just be like, well, let's think about it as if it wasn't. Can you guys see my mouse, actually? I just realized you can't. Is it a better thing if you can't see my mouse? Whatever. I'm rolling with it. But yeah, like, it's fine, I guess, but like, the fact is this was the finale, so I do have to roll with it as that. And yeah, this just doesn't really feel like a finale-worthy event to me. This is the only one I think that's going this low, just because like it wasn't meant to be the finale, and it very much comes across that way, you know? But again, if you like it, that's great. Thank you, Overlord, so much for the $10. Good morning, Raptor. Thank you. Good morning to you as well. Good afternoon to you, but yeah, thank you. Would you prefer Virgil versus Sephiroth 2 once the Final Fantasy VII Remake game is released, or would you rather see them fight different opponents, such as Sesomura? I probably butchered that name, for Virgil. That is an interesting question, because I do think Sephiroth versus Virgil is actually a little higher on my list of, like, matchups I could see getting a rematch, like, ones that I would actually be better with, like more okay with. So honestly, I think my answer is either. I think once that happens, like it would be cool to see Virgil analyzed, you know, with the updated you know, death battle analyzing, you know, kind of how they did with Dante versus Clive. That would be really good. And honestly, I'd be okay either way. I think if I really had to pick one, I'd say different opponents, just because I think usually that is my answer, and I feel like that could give us like a more interesting experience rather than just revisiting it. But honestly, my bias tells me that like I think Sephiroth versus Virgil being redone wouldn't really bother me that much, unlike some other rematches where if they were to happen, it would bother me quite a bit. So honestly, my answer is either, but probably leaning a bit more towards different opponents. But I really wouldn't mind the rematch either, I think, at least mostly. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is amazing of you. Now, speaking of Sephiroth versus Virgil, we do have this one. So this is one where, again, I feel like it kind of falls in between what I was saying about, like, Pokemon versus Digimon and Deadpool versus Pinkie Pie. It's like, this one does kind of feel like a finale in a sense, but it also does have some issues. Like everyone talks about the whole like wall level Virgil or whatever, and again, I have to double check the calculations on that, but the fact that, like, you know, Virgil is being lowballed this much, and technically so is Sephiroth as well. Like, they were saying that this is when they got like a better handle on like Final Fantasy characters, and I guess in a sense they did with the whole like supernova thing, but otherwise they still didn't, physically speaking, they didn't really scale Sephiroth that high either, right? Both of them are still very, very lowballed for what like they where they realistically should be, and of course Death Battle has gotten better as they've gone on. But this is a finale that I remember didn't make a lot of people happy, just because like it was very clear that they didn't really analyze the characters in the way that they should be analyzed, right? So this is one where it definitely has more issues as far as like what a finale should be. The animation is really fun though. I will say that like Torian, like again, as usual, knocks it out of the park as far as the animation goes. But for me, like I judge episodes based on, you know, the analyses, you know, how the scripting, the editing, the animation. I judge it based on everything. And as a fan of like these characters, yeah, it does leave a bad taste in my mouth as far as what they said about them, right? So for this one, I think this is probably going in C. I could see it maybe going to a B if like I feel generous enough about it, or if I'm really reminiscing on it, but I think realistically, just based on the issues that it had, like I think C is kind of where it lies, where it's like it's an acceptable finale, but like there are definitely some things that I would change about it, or some things I feel like need to be improved, you know? And of course, you're allowed to disagree with any of these. Like, do not take my word as law. You absolutely should not. But of course, that also means that my tier list is exactly what it should be, because it's specifically mine, right? Where we're always allowed to agree to disagree, and not disagree to disagree, or whatever. Now we have Thanos versus Darkseid. This is one where my opinion on it has changed a lot. Sometimes I like it more, sometimes I like it less. I did rewatch it semi-recently, and oh my god, like, the pacing of the animation is actually kind of abysmal. Especially as it goes on, like, it feels like the pacing just gets slower and slower, and not really for, like, a good reason. It almost feels like they're trying to make it go slow to show, like, the grandeur of these characters or whatever, like how much presence they have. But honestly, like, it gets to the point where it does feel a lot more boring as it goes on. Which again, I don't know if this is like a really popular opinion, if that's like why people don't like it or whatever. But the animation definitely, like, I don't know if I want to compare it directly to Kratos versus Asura, but in a sense it does kind of feel that way, where it feels like it's kind of more so just going through the motions, as opposed to having like a lot of, you know, very exciting direction behind it, I guess. So I don't really love that. And also the analyses feel a little silly to look back on now. Like the fact that they actually tried to give like like measurable numbers for these characters, which makes sense, you know, for the time, because they weren't really talking about like incalculable levels of strength or speed or whatever. But it does feel silly going back, especially now that we've seen like other characters where it's very clear like they are so incalculable on so many different levels, and it's like, no, we actually have numbers for these characters, and it means that Thanos can't survive universal level destruction or whatever. Like, that's very silly, right? Like, it's to like, I don't want to say it's unacceptable, but like, it feels like if you know who Thanos is and if you did a lot of research on him and you know how a lot of the scaling in Marvel works, that's not a sentence that should be said, you know? So that's also a little annoying. I do hold a bit of a soft spot for it though, because again, it is Thanos versus Darkseid. In some aspects, like as far as analyzing the anti-life equation and the Infinity Stones and all that, and showing how the Infinity Stones work, that's all really cool. Although I don't know if I agree with everything they said, but again, you know, that's neither here nor there, you know, it's whatever. So I do hold a bit of a soft spot for it, but I also think it's one of those episodes that would be done so much better if it was done today, right? In basically every way. Like, the animation would have been better, the analyses would have been better, like everything I think would have been better. So I think this one is also going in C, but I don't know whether or not it's going above or below Virgil versus Sephiroth. It's difficult. This one, I hold more of like a special place in my heart with this one, so I'll put it here for now, because like there are some times where I do enjoy it genuinely just for like what it is, whereas for Virgil versus Sephiroth, I feel like it's harder for me to enjoy it for what it is, just because it pisses me off a little bit more. But these two I feel like are very tied though. Like, they could realistically they could realistically be switched at some point. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can turn on my mouse, because this feels a little annoying. Hang on. I can get to properties, show cursor. Okay, are you guys able to see my mouse now? Yes, you are. Okay, I think this is better, because there are times where like I want to gesture to something with my mouse or whatnot. So okay, we have 2 super chats. Joel saying, don't give me the satisfaction. I see you, Joel. I know what you're trying to say. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for the super chat. That means a lot. And Hollow Hunter, thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are amazing. If you had to choose between getting an indie game or an indie series for an episode this season, which would you pick? If you're saying like a specific series and like not based on the matchup or anything, that's a little difficult. The matchup I know that I really want is what is it? Ori versus the Knight. You know, Ori and the Blind Forest versus Hollow Knight. That's the one I really want. So I guess by default I could say one of those series, but if I'm talking more like series as a whole and not really thinking about the matchup, like not having a specific matchup in mind, then I'm not necessarily sure. Undertale feels like it would be nice to get on the show, like, finally, you know? So, you know, it's difficult. I feel like from that perspective, Undertale kind of deserves it. But from a matchup perspective, it's definitely more, you know, Hollow Knight or Ori and the Blind Forest, that kind of thing. That's the matchup I really want. I'd be surprised. Well, I don't know if I'd say surprised, because Silksong did come out earlier. You know, it feels like they might be able to commemorate that, but I would be very pleased if that one came out. So thank you so much for your super chat. Hope that was a good enough answer for you. Moving on to All Might versus Might Guy. This one is absolutely an S. Again, if you see my top 10 most wanted, or not most wanted, most liked death battles, this one was there. I really like this one. It's, you know, it makes you feel good, right? But it also, I think, analyzes the characters in very respectable ways. I know some people don't really agree with the whole taking the whole, you know, 60 times power for All Might literally, but honestly, like, I don't really mind it that much, because I think it is a way you can interpret his power, and it also just shows that they're leaving no stone unturned, right? Like, they do have the feat of, you know, I think it was the 24 gigaton storm that they calculated, and it's like, if you want the 60 times, you have that as well, right? Because they say both numbers for that. I think that's really good. And then for Might Guy, again, they kind of they kind of show like what a bare minimum would have to be for for his Night Guy attack and for the 8th gate. Maybe they could have realistically tried to get more of like a cap on that number, but I don't really mind that. I think the way they analyzed these characters was still very fair, very fitting to the comparison itself. The analyses, I think, are so well written. Again, makes you feel really good. And the animation, like, I've grown a much stronger appreciation for this episode as it's gone on. Like, the animation, the progression of it and everything, and the dialogue, like, it feels exactly what All Might versus Might Guy should feel like, right? So I don't have that much to say about this one. I think basically every aspect of this is great. It is one of my favorite episodes of Death Battle, and I don't think that's going to change for a while. Thank you, Ranger Forever, for the super chat. I don't like the fight being street tier to Universal so quick. A punchy fight with low impact, the Omega Beam not doing a thing, and death suck. Yeah, okay, I assume you're talking about Thanos versus Darkseid with that. Yeah, no, I understand. The progression of it, like I said, the pacing of it is more so what gets to me, but the progression is also a little weird, where like they're fighting on the street, and then it's like they just get to space, and it almost feels like it's two different characters fighting. Like, it feels like their power sets have completely changed, you know? So I do totally understand that. Again, Thanos versus Darkseid would be done so much better if it was done today. There are still some aspects about it that I think are cool. Like, I think that for what they were trying to do, the analyses are pretty decently in-depth as far as just covering things that they have done, which is nice. But as far as like actually analyzing how strong they are, that's where it's like, okay, it feels very silly. And it feels like even for the time, they could have done a better job at that. So I enjoyed it when I first saw it, but like looking back on it, it's like I just really would have preferred it to be better, you know? Yeah, I know some people really don't like this. Again, these two are like the ones where it's like, I can find enjoyment out of some aspects of them, but they definitely have more overt problems that kind of get in the way of my enjoyment. Whereas with something like Pokemon versus Digimon, it's like, yes, it does have some issues, but it doesn't really detract from its quality as much to me. You know what I mean? Again, you're allowed to think differently, but that's kind of my thought process with all of this. Hulk versus Broly. So this one is still a really well done finale. I know a lot of people had a lot of hype for it when it first came out. A lot of people really enjoyed it, and I still think that on a lot of good levels it is still really good. The main aspect, again, though, is kind of how they analyze the characters. Again, like some of what they say feels very silly. It feels very contrary to what they've said more recently and what feels more obvious, like what feels more obviously true, you know? So that's not an amazing element of it. I think, though, it is still going high. Like, I would probably put it in A tier. And I think, again, because just of the time that it came out, like, I do think, like, the animation quality is better than Goku versus Superman 1. And in a lot of ways, like, again, the detail they go in for the script writing, I think, is also better. So, again, for the time, this was probably more groundbreaking. But, like, I don't know if I can put this one below, just as far as, like, me comparing the episodes directly. Again, though, it's, like, the main thing that stops this one from being an S is that it's the way they analyze the characters and the way they scale them is just, you know, it just doesn't really hold up today, right? And it feels a little more embarrassing to go back and see it, where it's like, okay, well, this very obviously doesn't hold up, right? But the difference between this and like Thanos versus Darkseid is that basically every other element of this one is really good. I know some people criticize the sound design. At least in the beginning, I can agree. I think it gets better as it gets like more cosmic and all that. And yeah, the progression of this one is also just way better than something like Thanos versus Darkseid, right? So I'd probably put it there. Again, Goku versus Superman 1 is a difficult one to like place, because I feel like, you know, I feel like with that one you kind of have to judge it on a different metric than the others, because it was groundbreaking for the time, it was really amazing for the time, but like, how do you exactly scale, so to speak, scale it for the time versus like other stuff where I can just look back on it and be like, yeah, even today it holds up, right? So it is difficult. This one's placement, don't think about it too much, because it's really difficult to compare it to the others. Just know that like it's on this level for me as far as my enjoyment of it. And Saitama versus Popeye, this one I think is just my favorite finale. I'm just going to say it right now. This one is another one of my favorite episodes of all time. This finale does literally everything right to me. I think the way they analyze the characters, at least for the time, like, the only thing that's a little shaky is that, like, you know, the whole trying to use real world, like, energy and calories or whatever to try to say how strong Saitama is. But they did say, you know, we don't know his full strength. This is just one interpretation of many. All we know is that it can be measured. You know, that really saved it for me, because it's like, yes, we don't really know for sure. But they just wanted to give some... They wanted to say something about it, right? Give some measurable number that they could point to. So, like, I totally get that. And as far as everything else, it's like, yeah, it's a measurable character versus a, for all intents and purposes, immeasurable cartoon. I think the analyses are very funny. I think the humor is done really well in the analyses and the animation. I think, yeah, this is just my favorite finale. It does everything right for me. The changing of animation styles is great. Like, there is... The only thing that looks a little weird is, like, Popeye's 3D model, I guess, but honestly, I think that was just done for more laughs. I don't know if they made that model or if they got it from somewhere, but either way, I think that was mostly played up for laughs, which I can appreciate. So everything about this episode works for me. It still holds up as one of my favorite episodes today. Again, kind of like All Might vs. Might, I don't have a lot to say about it because I would just be complimenting everything here. So yeah, this I think is my favorite finale. There's not much of a question for that. Now, Gogeta versus Vegito is another one where my opinion on it has fluctuated a lot. If you recall, in 2 streams ago where I watched back some old videos and I watched my old ranking video for Season 9, I really, really liked this one. You know, and definitely my opinion has gone down a lot on it since then. In a sense, like, quality-wise, like, I think what a lot of people didn't like about it is that they felt that the debate itself was kind of, like, uninspired, unnecessary, you know? And in a sense, I can understand that. It was definitely not the kind of matchup where I was over the moon about it when it first got announced, so that's not amazing. But there are still a lot of good aspects to it. Like, it very much feels like it has the passion that Death Battle has for all of their Dragon Ball episodes, right? That's another reason why people didn't like it, because we already had a decent amount of Dragon Ball, and just ending it with Dragon Ball versus Dragon Ball, yeah, that's kind of annoying, right? But I still think it has a decent amount of good aspects, you know? I think the animation is still quite fun to watch. I think going from, like, set piece to set piece and showing all the energy attacks, maybe a little repetitive at some points, but, you know, they do have a good progression of them powering up as they go on, right? So I do still appreciate it. So I think this is probably going to still be a little higher than what most people would say. I think some people would, like, really, really not like it. I think I'm going to put it somewhere in the B tier. I might put it here. And these two are, I feel like they're kind of interchangeable, just like these ones I feel are interchangeable. Because again, it's like, how do I compare what I like each episode for compared to each other, right? It's really difficult. But I do still think Gogeta versus Vegito is overhated. I do not dislike it as much as most people. I don't like it as much as I used to. I've kind of just mellowed out with it, realizing that it's not the best finale they've ever done, but they still put a lot of good work into it. There's a part of me that wants to switch it. Kinjorix, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Holy shit. That is amazing of you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't even speak right now. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, guys, if you want to use your membership, so that should be the tier 2 memberships, which means that for all videos for the next month, you'll have your name written in the you'll have your name written in all the videos, or all the videos where we have this channel members screen, which would be most of them. Oh my god, Kinjorix, thank you so much. That is incredible. I don't even know what to say. That is amazing of you, because that's not cheap, you guys. Like, you should thank him a lot for that, okay? Because that is not a cheap thing that he just did. And I hope you guys enjoy your memberships. Again, we do have you can submit for ballot banters for the next stream. You can make sure to do that. So yeah, you can enjoy it however you want. I hope you enjoy your stay. And if you want to renew it for later, that's great too. But thank you so much, Kinjorix, for that. You are a real one, honestly. And thank you, Overlord, for the super chat. Immediate D tier for Gogeta versus Vegito for not allowing us to visually see Wiz and Boomstick's fusion. They teased the hell out of us. 100% agree, actually. That is one where that is something where it's like, why the hell didn't we see that? That is totally true. I actually completely forgot about that, but that is one where it's like, why even do it if you're not going to show us, right? Like, they have the whole audio clip at the end of both of them saying the winner is Vegito, but like, come on, that's not good enough, right? If you're going to show them fusing, then cut it right there. That is actually 100% true. I agree with you totally on that one. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is great. But yes, thank you again, Kinjorix, for the 10 gifted memberships. I know I'm just saying thank you a lot, but honestly, like, I need to share my appreciation because that is great of you. Ranger Forever, also not using the heroes forms despite hyping it. Yeah, that's fair too. I guess that's not really something that bothers me that much because I'm not that associated or affiliated with heroes. Like, that's not really something I was anticipating. But they still used a lot of it for the analyses, right? So, like, again, from an analysis perspective, I do appreciate that. But you know, I can see that. If you're like a really big heroes fan and you were looking forward to that, that's totally understandable. So I think I'll probably leave it here for now. I'm on the right screen, right? Yeah. I'll probably leave it here for now, like, just have these two sit around here. But realistically, I think these two are interchangeable, just like how I think these two are interchangeable. I'm curious how many would put this one below these two. I feel like there's a decent amount of people who would, but for me, no. I think this one doesn't have as many overt problems. At least not any overt problems that really get to me, you know? But my hype for it has also definitely gone down. I do think this one is overhated, but I also get it for a lot of people. And now we're almost done with this one. Galactus versus Unicron. This is another one that I think I like more than the average person. In my Season 10 tier list ranking, I literally had to put this one in the unrankable tier, like Stitch versus Rocket, because it's like, I don't know how to rank it, right, amongst all the others, because it was one of my most wanted death battles, and for some people it was underwhelming. I still don't really get it. For me, it wasn't underwhelming. Like, it felt like how these characters should feel. I feel like this is one where a lot of people might compare it to something like Thanos versus Darkseid or Kratos versus Asura, where like they just didn't really vibe with the pacing of the animation or whatever. But like, I disagree with that completely. I do really enjoy the animation and the analyses too. The analyses are great. I think that actually has a very big leg up over like Hulk versus Broly, because they analyze the characters in like really fair ways, you know, and the black boxes, like, that clears up any confusion that they may have or anything they maybe weren't able to explain as much. And I think this is also one that people have kind of mellowed out for. Like, I know some people really didn't like it at the beginning, but I think some people kind of recognize that, like, okay, you know, if anything, like, it's okay, right? Some people would just say, like, it's okay. I don't see as much, like, overt hate for it as much anymore, but this is one that I still very much appreciate. So I'm debating between putting it either above or below Hulk versus Broly. Analysis-wise, it is a big step up from Hulk versus Broly. I can say that. I could see there being an argument that the animation in Hulk versus Broly is better, though. So it's really difficult. I think I'll probably... that's tough. Maybe here... It's either at the top, yeah, it's either above or below Hulk versus Broly. It's really difficult. The analysis part of it really makes me want to put it at the top of A. So that's difficult. I don't know. I'm going to come back to that at the end, probably. And then we have Ash versus Yugi, where this one, I don't feel like I can put it above either of these two, because again, these were already in my top 10 most wanted, or not most wanted, I keep saying most wanted, top 10 favorite episodes. So I feel like I can't really put it above them just because I haven't really thought about it. I haven't like restructured my top 10 yet. I could see it maybe beating... I don't think I would put it above Saitama versus Popeye. For me, I don't think this would ever beat Saitama versus Popeye. Because I do still see some of the flaws in Ash versus Yugi, but of course otherwise, like, it's just a fucking amazing episode, right? I could see it maybe getting above All Might versus Might Guy if I thought about it more, but I think at least for now I just have to keep it here just to keep it more in line with like my top 10 favorite death battles. But if I thought about it more, if I restructured it, I could see this one. So again, these two are kind of like, you could say, are interchangeable as well. Floofy, thank you so much for the super chat. Yu-Gi-Oh fangirl here kicking and screaming. It was fucking peak. I mean, yeah, no, it was really good. It did basically everything it needed to do. All three of these to me are like perfect finales, right? So a lot of them are interchangeable. Well, these two at least are interchangeable. This one I think is very solidly at the top. This one's a little more special to me in the way that I think this one is more special to other people. For now, I'll keep it here, but I could easily see this one overtaking All Might versus Might Guy in time. And as far as just going over, yep, you're here. You two, I think I'd keep the same. You two, would I switch around? I don't know. Maybe I would. And you two as well are difficult. It's like this one I put above for animation purposes, and this one I put above for analysis purposes. So it really feels like a case-by-case thing with a lot of these. I don't know. These are very hard to differentiate between, to order. This one is more special to me, but then by that logic, this one is more special to me. I don't know. Do I put this one here? Again, it's like, it's difficult because it goes in the unrankable tier. Like, normally I would not want to compare it to the others because I feel like my bias would get in the way. If I'm being totally true to myself, though, then I think I have to put it here. Sorry for anyone who really likes Hulk versus Broly or really doesn't like Galactus versus Unicron, but to me, like, I still see this as a really good finale. So I think this is probably where I would leave it, while also recognizing, though, that things can change very quickly for me, right? That's the thing, like, I'm really not the kind of person who should be doing tier lists because my opinions change so much, and I feel like people really like to hold people to their previous opinions, but really, like, my opinions change so much that, like, if I did this next week, it might be different, right? So I'm really not the kind of guy who should be doing tier lists, but I do them anyway. So, yeah, I think we have to move on, though. That actually took longer than I thought to get through that one. But now let me just go back to the standby screen so I can get the next one set up. I think we're pretty well good. And I will also, while I'm doing this, I will also message this new tier list into the chat. Can I pin this one instead? How many can I pin? Or replace pin message. Okay, that's how it says. Okay, so the new one should be pinned right now, the one that we're going to be doing next. So I think someone did bring it up, and yes, we're going to be doing the Champions Island characters, so ranking them based on essentially how much I want to see them, right? So the way, I guess I should probably explain these tiers a bit more because it's a little more complicated than just S, A, B, C, D. So one of them is got an episode post-Island. So essentially, these characters, if I can just, yeah, so that's where these characters go. Should I put, I'll put Geets above, why not, because his episode isn't out yet, but basically, so this top tiers just got an episode post-Island, which means that, or they're getting an episode post-Island, so Kamen Rider Geets, we already know he won, he already got one, and Bakugo I don't really think is fair to be on this list, because again, he got an episode after the island already happened, and I don't necessarily want to see him come back, like, immediately, so I feel like that perspective is a little weird, you know? So I'm just gonna group these two together as, like, we know that they're getting episodes or they got episodes after the island and not really think about them otherwise, right? So I think that's the most fair. These are the only two that are going in this top tier. As far as everything else, so these are just my general most wanted characters. Maybe they were on my most wanted characters for Death Battle video that I did a while back, or maybe they're just other characters that I want. These are characters that are in matchups that I really want, like in this tier, like just specifically based on the matchups. And then these two are kind of similar. It's like, these are characters where I definitely have like a preferred opponent for them, and I'm thinking about it in mind, like I would want to see that one. And these are characters where either, like, you know, I don't have an outright preferred opponent for them, or I'm not really thinking about them that much. Like, they're not really characters that are like, I'm that excited for to come on a Death Battle, you know, that kind of thing. So let me just get a drink of water before we start. I just realized I haven't had any of my water. And then we can get going. So, this is kind of in no particular... And also, yes, so these are all the Champions Island characters from, like, the top 32, by the way, not just the top 16. Like, if you're wondering why Mr. Fantastic is here, or Phoenix Wright, or whatever, they weren't on Champions Island, but they were in the top 32, right? So I just thought that'd be more interesting than doing just the 16. So Slenderman, this one, what would I say for this guy? I don't know if I'd say he's one of my most wanted characters. I think I did bring it up in my Champions Island video, but like, he's not really one that I really want to see. But I do think I have a preferred opponent for him at this point, that probably being Sadako. Or Siren Head. I could honestly go with either of them, but because like this says specifically preferred opponent or opponents, I think that means he probably goes in here. Some people don't want creepypastas on the show, and that's fine, but like I feel like if there is going to be one, it's going to be Slenderman, and I think it might be fun. I think it might be interesting. Next up, we have Mr. Fantastic. This one I think goes into the highly wanted matchup. There's a part of me that wants to say he's one of my most wanted characters because he is a really cool Marvel character. But honestly, I think that one's going to be filled up more with characters that are more appropriate to that labeling. I think with him, it's like, yeah, I really want to see Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific. So, you know, I would just put that one there in the highly wanted matchup tier. Phoenix Wright, I'm sorry guys, this one I think goes in characters without a preferred opponent. If I'm being honest, he's just not really the kind of character I think about that much when it comes to death battle matchups. That's just me though. I know there are a few characters that are being thrown around for him, like is it Makoto Naegi? Is that how you pronounce that? I know that one gets thrown around. I think even just Saul Goodman himself gets thrown around for him. But these aren't really any matchups that like I'm really that interested in, I think. So by that logic, I think he probably just goes in here. But again, if you really want him, that's cool. Just not a character that means a lot to me. You know what I mean? All of this is going to be subjective. It's all just going to be like, what characters do you like versus which ones are you not as interested in? You know? As opposed to it trying to like encapsulate what the community thinks about it or trying to encapsulate what you think about it, which I think is how a lot of people go in with the mindset. It's like, wait, but it doesn't fit my opinion. Why doesn't it fit my opinion? It's like, because it's not your opinion. Thank you, Overlord, for the super chat. Sorry, Raptor, gotta bounce. I have a fantastic stream and I'll leave with a future stream idea for later this year, a community prediction bingo board for episodes that'll happen in Death Battle 2027. That could be an interesting one, maybe for like either the end of this year or the beginning of next year. I'll try to I'll see if I can remember to write that down afterwards. That's really cool. Let me give that one a heart really quick. Thank you so much for your time here. Again, yeah, if you're able to show up for any length of time, very much appreciate it. So yes, thank you for your super chats and thank you for your time here. That means a lot to me. Going back to this, we have Frieren. This is a character I would probably put characters with preferred opponents. There's a few opponents I would like to see Frieren fight, whether it's Tiki from Fire Emblem or it's Fushi from, is it To Your Eternity. I think that's what it's called. That's another one where I would be kind of interested in. Like, one of those two opponents I would probably like to see Frieren fight. I think she should just get on the show because it's, you know, Beyond Journey's End. Like, I think she deserves it, right? But it just depends on who you want to see her fight. But there are some opponents that I would actually like to see her fight. Like, some matchups I would actually like to see her in, right? So I think I would probably put her there. Sakuya, again, this is another one where I'd probably put her above Phoenix, but this is another one where it's like, I know a lot of people really want to see her series get onto Death Battle, but it's just not the kind of thing I'm that interested in. And honestly, even more importantly, like if we take this literally, like characters without a preferred opponent, I don't have a preferred opponent for her because she has so many. She has so many that, like, no, it doesn't seem like a lot of people can agree on who she should realistically fight, which is very interesting to me. I didn't realize she had so many opponents. But this is definitely one where if we take this tier name literally, I don't know who I want her to fight. So I think by definition, she kind of has to go there. Thank you, Ranger Forever, for the super chat. It depends on what you prefer, Reed in an intelligence fight, Mr. Terrific, or playing with Reed's powers, Plastic Man. Well, you can play with Reed's powers regardless of which matchup you put him in, but I understand what you're saying, like power versus power, like directly comparing them. Yeah, Mr. Fantastic versus Plastic Man is fine. One of my most popular videos has to do with Mr. Fantastic versus Plastic Man. However, I have always thought that Mr. Fantastic, like his doppelganger from DC really is Mr. Terrific. Like, I'm pretty sure that's where Mr. Fantastic came second, right? I think after Mr. Terrific. Either way, one of them was inspired by the other one, right? Like, it's not like, I don't think like Mr. Fantastic or Plastic Man inspired each other, even if they have similar powers. Like, Mr. Fantastic is the Mr. Terrific of Marvel. Like, that is honestly more of a direct comparison, honestly. And yes, I do think like the two smartest men alive or whatever, like I think that is more appropriate. It makes things more interesting. So yeah, I would say that I want Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific more than Mr. Fantastic versus Plastic Man. Big mouthful. I'd say I want that one more at this point. But if they did Mr. Fantastic versus Plastic Man, it's like, okay, I'll probably still enjoy it. But yeah, no, I want the other one a little bit more. Edward Elric, this is another character where I would say I have some preferred opponents. I'll put him a little lower just because he's already been on Death Battle, and I'd say my definitive preferred opponent for him might be Joseph Joestar, but then I also think I want Joseph Joestar probably to fight like Johnny Cage, for instance, instead. So it's a little difficult with him where we have like, you know, preferred versus not preferred, like preferred for one character is not necessarily the preferred for the other character. Like it's really complicated like that, but he definitely belongs in this tier because it'd be very good to give him a better episode. And there are some characters I think would be very cool for him to fight. I'm trying to go a little quicker with this. Invincible, I would say Most Wanted. Again, he was in my Most Wanted video, like Most Wanted Characters video. I very much want him to come to the show if they can give him a good enough opponent. I'm sorry, I do not want Invincible versus Gohan. I don't want Invincible versus Superboy or anything. I do think he has a decent spread outside of that. But right now, I would say, like, for me, it's probably either Radiant Black or Hot Rod, even though I also kind of feel like those are the characters that are less likely to fight him, which is a little annoying, but either way, regardless, he is still a character I very much want on the show. Vilgax, he's definitely a character I'd say that I have more of a preferred opponent. I guess I'll put him here. I would like to see Vilgax on the show. I think my preferred for him right now is probably Megatron, but just because he doesn't have a ton of like standout opponents right now, right? Like it's really Megatron or Ridley that have really caught on, and I think it's, excuse me, I keep burping because I keep drinking so much water and having to project. I think he's probably going to fight Ridley, honestly. That's the one I think is going to happen. But I think for this, like, I would say, yes, I do want to see him, and I do have matchups in mind for him, so I'd say he goes here. Hatsune Miku, if I'm being honest, I think it goes up here. Highly wanted matchup does not necessarily mean top 50, just to be clear. I think I probably made that already clear with Mr. Fantastic. But for Hatsune Miku, like I have gotten a lot more on the Hatsune Miku versus Barbie train, I'll be honest, to the point where I can say that is one that I would actually really want to see. So I think for that alone, she does go up here because that would be a very awesome fight. Raphael is interesting because I do want to see the Turtles get more, like I want to see the Turtles get more matchups rather than just it being, you know, rather than just it being a battle royale, right? Like, I want them to get their own matchups. But, like, unlike Michelangelo, for instance, I can't really think of, like, a strong opponent that I would want to see for Raph. But I also don't think I want him that much to the point where, like, I would put it in most wanted characters, or definitely not highly wanted matchup. If anything, he'd be here. But I don't think I want him so much that I would put him there. Like, again, Michelangelo is the one I really want to see come back to Death Battle. Even though Raph, I do really like as a turtle. It's difficult because I don't know if I really have a preferred opponent for him right now. But I do want to see him. Maybe I might put him in here, but that might also change depending on who else I put in that tier, if I think that Raphael realistically belongs a little lower. Because again, it's all relative to each other, right? But I think I'll put him up here because I do think Raph deserves his time on Death Battle, right? And I do really like the Ninja Turtles. Piccolo, this is one where definitely it's like I have a preferred opponent for him. This one I'd probably put... Do I put him above or below Slender Man? I'll put him here just because Slender Man would be more interesting. Like, we've had so many Dragon Ball characters, but Piccolo is definitely one where it's like, I want to see him fight Magus from Chrono Trigger. I think that's the one I want for him. A lot of people want Piccolo versus Knuckles. I'm more partial to Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles, but I get that as well. I totally understand. Ken Kaneki, this is one, well, I mean, it's either going in most wanted characters or highly wanted matchup. But honestly, regardless of Aaron versus Ken or just Ken himself, I think I do really want Ken. So I think I'd probably put him here. Ken is one of those characters where it's like, how does he not have a death battle? He's like one of the most recognizable faces of anime. You know, even if you don't watch Tokyo Ghoul or read it, or if you don't really know that much about it, it's like, I feel like everyone has seen this face before, right? I feel like he's one of the most recognizable anime faces ever. I don't understand how he doesn't have a death battle, and he is one of the characters I would most want to see, like one of the anime characters I'd most want to see come to death battle just in a vacuum. Honestly, Eren Yeager too. I get. Well, Eren is not my favorite character from My Hero Academia, but I would still want to see him on death battle, you know? Rimuru Tempest, this is probably another one where, I think the characters with preferred opponents is going to be the one that fills up the most. Do I put her here? Do I put her higher? Rimuru's technically a him, right? Where do I put Rimuru? I'm going to put Rimuru, it's either above or below Ed. I want to see Ed get a better episode, so I'll say this. But these two are pretty well neck and neck for me. I could see Rimuru fighting Kirby. I could see Rimuru fighting, like, I think there's a couple other major opponents that got talked about. Not Ainz Ol I don't really want to see Rimuru fight him. But there's some other opponents that would be cool. So I think it's got to go in here. Next one, who is that? Is that, oh, that's Juri. That's Juri Han. Surprisingly, this is one where I would actually say, I would probably go here, actually. Simply because I know that a lot of people say Juri versus Mileena for Mortal Kombat, but honestly, I think Mileena has better. I think there are actually other opponents that make more sense for her, and at that point, I don't really know who else I would want to see her fight. It'd be cool to get more Street Fighter. It'd be cool if this is the way they did it with this character, but I think I actually, if I really thought about it, I would have a different preferred for Mileena. And then at that point, I don't know who she would fight. So again, if I'm taking this literally characters without a preferred opponent, that's probably where she would go. And if I'm being honest, she's not the Street Fighter character I'd want to see the most. But still, it'd be cool if she came on. I just don't really know who I would, overtly who I would want her to fight yet, you know? Shantae, on the other hand, I can definitely think of some matchups I want to see for her. Probably go here. I know some people don't like Shantae versus Shovel Knight. I'd honestly be okay with it if that's the one that happened. I've also heard Shantae versus Lilac. That would also be cool. There's a few different opponents for her that that I think would work really well. Steve, I think Steve goes into the I think Steve goes here. What do you go? Probably here. I'd probably say this one. I've gotten a lot more into Steve versus Terrarian. There was a time where I thought like, oh yeah, I'm aware of Steve versus Terrarian, but like I'm not that big on it or anything. Now I'm decently more big on it. So I would say Steve versus Terrarian for that. This goes in here because it is a more highly wanted matchup. Definitely better than Steve versus Emmett for me. And I think Emmett versus Jesse is better than Steve versus Emmett and all that. Oh my god, Joe Fieri, thank you so much for the $50. That is insane. Let me give that a heart really quick. But yeah, just to finish my thought there before I respond to that. Yeah, no, I think that just because of that, that is a matchup I more so really want now. So that goes in that tier. I still want a video with you making matchups for each of these Champion Island characters. And hey, I think we can take idea into something crazy, Town Banana Pants. Like take each of these matchups and make a hypothetical Champions Island season. That's still an idea I have floating around in my head. Again, like I feel like just grouping this into a tier list is kind of, it works better with like it being more timely, because I feel like at that point, like that's a good idea, it's just it's not very timely anymore. But something like this I feel like works because, you know, I can just toss it in with a bunch of other tier lists, right? And it's still interesting to do. As far as making matchups for all of them, again, still something in the back of my head. But maybe I'd want to do something where I kind of like combine, but I want to say combine all the champion events, but like they already all have matchups, right? So I guess I understand that. Still thinking about it. I'll see about that. There are probably other videos that have done that though, right? Like would I really be adding much more to the conversation if I did that? I don't know. I feel like there's already a lot of people who have done that. And like I said, some of these I really don't know. Like Sakuya, I really don't know who I would prefer her to fight. That's kind of the point of this tier, right? That like I don't really know yet right now. But of course, I also haven't put in the most thought into it, but I'll think about it for sure. Either way, thank you so much for the super chat. That is incredible. I really appreciate you doing that. So yeah, no, it is a good idea still. I'll make sure to still consider it. I can't make any promises with anything though, because as soon as I do that, then people complain. So I can't make any promises, but I do appreciate the suggestion and the super chat, of course. For all you guys donating like $50 or whatever, like that, like I'm so happy. Like, just thank you so much for all that, because that is incredibly generous of you. I always appreciate that. And Ranger Forever, I like Shantae versus Shovel Knight as well, as long as you ignore the Kratos crossover. It's canon, by the way. Well, if something is canon, I don't think you can ignore it, right? Like, it's the sort of thing that I keep going back to, where you have to analyze the characters in the most accurate way, and not make exceptions just because you don't like them, or because it makes things, you know, less fair or more uninteresting or whatever. Like, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, we can't be cherry picking what we include, because that's just misrepresentation, and the point of death battles should be representing the characters as fair as possible. So I get what you're saying, but I feel like if you're doing Shantae versus Shovel Knight, if you're bringing Shovel Knight or whatever, like, you have to commit to what is fair to include in a vacuum, and not pick and choose based on what matchup you put them in, you know? But I do understand the frustration with that. I totally do. What's after that? Now we have Henry Stickmin. So this is one where I really wanted Henry to win, but again, specifically because of the matchup, not necessarily because of the character himself. But I think because this is still in my top 50 most wanted death battles, this has to go at the top of this tier. So yeah, Henry goes there really easy. I'm sure you guys already knew that. Cyborg, this is one of my most wanted characters. He wasn't in the, he wasn't in my top 10 most wanted characters like Invincible was, but this is still one of my most wanted characters for Death Battle. Cyborg is awesome, and I know it is really difficult to find a good matchup for him, because either he hacks a character really well and like there's no debate, or you're not really allowing him to use his technology to the best of its ability, right? So it is annoying in that way. You're kind of just picking and choosing what you want out of his matchup. But Cyborg is still one of my favorite DC characters. I would really like to see him get a death battle. So please, death battle, let's give him one. And Spider-Man, very similar. He is one of my most wanted. I would probably put him above Invincible. Well, no, I would put him above Invincible. This was one of my most wanted returning characters. I did a video on that too, like at least like a couple years ago, maybe more at this point. So Spider-Man, I really want him to get another death battle. You guys already know that. So those two, very easy. They fit into my most wanted characters. I just realized most of these are comic characters that are in my most wanted. Might be a reason for that. Although, that being said, Ash Williams, he would definitely be here too. He is another one of my most wanted characters. Ash would be great to see on Death Battle. Whether it's against Herbert West or Frank West, that would be amazing to see on Death Battle. And it's one that, like, you know, because of the whole boomstick thing, like, he should get on Death Battle, right? At this point, I'd be fine with either of them. But in general, yes, he is still one of my most wanted characters. He does hold a special place in my heart. John Constantine, very easy here. I think, yeah, this is where he would go. Yeah, John Constantine, because I really want John Constantine versus Raido, but not quite as much as Henry versus Second Coming, probably. Well, maybe. These two are close, but yeah, I would say that these two definitely go around here. And Homura as well, she would also go here specifically for Homura versus Kurumi. So now we're just filling up this slot a little bit more. Happy to see that. Now they're catching up a little bit more to the characters with preferred opponents section. Now we have Samus. This might be a bit of a controversial take. I think Samus would be cool to see back, to see her fight someone other than Boba Fett. But, like, realistically, who else would Samus fight? Like, I've heard Samus versus the Doomslayer or Samus versus Master Chief before, but, like, I don't know, I feel like that would kind of be a little too similar to that episode or whatever. Really, what I want to see from Metroid is Ridley. That's the main character I want to see. I don't know if there's a lot of matchups for Samus, though, that, like, I'm really thinking, like, I really want to see this one. And she's definitely not, like, a most wanted character for me or anything. I'm not that attached to her, so it's difficult. If there was, like, a really standout opponent for her where it's, like, a really, like, front-running thing, I would probably put her in characters with preferred opponents. But honestly, otherwise, I'm not sure. Thank you so much, Kinjorix, for the $20. Let me give that a heart really quick. Specifically because of the gifted memberships. I can't heart the gifted memberships. I can't heart the gifted memberships messages, which is so annoying. Question, if Geet's other potential opponents, Sephiroth, Liu Kang, Bayonetta, and of course Nero, were on this list, where would they rank? Oh, so specifically looking at them as characters? That's an interesting question. Nero would definitely be in characters with preferred opponents because that would be Geet's. Sephiroth? Would I put Sephiroth in highly wanted matchup? I don't know if there's like one, because like there's there's Sephiroth versus Mewtwo, but I don't know if I really want that for Mewtwo. I more so want a Mewtwo versus Shadow rematch. Characters with maybe Sephiroth would be in most wanted characters just to see him come back again. I could see that actually. Sephiroth might be in most wanted characters. Nero would be characters with preferred opponents. Liu Kang would also probably be characters with preferred opponents. Well, actually, maybe characters without a preferred opponent, because I need to think about that a little bit more, because I don't know if I want Liu Kang versus Jago as much because of the new Mortal Kombat material, but that's a little difficult. I'll have to think about that. And what was the other one? Bayonetta. Bayonetta would be probably characters with preferred opponents as well. That's like the safe tier, right? Because it's stuff where it's like, yeah, I'd want to see them and I have matchups in mind for them. But Nero especially would be like on the higher end because I have specifically Geets in mind for her, right? Sephiroth, I think, would be at the top here. LittleZbot, thank you so much for the $5. Samus versus Master Chief has to happen since Haloid is the origin of Death Battle, but it can wait. Also, hi. Thank you so much for showing up, LittleZbot, thank you. Yeah, Samus versus Master Chief felt a lot more likely before Master Chief versus Doomslayer happened, you know? So it's difficult because, yes, I guess they could wait a while and then just do that one, but doesn't Samus versus Master Chief basically have the same dynamic as Master Chief versus Doomslayer? Like, isn't it nearly identical as far as, like, how everything would go? Maybe? I don't know. I understand what you're saying, that with the whole Haloid inspiration, it does feel like something that they should do. And for a while, I actually thought that had potential to be episode 200 of Death Battle just from that alone. But especially, like, I don't know if I want that one as much anymore. Like, it would be special to Death Battle, of course. Because I'm not sure, I think honestly, like, this is on the cusp, but I think I'm going to put her in characters without a preferred opponent, because I can't say with absolute certainty anymore that, like, I want to see her fight Master Chief, because I feel like it's just really similar to Master Chief versus Doomslayer. I guess I wouldn't really anticipate that they would do both of those, that they would revisit Master Chief versus Doomslayer and also do Master Chief versus Samus. And the fact that they haven't done Master Chief versus Samus yet makes me think they might not do it. Like, if they were going to do it, I kind of think they would have done it by now. But of course, this can very easily change if I find an opponent later for Samus that I really want. So I think I'm going to put her here for now, but very easily could move up here if I find the right matchup for her. Or if I come back around to Samus versus Master Chief. Meta Knight, this is one of my most wanted characters for sure. Probably here? Would I go there? Yeah, probably there is what I would say. Meta Knight, I think Meta Knight definitely should be on the show. Kirby should get more representation on the show for sure. It's crazy it only has 2 episodes. Sometimes I think, like, you know, Riku would be my preferred for Meta Knight, but it's a little more up in the air. I think if they want to just bite the bullet and just do Meta Knight versus Zero, I'd honestly be okay with that. I don't really want to see Meta Knight versus Beta Ray Bill. That one feels like a bit of a worthless debate, like a pointless debate. I have heard Meta Knight versus Virgil, actually, which could be cool. I don't really want Meta Knight versus Yoda anymore. But yeah, there's a few different opponents for him that for sure would work, and I think would turn out really good. Pac-Man is definitely a character with just preferred, I think probably here? Would I say here? Yeah, whether it's Felix the Cat or Luigi, I think either of those could turn out good. Pac-Man versus Luigi I've kind of gone down a little bit on since earlier. I think I was more favorable towards it before. But I think even if it is Luigi, that'd be fine. If it's Felix the Cat, I think that could be a lot of fun. So definitely some opponents in mind for Pac-Man. Now, Springtrap is difficult because I think, honestly, I don't really care that much about Springtrap's matchups. If I'm being 100% honest, I'm not that attached to any of them. I think I've said before that, like, I think Junko is probably who he's going to end up fighting, and I've said that I don't mind that matchup nearly as much as a lot of other people seem to do. But that's also not, like, one of my most wanted death battles or anything. So I think, realistically, Springtrap probably goes, like, here. Because I can think of matchups for him, and I think they might still be fun to watch. Like, they might still be fun episodes. But there's nothing in there where I'm thinking, like, oh, yeah, this would go hard. Like, honestly, I don't really care that much about Springtrap on Death Battle. Again, sorry, guys, just not really what I'm thinking. There was a part of me that thought maybe put it in the bottom tier, but I think that's a little too harsh because I can still think of matchups for him that could still be fun. But realistically, I'm just not that attached to him to come onto Death Battle. Mael also, I think, goes in this tier because I really want to see her fight Will from Metaphor Refantasio, I think it is. So probably kind of, would I put her under? Yeah, I'll put her here. Under Vilgax, probably. But yeah, not too much to say about this one. It's like I have a matchup in mind for her. If it happens, that would be pretty sick. Sukuna. Sukuna is a character that I feel should come to Death Battle. Is he going to come to Death Battle, though? I don't know. Well, no, I think he is going to come to Death Battle. I take that back completely. I think he is going to come to Death Battle. It's more, who is he going to fight? Because there's a lot of different opponents out there. Sukuna is like the last Jujutsu Kaisen character where I think it's pretty certain he is going to eventually get one. Not to say they have to stop there, but that's the one like I'm pretty sure about. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit. That's what happens when you stand in front of the camera for so long and you can't get a break. Is there a highly wanted match? I wouldn't say there's a highly wanted matchup with Sukuna in it, because there's a few that I think about, like Kishin Asura from Soul Eater. There's Demon King Piccolo from Dragon Ball, but there's not really one that like stands above the rest as something that I really, really want. So I think, realistically, I think he probably goes here, probably under here. Freerin would be more interesting. I'll go here. I'll say that. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. Hey, just want to say, I get the whole other people made the video suggested to you, but I want to see you do it since your last cat is my favorite one. Or what? Am I reading that wrong? Or your something is my favorite one. P.S. Sukuna's best matchups would be against Muzan or King Piccolo. Yes, there is also Muzan. Sorry, I might just be going blind. I'm kind of color deficient, by the way, and the super chat is appearing in like a really bright like orange, so it's a little hard for me to read it. But thank you. I understand what you're trying to say, and I very much appreciate it. And yeah, I get that. I understand that you might still want to hear other people's opinions on it. Again, not guaranteeing anything, but I do appreciate that very much. And I also very much appreciate the super chat. That is amazing of you. And yeah, Muzan is another one that feels like that might just happen for Sukuna. That's another one that would probably be in like my, I don't want to say revolving door, but like my potential preferred opponent for Sukuna, because like it just feels right? I understand that. Pin, thank you so much for the $5. Funny enough, I am pitching Bendy versus Springtrap, so we'll see how well that goes. Captain Underpants has some fun ideas, like Freakazoid and the Tick I like. Yeah, I'll get to that in just a second for sure. Yes, I hope the pitch goes well. I hope all of that goes well. You've done a few pitches, right? They seem to all go well. Happy to help you out with the previous one. So I really hope your pitch goes well and all that. Hope they enjoy it. And thank you so much for the super chat. And Joe, thank you for the super chat. I meant to say you're my favorite one. Yeah. I pretty well put that together. I very much appreciate that. You guys are amazing with that. Thank you Thank you so much. Yeah, all your kind words mean the most to me, because, you know, sometimes it feels like, you know, am I doing this just out into the void, or there are people that really like the content, and knowing that there are people that like the content is very reassuring for what I'm doing. So thank you so much for all those kind words. I appreciate it tons. So thank you, Pin, and thank you, Joe, for those super chats. And yes, moving to Captain Underpants. Yes. If I had to say who my preferred opponent for Captain Underpants is right now, probably the Tick. I would probably say the Tick. Would I say that's enough for that to be a highly wanted matchup? Honestly, probably yeah. I think that would be a very fun matchup. Probably at the bottom, though, I would say probably like Hatsune Miku versus Barbie sticks in my head a bit more, and these ones obviously stick a lot more in my head. But Captain Underpants, yeah, I'd say Tick is a highly wanted matchup. And Flowey for Flowey versus the Princess. This is either going at like the top of characters with preferred opponents, or the bottom of highly wanted. Because I do think Flowey versus the Princess is a really damn cool idea. I definitely think it is. But is it the kind of thing where it's like, oh yeah, I just have a preferred opponent for Flowey? Or is it one that I really, really want? You know, I think just to be different, because we've already put so many in here, while it could realistically go either way, this is one that probably stands out in my mind a little bit more, so I'll put Flowey up here. I think this is probably where everything would be finished, because again, these two, like, it doesn't really matter the ordering of these guys, but these are the ones where I kind of just like omit from this because, you know, for obvious reasons. This makes sense. Yep. Yeah, I'd probably put Cyborg above Ken. Would I put Meta Knight above Ash? Probably not. Probably keep Meta Knight here. And Raph, yeah, I think it's fair to put him at the bottom of most wanted characters, even if I don't have if I have a major matchup for him, which means that if I didn't want him on the show, then he'd probably go down here. But because he is a turtle and I really want to see more turtles get on, I have no problem calling him one of my most wanted characters just in general. Although again, if I was saying in general, that list would probably be massive. Highly wanted, yeah, this is basically just ordering based on how much I like the matchups that they're in, and I think this is correct. And then for you, I could maybe put, do I put Piccolo above Slenderman? No, I don't think so. That's probably correct. Yeah, Freeran over Sukuna, probably. Vilgax. Yeah, Vilgax over Mael. Yeah, I think this is all correct. I think we're probably all good here. I am now realizing how long this is taking, and I think that the super long one that I was thinking about, probably gonna have to omit that one. Probably we're not gonna be able to get to that one, because that would just take way too long. For the record, though, when I say super long one, that is not the versus matchup review one. We are going to get to that one. I promise that we're gonna have enough time for that one. But there's another one that was really, really long that I was thinking, you know, if we have time for this, but no, I'm realizing how long this takes. I realize just how much of a yapter I am. Definitely, I don't think we're gonna have enough time for that. But I'll make sure to still go through the other ones. So now we're back on the standby screen. Let me get this one. I will paste it into the chat and pin it so that you guys can do it as I'm doing it. Submit. And then I want to pin you. My computer must be bad or something, because my computer is bad. I was going to say, make a joke. My computer must be bad or something, because everything is going so slow for me. Yeah, I could definitely use a new computer, especially if I'm doing like more extravagant streams. The good thing about these kinds of streams is that they're not that extravagant. I can kind of just do them however I want. But when I get, like, if I want to do more extravagant streams, I think I'm going to have to maybe invest in a new computer or something, because, yeah, this just isn't the best for, like, gameplay streams, for instance, which is something I might want to do. I just kind of avoided it because, you know, I don't have a good enough computer for it right now. But, anyway, yes, so as we did the Death Battle tracks for 2024 and 2025, we are going to be ranking the tracks for Season 10, because I never outright did that in the stream where I did, you know, all that stuff, right? As usual, though, I am going to... How's the framing, by the way? Does the framing look good? Yeah, the frame, yeah, it's a lot more squished, so it doesn't look as good probably as the other ones, but I think this is the best I can do. As before, though, I'm specifically going to do it to how much I listen to them, because I don't really want to compare them directly to each other, like saying, oh, this one definitely has better quality. Like, I don't want to do that, right? So I have listen to often, sometimes listen to, and don't listen to too much. There's not one where I can say, like, I listen to it all the time, because these are relatively older. I don't think any of these I listen to literally all the time, but there are some where I definitely still listen to them often. Thank you, Pin, again for the $10. Kind of insane. For the decade Death Battle has existed, they have never done an Undertale episode. Agree with that. I kind of want to do a video pushing Flowey vs. the Princess to happen for a champion event or something, or Omori versus Room. Well, of course, Flowey already got on Champions Island. If you want to specifically push Flowey versus the Princess, I think that's a good idea too, because, you know, people may still want Flowey to fight someone else. And if you want Flowey to fight someone else, anyone watching, that's cool. But I definitely am more of a Flowey versus Princess guy, I think. So yeah, if you want to do that, I think that'd be great. Yeah, Omori versus Room, I mean, that one hasn't really been on any sort of champion thing in any way, so getting that on that would be pretty impressive. So that would be cool, just to get some more variety in there. So if you can make either of that happen, that would be awesome. And Ranger, thank you so much for the super chat. I personally don't want Phoenix Wright in the show. He doesn't fight, and but Marvel versus Capcom 3 is not an argument. He fits in non-versus shows. There is a part of me that agrees with that. I don't want to be too pedantic about stuff like this, because I feel like there's a lot of times where it's like, well, you can technically still make it work, but I do still very, very much hold to it that, like, if a character doesn't fit in a fight setting and they don't have, like, special powers or anything, then I do understand that, like, why are we putting them in this kind of context if there's literally no aspect of them that fits into that context? And I'll be honest, I don't know Phoenix Wright that well, so I don't know for sure whether or not he completely doesn't work, but I have heard that argument before where it's like, why are we putting him in this? And that's part of the reason why I think he ended up on the bottom of my tier list, because, like, I'm just not necessarily confident in that, right? If Inhuman isn't in S tier, I'll unsubscribe. Well, it won't be, because there is no S tier, but I think you mean top tier. Thank you so much, LittleZbot, for the $2. Can I call you LittleZbot because I'm Canadian? No, I'm kidding. I'll call you what you want. But yeah, we'll see how everything goes. Again, specifically how much I listen to it. So some of these I may have listened to less over time. So we'll see about that. But yeah, let's not waste any more time. Starting with not actual size. This one, I don't really listen to this one too much. I actually do like some parts of it, like the part where they kind of inject some of the Earth's Mightiest Heroes theme song into it, like the cartoon, like always we will fight as one. Like, that is such a good song, right? They inject some of the instrumentals from that into, like, the middle of the song, which is great. But I can't really say I listen to this one that much. It's just not one that I go back to very much, you know? I don't think that's going to ruffle too many feathers. Fireborn, this one I still listen to quite often. This is amazing. Again, I'm so surprised that I say again because I brought this up in a previous video, like everyone here has watched that. I am so surprised that the Death Battle fan choir works as well as it does. It is actually amazing. So yes, everything about this track I think is great. It fits the characters well. I listen to it all the time still. I'd be a fool not to. Yeah, this is probably a tier list we're going to get through a little quicker, actually. Change of Heart. This one I think a little bit more than not actual size, but this is another one that I also don't go back to that much. But remembering it, like, I do think it is a pretty decent track. It does sound kind of nice, but again, specifically based on how much I listen to it, I haven't listened to Change of Heart that much. But I kind of like the track art. I guess theoretically I could have tier listed these based on track art, but I didn't want to waste too much time, you know. Or I guess I'd only be wasting time if I was doing both of them, but I feel like most people are here to see me rank like how I like the songs more so. But some of these track arts are great. God's Hand track art is a little nuts and not necessarily in the best way. but yeah, no, it's great, you know, these just taking a look at all these track arts, because a lot of them are really, really good. But I'm specifically doing it based on how much I listen to these. Speaking of which, Jailhouse Rocket, this one, I don't know where to place this one. I think I probably don't listen to it as much as Fireborn.
But Jailhouse Rocket is one where, like, I go back to it sometimes just to remind myself that, yeah, Stitch versus Rocket fucking Raccoon actually happened. Sometimes I go back to that not just to listen to the song and, like, enjoy the song, because it is a really, really well-made track. It fits both the characters so well. Taking musical inspiration from both of them is, like, exactly what it needed to do. But I not only go back for that, I also do it specifically just to remind myself that I can go back and watch Stitch versus Rocket whenever I want. It is a death battle, and it is amazing that it is a death battle. Oh, I actually secretly prefer Zed over Z, but I've built my online presence around the ZZ in my name for so many years I have to fight against Zed. If you prefer it to be Zed, I'll say LittleZbot. Maybe that'll catch on with people. I don't mind that at all. As a Canadian, Zed feels more natural to me. I read that as LittleZbot, and I have to auto-correct it in my brain before I actually read it. Although I guess Little Z from, you know, again, the Underdog, you know, that YouTuber has kind of made Little Z feel a little more natural, just because that's the way he says it. Although I think Australians also say Zed, right? Do they? Did he say, or maybe they don't. I was thinking, did he say Little Z specifically for the American audience? But maybe Australians do say Zed or don't, or say Z, I don't know. I can say LittleZbot if you want, I have no problem with that. And thank you so much again for the super chats. You guys are nuts, thank you. That's No Moon, this is definitely one I listen to sometimes. Probably on the higher end of sometimes, it's just definitely not one I go back to as much as other ones, right? It's not one that I can put on this upper tier, because there are some I definitely go back to more. But I've definitely grown a larger appreciation of That's No Moon than I did before. Before, I think I said that I prefer Force and Lightning more. I don't know if I would say that anymore. This one is quite good, but I only listen to it sometimes. Forevermore, I think this one is actually like at the top of listen to sometimes. Depending on the day, I might honestly put this one in listen to often, because I love the musical inspiration that it takes from both X-Men and Teen Titans, you know, those TV shows. Mostly X-Men. There's more X-Men in there than Teen Titans, but I still really like how the music flows and all that. I really enjoy that. So I do sometimes go back to that one, and I feel like if I got more into it, it could very easily go up to the top tier. But this is one where I can only say that I listen to it sometimes. And then God's Hand, this one, I think I listened to this one more than Fireborn, honestly. God's Hand is a contender for my favorite, it's a contender for my favorite track that's been made in 2023 in Season 10. I still love God's Hand. Still one of my favorite tracks for sure. One that I definitely have not stopped listening to, because it makes you feel so good, right? Makes you feel so pumped. Like some of the other ones here, which we'll get to for sure. Mind Over Matter, that one, I don't think I've literally ever listened to this one on its own. It fits really well with the, it fits really well with the battle, right? I think the ending especially, like the ending feels very emotional, and it fits really well over the dialogue that Martian Manhunter and Silver Surfer are saying. So I do really like how the track is made for the battle itself, but it's not really one that I'll ever jam out to on its own, right? And I understand that not all tracks are going to be made for that purpose, but it does mean that on a specific tier list like this, it is inevitably going to be lower, right? Discordant to Cypher, this one, where would I put this one? This one I think is an often listened to. Probably lower than Jailhouse Rocket though. I think I go back to Jailhouse Rocket more often. But Discordant to Cypher is one that I would say I often listen to. It's a fun one. You know, the backwards is great. Switching between Discord and Bill is great. So many aspects of this one is great. And then Inhuman, kind of like Forevermore, I'm kind of on the cusp between sometimes listen to and listen to often. But I think realistically it fits more up here than what's going to end up being in listen to sometimes, I think. So realistically, I think these two are kind of like neck and neck, where I feel like they could go up or down depending on maybe like over the course of a few months, for instance, depending on what I end up listening to. But I think this is correct. I think that Inhuman realistically goes up here and Forevermore goes here, but these two are very neck and neck for me. Final Formers, this one, I think I was saying that That's No Moon is going to be on the higher side of listen to sometimes. That might not even be true, because I think I listen to Final Formers more often than That's No Moon. There was a time where I was more on a kick for this one, and I might have put this one higher, like, and listened to often, but I think I only listen to it, like, some of the time, you know? Certainly not as much as Forevermore. I think a little bit more than That's No Moon. Who Wears the Crown? This one, I'm honestly considering putting this one here, to be honest. Again, it's either the bottom of Listen To Sometimes or the top of Don't Listen Too Much, but like I actually don't really remember the last time I sought this track out. I think it's a good track. Like, from what I remember, it seems like it's a very serviceable track, but I don't really remember like searching this one out that much, you know? Maybe it's one I should get back. Let me know if it's one I should get more into, because it's just not one that I think about that much, you know? But probably higher than these guys. And then Forever Terror Night, this one is, again, kind of like borderline here. I think this is one of those tracks that, again, fits much better in the actual animation than listening to it on its own, or at least some parts of it, like where it's clear that they're in the track because it's supposed to fit what is in the, because it's supposed to fit what's happening in the animation, right? So I get that. But there are also some parts that are really, like, the vocals, I think, are good. The vocals are really, really good in this track. So this one, I think, it goes in here, but I think it's under, like, That's No Moon. I think this is the proper spot for it. And Wubba Lubba Alon Z, where the hell would I put this one? Like, again, it's a cool sounding track. It fits both of the characters quite well. There's a part of me that wants to put it here. This isn't one, again, this isn't really one that I search out that much. And some of these might have been a little higher, closer to the time. Again, this is a bit of a biased ranking because this is happening so long after Season 10 that some of these I've just inevitably not listened to in a while. But this is another one where, like, it's just one that, while I do recognize that it is very fitting for the characters and is very well made, it's just not one that I've gone back to listen to on its own, you know? At least not that much. By the way, listen too much doesn't necessarily mean I don't listen to it at all. It's just I very clearly know this is not one that I revisit as much as these guys, you know? It's all a matter of comparison. Depending on the day, though, maybe this one would get bumped up, like, to the next tier. And then Super, this is one I think this one's at the top. If there's any Season 10 track that I deliberately go back to because I'm feeling like it, it's either Super or God's Hand, I think. I could see, these two are kind of interchangeable. These two specifically, I could see it going either way. But I think I'll put Super there for now. And I'm just realizing we have, like, another Fireborn here. Ignore that. I don't know why. I didn't make this tier list. I just found it. Ignore that, because I don't know why that's there. That shouldn't be there. I think it's like a remaster, like maybe a different track art for it or whatever. But yeah, I'm not really interested in doing another Fireborn. And then All Consuming, this one I think probably goes here. Yeah, definitely under That's No Moon. I could maybe see it being below Forever Terror Night. Well, is it below Forever Terror Night? No, I don't think so. They're very close, but I think these two are pretty well where it is. So most of these I still listen to often. These I would say are like my top 6 of the season for sure, at least of like how much I listen to them. And then these guys, the ones that I might go back to from time to time, but not as much as these guys. Wouldn't really choose these ones over these ones. And then these are the ones where like I've listened to like intermittently, you know, sometimes every once in a while, you know, but again, not as much as these guys. And some of these, yeah, I really have not gone back to listen to in quite a long time, right? Wubba Lubba Alonzi feels very underrated. I agree. I agree because it's one that I have not listened to much, and I feel like I should have listened to it more. Like I said, it fits the characters very well made track, just not one that I've happened to listen to that much. And it may annoy some of you that I'm specifically looking at it like this, as opposed to trying to compare like how I think how well they're made. But the reason why I can't do that is exactly why this tier is here, because some of these I haven't listened to in so long that I wouldn't really know where to put them in a different kind of tier list, right? This fits way better with like my relationship to the tracks. I'm not trying to be critical of the tracks, right? I just listen to them when I listen to them. So this is way more representative of like my relationship with the tracks, you know? So again, this especially is very subjective terminology. So like you can do it however you want. You can tier list them however you want. But for me, this has got to be what it is for me. So again, next up would have been the really, really long one. But I think considering that it's already 2:30, like if the next one takes like an hour or something, LittleZbot now re-rank them based on the track art. I mean, I guess we do have a little more time now, but like, I don't know. Do you guys want to see that? Do you want me to re-rank them based on the track art? If I get enough people saying yes, then I might do it. Otherwise, I'll probably just move on. But if that's something you guys actually want to see, and like just how I think of what I think of the track art, I can do that. Definitely means though we're not going to have enough time for the really big one. Because what is it? It's 2:30 right now. Even if the really big one took like what? Even if it took like an hour, then we would get to like 2:30. We'd get to 3:30. I don't know. I don't really want to say what it is because I don't want to promise anything that I'm not necessarily going to do, right? Someone says no and someone says yes. Okay, that's great. That's great. We're making great progress. Someone says sure. Okay. Someone says no. Nah. Thing is, I feel bad because it is a super chat, right? But that means like anyone who super chats can just detour the stream however they want, right? And I don't really want to set that precedent necessarily. It was a joke, but I wouldn't mind it. Big one can always happen. Another stream. That's... I like that the best you get is sure, and why not? That's No Moon is a perfect track name. Thank you so much, Ranger Forever, for the super chat. Absolutely agree. It is a great name. A great name for the track, for sure. We can save that for a future stream. Okay. Maybe if we have enough time by the end, I'll see... You know what? How about this? By the end of the stream, after we've done everything that I've wanted to do, if we have enough time, I can either go back to, like, something else, depending on how much time we have for it, right? Like, if we have a lot of time, maybe I'll go to the really big one, or maybe I'll rank these based on track art, right? We'll see. If I haven't... That's actually the better way to do it. Go through the tier list that I know I want to do, and then, depending on what time we have left, maybe we can do something else, right? But then we're not gonna risk running out of time. I think that's the better way to do it. Speaking of which, however, there is something where I want to ask you guys if there's a certain kind of tier list that you want. I have created 2 custom tier lists that are based around my videos. Now, this is not something we have to do if you guys really aren't feeling it. Like, if you just want to move on to, like, the versus matchup review one, we can absolutely do that. But I have, in case people are interested, I do have a tier list ranking my death battle predictions based on how accurate they were. And I have another one ranking my trailers that I've made for this channel. So again, we don't have to do either of those, or we could do both if you guys really want to, but this is just something that I've made in case people were interested. So if you guys want to see either of those, let me know in the chat. We can do whatever people want more of, or if you'd rather move on and we just stick to more of like the strict death battle stuff, we can do that. But I do have both of those tier lists ready to go in case that's something that people wanted to do. As far as the predictions, it's not all the predictions I've done. It's everything since Omni-Man versus Bardock up to Sentry versus Superboy Prime. So if you guys want to do that, that's great. If you guys don't want to do that though, and if you want to move on to again, like the versus matchup review or something, we can do that as well. This is just something I thought in case people were morbidly curious about stuff like that. Maybe ranking how great characterization is ranking a death. That's something that I considered for this, but the problem is that, like, again, it's difficult to know where the cutoff is, right? Like, I did season finales because that's, like, a good sample size that I can rank. With, like, ranking the deaths or whatever, I guess I would pick a specific season for it and do it for that. Characterization, I don't feel like I'm as good to do because I don't necessarily know whether the characterization is good or not, or like amazing or not, more so, right? Like there's probably more people that have more issues with some of the characterization than I would have, or they understand some nuances that maybe I wouldn't. The deaths, though, maybe. Definitely not for this stream because I don't have it ready to go, but if we do like another tier listing stream, that's something I can keep in mind. Okay, I love the predictions idea, but only if it's a straight got this wrong versus got this right. It's not, unfortunately. There's 5 tiers for it. And it's like different levels of well, okay, it's like 2 levels of got it right, 2 levels of got it wrong, and there's a middle one that's just no result. Which you can probably understand why that one exists if you've been keeping up with my predictions. But again, this is only if like enough people are interested. I don't want to force this amongst anyone if you guys don't want. Question, can we change our top 10? What do you mean your top 10? Like your top 10 of just any ranking that you do? Yeah, you can change whatever you want. I'm not sure if that pertains to this stream or not. Ranking deaths, I feel, works better as a video. Something like my personal favorite death battle deaths. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes I do like ranking the like doing stuff like this in a stream because it's more casual, right? If you guys haven't noticed, like ranking things in a really like structured way isn't how I like doing it most of the time, just because like I don't even know the right way to put it. I guess I just don't like committing to things so much, you know, or I feel like maybe I can't put my thoughts together as well. You know, I don't know. I kind of just prefer ranking because my relationship with Death Battle is still a very casual one, right? Like I enjoy what I enjoy and I don't enjoy what I don't enjoy. And there are times where I feel like I don't really want to have to explain myself all the time, right? But I do also kind of agree that like something like that does feel like it could be a good video. Like something where maybe you script it out a bit more. I actually said only if it's not. Okay, sorry, I misread that then. My apologies. Thank you for the super chat to clarify. No, it is more than just that. It's only a little bit more, but it is more than just that. What if you do the big one now and save your matchup? Do the big one now and save your matchup review ranking as a post like you did at the end of last year? Sure, I could, but I actually undid that tier list. Like, I'd be picking it off from the last stream that I did it for, actually. I know what you're talking about, where I did post it, where I updated it for the end of the last year, but I've actually undone that, because some of my opinions have changed, and some people may not have seen that post. They may have only seen the stream, so I kind of want to pick up from where the last stream was. I want to do the versus matchup review one, and if we have time, then maybe we can do the big one. Ranking all the who would win and why episodes, I think there's a tier list for that? That can't be right. There's no way someone's made a tier list for that. I certainly haven't. That's one where I don't really want to do that, because there's too many episodes, and most of them are very unscripted, and they're just not comparable to each other, right? Maybe if I was doing like who, when, and why from a certain point, maybe that would be fine, but all of them, absolutely not. Raptor, I've been asking you a question you still have not answered. What is your preferred matchup for... I don't even know how to say that, from Earthbound. Okay, I need to make this clear, guys, that like I can't respond to every single message, right? I'm sorry if I'm skipping over like certain people more often than not, but the only way that you guarantee that your message gets read is through a super chat, okay? I'm sorry, but there's just too many people for me to answer everybody's questions, okay? So please do not expect that your message is going to get read. That being said, as far as that character, I don't really know. The only Earthbound matchups that I'm really thinking about a lot right now are like, well, it's mainly just Ness versus Frisk, honestly. I can't think of many other characters from Earthbound that like I really want to see on Death Battle. It's more like Ness would be great. Is there anyone else that like I'm really obviously missing? Isn't there like an Eric Cartman versus like another Earthbound character? I feel like that one could be fun, but as far as that character, I'm not 100% sure. You know what? How about this? We'll go through the prediction one very quickly, okay? just because I think it might be fun to go through these and see, and also because this sample size is more of, it has more wrong predictions than normal. So it's going to be more interesting to see where everything goes. I promise I will go through this quickly, and then we will we'll move on to the versus matchup review one, and then we'll see how much time we have left from there. I just don't want to, spend too much more time just, not doing anything. So Omni-Man versus Bardock, this one, I absolutely failed this one. I got the stats completely wrong, attributing speed to Omni-Man and strength to Bardock. And again, this is specifically how Death Battle did it, not like what the general consensus is of what Death Battle should have done. This is comparing it to how Death Battle ruled it. And comparing it to that, yeah, didn't put enough emphasis on Omni-Man's experience advantage, and got the stats completely wrong. So this is one where I absolutely failed. This is nailed it, got it right, no result, got it wrong, and failed it. Again, there's going to be more in here than normal, because this is a patch where I've gotten more stuff wrong. So we'll see about that. Joker versus Giorno. This is one where I pretty well nailed it. I figured out that Joker had some ways of getting past the GER, and one of them was one that ended up being correct. The Omnipotent Orb, that was one that Death Battle put a lot of focus onto. So this is one where I very much think, yeah, it pretty well worked out exactly how I thought it was going to. I guess the only difference is that they don't think that a Return to Zero requires GER to kill someone before it actually happens, but I don't know, that's just a side thing more, so it didn't really matter that much. So overall, I still say nailed it. Bowser versus Eggman, I put in got it right, because there's just so many moving parts here that, I don't think it's really fair to be oh yeah, I got it right for all the reasoning that they did. There's still some stuff I brought up that Death Battle didn't put a lot of focus on. There's stuff that Death Battle brought up that I didn't put a lot of focus on. So I think the only proper spot is got it right there. Kind of same with Among Us versus Fall Guys. Probably put this one a little higher, because I think I didn't put enough of an emphasis on the offense advantage that the crewmates or the imposter had, but otherwise I think I did get a decent amount of it right, so I think I'd probably put it there. Kratos versus Asura kind of by default goes here, because this is one where I just kind of explained why I thought lore was fair to use, but otherwise, it's just yeah, I think lore is fair to use, therefore Kratos wins. I didn't really explain a lot of the exact reasoning, but that's because I didn't think that was as important to do, right? So that one I think kind of by default has to go into the bottom of got it right, because the reasoning I was using was not normal prediction reasoning. Ghost Rider versus Spawn, this one I'm gonna put in got it wrong. I wouldn't say I failed it, because I didn't know where a lot of the advantages were. I just thought that neither of these characters could really kill each other, and I thought that if anyone was going to have the advantage of just who was going to end up killing the other just based on reasons, I thought it was going to be Ghost Rider, whereas no, Death Battle concluded that Spawn's resistances were better. But it was kind of that one little puzzle piece I was missing, that if I had that, I think it would have had a better idea of this. So I think failed it is too harsh. I put it in got it wrong. Shigaraki versus Mahito, I got this one right for basically all the reasons. Would I put it higher? Would I put it higher or lower, actually? Maybe I'd put it here, because I did get it. I did get I think nearly all the advantages right. For Joker versus Giorno, I was more so thinking I'm not sure if I have a super concrete way of knowing how Joker's gonna win, even though I did end up bringing up what Death Battle did use. I was more so thinking I think it's just more likely that Joker's gonna win based on some of these reasons. So I think for that reason, yeah, I'd put Shigaraki versus Mahito a little higher. What is after that? Master Chief versus Doomslayer. This one is very similar to Kratos versus Asura, where the things I said in the video were not as much of a prediction. And this one I would put even lower, because I mostly just talked about what I thought about rematches and stuff. So again, kind of by default, I feel it has to go with the bottom of got it right, because I did predict it correctly, but I'm not really focusing a lot on the exact reasoning. Simone versus Kyle. This one is similar to Ghost Rider versus Spawn, where there was just a bit of a puzzle piece missing here. I think I'll put it here, because if I was even saying that without the anti-life equation, I thought Simone would have definitely won, but I ultimately thought they were going to use the life equation, and then Simone still won. So I ultimately went with Kyle just because of the life equation and it didn't work out. So it's another one kind of like Ghost Rider versus Spawn where it's like I didn't fundamentally get it wrong. I just like, there was a little thing that was missing there that I feel like if I had put that together, maybe I would have gotten it better. Well, actually, no, I'll put it one lower because I still feel like maybe I didn't understand the exact degree of, like, Simone's hacks, I guess. Like, Simone's specific capabilities and resistances. So I'll put it one lower, actually. This one is at the top. This is actually, like, Wily versus Tom, considering the amount of information that there was, this one has, like... I am actually probably the most proud of this one out of, like, any of my predictions that I've done basically ever. With how much material there is and, like, the complexity of the debate and the fact that seemingly everyone was going with Tom, I am very happy that I was able to get this right and for nearly, like, all the correct reasons. That, like, you know, the DNA dissolver probably works. Wily has weaponry that can just affect tunes better than, like, Tom does. I am so fucking proud of this prediction, actually. This is one where, like, I am very, very proud of it. So this one, I think, goes at the top. Spider-Man versus Deku. This one, I basically got... I probably put it here, just because there were some aspects of it that I don't know if I got, like, completely correct. Or would I put... Again, like, would I put it above... I'll put it here. I'll say... No, I take it back. I'm putting it, like... Probably put it here. Just because the main thing I'm thinking about with this one was the idea of, like, whether or not Miles' Venom abilities would be really effective on Quirk users. Death Battle seemed to think that yes, it would be, but otherwise, like, as far as all the advantages go, it's like Shigaraki versus Mahito. Like, I got, like, everything right here, so I think it goes there. I didn't predict Hulk versus Godzilla. If you really want to know what I was thinking going into Hulk versus Godzilla, this is something I haven't really said on the channel before. If you really want to know what I thought about going into Hulk versus Godzilla, it's that I was, again, kind of like Ghost Rider versus Spawn, I was not coming up with a lot of ways, or really any ways, that these characters could have affected each other, right? I was not coming up with ways that these characters could kill each other. So I was really worried about, like, trying to commit to anything that I was really unsure about. The main thing that I was coming to, actually, is that Bruce Banner may have to be the way that this battle ends. And I know this sounds so cheap saying it so retroactively, but, like, that was the main thing I was thinking. It's like, I don't think Godzilla can kill Hulk. I don't think Hulk can kill Godzilla. I'm seeing a lot of people saying that, well, Bruce Banner might be able to do something. And that was the thing that I kind of just thought, well, is this what I'm going to have to say? Because I can't come to any major conclusion. But I ultimately decided against it because I felt like that was cheap. And I felt like, you know, I still don't really have a good method of, like, Bruce killing Godzilla. This is just, like, the one string I might be able to pull on for, like, either of these characters killing the other. Now, if I had known about stuff that Death Battle had brought up, like Bruce creating an ultimate nullifier, or Bruce scaling to an alternate universe Reed Richards, who, you know, was able to solve a difficulty level of problem that was more complex than what Godzilla Ultima or the Singular Point was labeled as. If I knew that going into it, I would have made the prediction and I would have said Hulk wins because of that, right? But because I didn't know about any specific instances that proved that Bruce was able to do it, I didn't want to make the prediction. But that is technically what my mind was going to. But again, I didn't make it because I didn't feel comfortable saying it for that reason, you know, because I didn't have any good reasons for, like, to, like, back that up other than I can't think of anything else. But I still didn't predict it, still no result. Some people may think this should be at the bottom, actually, but because we're specifically ranking this based on accuracy, I think, like, not applicable deserves to be in the middle. Raptor trying to cover up his secret deal with Death Battle. Uh-huh. As always. I see some people talking about what they got right and wrong. Yeah, like I said, this is a patch where I definitely got, like, more wrong than usual. And of course, that's bound to happen sometimes. Sometimes I am bound to get more things wrong. There's just some unlucky patches. But I still get more predictions right than wrong, and that's good enough for me. Ruby versus Maka. This one, the only thing that was different between my interpretation and Death Battle's interpretation is that I said that I thought the Black Blood, maybe I'll put it here. The Black Blood I thought wouldn't wouldn't be affected by the Silver Eyes, which Death Battle seemed to think that, or at least like madness wavelengths, because of that, like the black blood should be affected, or the madness should be affected by the Silver Eyes or whatever it is. So we did definitely disagree on that. So I think in that sense it is a little similar to Miles versus Deku. I also thought speed, it was maybe Ruby could have had speed, but I also thought it was going to be close. And some of the calculations I think we did were a little different too. So yeah, similar to Miles versus Deku, but probably still a little higher. Blade versus Buffy, this one I am comfortable saying that I got pretty well completely wrong. This is one I would say that I failed it. I was familiar, obviously I love Buffy, and I was familiar with the show. I've watched the whole show, and I was familiar with the comics as well. I had to be, because I did a Who, When, and Why with, well, not just Blade versus Buffy long ago, but also Dark Willow versus White Violin. I was not as familiar with the novels, though, and I didn't realize how much of a switch up that made. I didn't realize that, like, as far as Buffy's resistances, I thought Buffy basically didn't have any, like, esoteric resistances. That definitely would have changed things. I didn't realize that Buffy was stronger. I thought that Buffy could have been physically stronger than Blade. I didn't realize it was by that much of a degree, though. I also thought Blade was faster. Like, there's a lot of things from just the Buffy content that I was missing. And it was cool to learn a lot more about Buffy. Like I said, I love Buffy, but this is one where I can definitely be like, I failed this one. The only reason why I put it higher than, well, the only reason why I put it higher than Blade versus, than Omni-Man versus Bardock is because there were still a decent amount of things I got right here. Whereas Omni-Man versus Bardock, the only thing I got right about this one really is that they were going to be including Super Saiyan. Otherwise, I didn't get a lot of other aspects of it right. Although then again, I think there were a lot of other people who didn't either. But this is still specifically based on what I said, right? Trying to go through the rest of this, Dante versus Clive, this is another one that I pretty well failed. I thought that Dante was overall physically superior, at least by like the smallest of margins. I thought they were close, but I thought Dante was a little stronger and faster. Clearly that's not how Death Battle did it. And the whole idea of like the super form time duration being like the deciding factor didn't even cross my mind. So that's like a huge misfire on my part. I saw a lot of people saying that, oh yeah, Clive wins because of hacks, and that's something I didn't really agree with. Like, I didn't see a lot of like useful hacks in that way, and clearly Death Battle didn't put a lot of focus onto that either. He still has some good abilities, but like obviously so does Dante. But this is one where, yeah, like it's more than I was just missing a little puzzle piece. I was missing a big puzzle piece here. And as far as some of the comparison, yeah, I thought that Dante was going to be a little better. Clearly not to the degree that he was, though. And Ash versus Yugi is kind of similar to Bowser versus Eggman, where I think it probably put a little above Bowser versus Eggman, but it's one where there's so many moving pieces that like it's hard for me to say that I nailed it, because we're not all gonna bring up the same stuff, right? There was some stuff we did bring up together. Like, I brought up that I thought that as Ash loses more Pokemon, it's going to be harder for him. And that is what happened. That is something that Death Battle brought up, that like, you know, the Yugi doesn't have any bad cards, whereas like Ash, if he loses his strong Pokemon, then it really becomes harder for him to do it. That's something we both brought up. So I put it on the higher side of got it right, but I think overall still kind of like Bowser versus Eggman. There's too many moving parts for me to say like, yeah, like I nailed that one. Ichigo versus Yusuke is one that I'm kind of torn between. I think I'm probably going to put it at the top of got it right. There's a part of me that wants to say nailed it, but honestly, like, I feel like I can't put it there because of the specifics that Death Battle brought up as far as Ichigo and Yusuke's level of power. That's definitely not something that I brought up. I more so talked about it in, like, generalizations. So that's not, you know, as great as the ones up here where I think it was a lot more accurate. So that's one where it's like I had a good idea of like where the advantages lay with these characters, and some of them I thought there might have been an argument to be made for Yusuke being faster, but again, that's something I kind of just brought up briefly. Not faster than Ichigo, but faster than Death Battle said he was, more so. But again, that's just something that I brought up briefly, just to try to bring up everything. But this I think is like the higher end of got it right. I think that's fair. Cell versus Metal, this one I think I really nailed. But like this was easy to nail. Same with Bakugo versus Reze. Another one that like I basically got everything right with, but that's because it was easy. Like, everyone got, like, every aspect of these matchups right. Like, all the advantages here, like, I thought that Metal could basically copy everything Cell had. That was nailed. All the advantages. I guess the only thing that was different was speed. That Death Battle gave speed to Cell, which I'm still not 100% sure if I agree with. So I guess by that logic, maybe I should put this one a little lower. Whereas with this one, like, basically everything was the same as what I said, as far as, like, the advantages and whatnot. Maybe I guess for... no, I'll still put you here, because there's still a lot of this I got right. And Death Battle did mention, you know, the infinite speed stuff for both of them in the top corner. So I think, to be fair, yeah, I'll put it below Bakugo versus Reze, but I'll put it here. And then Gru versus Megamind, did I get it right? Well, I got it right. Probably here. Because, again, like, there's so much going on that Death Battle did kind of take a different approach than I thought they were going to take as far as how they were doing it categorically. Like, they gave, you know, weapons a tie just because of, like, the effectiveness of it all. And they gave, like, minions a tie. Like, I thought that those were going to be structured a little bit differently. But I think overall I still nailed it a bit more than these two as far as, like, anticipating what they were going to say, right? So I think this is where I would put that one. Yuji versus Denji, this one I pretty thoroughly got wrong. I wouldn't say that I failed it, because there were still some, like, I knew Denji was going to be faster. I knew that his healing was better. I knew that there were at least some abilities Yuji had that were going to give Denji a hard time. The main thing was that I wasn't sure if Denji had the strength advantage, or if he was going to have a strength advantage by enough of a margin that Yuji's crazier abilities weren't going to eventually, like, overcome everything, right? I thought that was a very fair possibility. But clearly I did take that in a wrong direction. If I knew that Death Battle was going to be taking the Oregon thing literally, I 100% would have gone with Denji. No question about that. I think if I was actually ranking these based on, like, this, just the quality of the prediction itself, this one I would actually probably say would go at the bottom. This is the worst prediction I think I've done in a long time. But as far as specifically, like, the accuracy of everything, I think it's fair to go here. Like, the lower end of got it wrong, but not quite failed it. And then Sentry versus Superboy Prime. This is another one where, like, I see this, like, at the same level as Wily versus Tom. This is another one that I am incredibly proud of. As far as, like, what I was able to pick out for these characters. Because for this matchup, a lot of people's first instinct was Superboy Prime wins because Retcon Punch. And I wanted to make sure I did enough research to make sure that, like, is that actually true? And what does Sentry have? And I was so happy to come to the conclusion that, yes, like, it's not just the gut instinct. Superboy Prime does win because he has a way of killing Sentry whereas he can resist more of what Sentry has. Like, I was really happy to come to that conclusion after the research. So another one I consider, I'm very, very proud of this one. And then we also have Aang versus Traveler, where this one currently has no result. It's also my most popular prediction now, by the way. How the hell is it my most popular one? It must be like the Genshin fans that have all come in and because it's also my most liked prediction. It's approaching 1,000 likes. I have no fucking clue how this, of all my not even the ones on this tier list, literally my most viewed prediction ever, which is insane to me. But I'm not complaining, it's just absolutely insane to me. But this one has no result right now. If I had to guess, I think I'm gonna get this one right. And if I had to guess where it's gonna go, I would probably say maybe like around here. I don't think it's gonna be nailed it, because I have seen some other arguments that say, like, okay, yeah, there's maybe some other things I could have considered a little bit more. I think it's gonna go somewhere in this tier. Like, maybe here, maybe here or something. I think it's gonna go somewhere like that. But for now, it's no result. And yeah, like I said, Sentry versus Prime, like, these two to me are, like, the two predictions that I think I am the most proud of in recent memory, just based on what I had to know in order to do it, and what I was able to get out of it. So that's that. Hope you guys appreciated that well enough. That's just something I thought that might have been fun to do, and kind of, critique myself a little bit. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to drink a bit more water, and then we'll move on to the versus matchup review one. We'll make sure to do that. Let's be real, it's going into Nailed It. I don't know. I feel like it depends on, again, it depends on the reasoning they used. I do, well, spoilers for my prediction. You should go check. Actually, no, I'm not going to spoil my prediction. I do think that who I said is going to win, but there's a part of me that thinks that there were just some other things I could have brought up that maybe I didn't. I don't know, though. We'll see what... If it goes into nailed it, that's great, but... Another reason, though, is because I wasn't very specific with the Traveler's level of power. Like, I feel like it's very easy for Death Battle to get specific with that and maybe be very different from what I said. That's more so why I'm thinking it's probably gonna be, like, got it right, as opposed to nailed it. Thank you so much, LittleZbot, sorry, for the $10. My favorite fireside chat was the one post-Gru Mega. Chat was mad, and it started with the team calmly answering questions until they reduced to, did you even watch the video with all the stupid? Yeah, don't get me wrong, there are valid criticisms for Gru versus Megamind. There absolutely are. But there are definitely some criticisms I've seen thrown towards Gru versus Megamind where, yeah, maybe Death Battle could have explained some things better, but they definitely could have, like, some people just seem to not pay attention to everything. I definitely agree that there's some things that they should, that people need to pay attention more for, you know? The whole stereotype that Death Battle fans can't read, as a Discord server owner, I am so sorry to say that is 100% true, and it's annoying as fuck sometimes. So, yeah, I do think some people need to pay more attention. Some things like Gru's speed, sorry, not Gru's speed, Megamind's speed, I feel like either there was more they could have said, like there's higher speed they could have given him, or there's, or Death Battle need to explain more why they were capping him at that, you know? So, yeah. There's definitely some things that Death Battle could have explained more, but there's also some things where it's like, yeah, you guys, like, need to pay more attention. You have to get your own preconceived notions about the characters, like, put that to the side at least momentarily to make sure you're really paying attention to what they're saying. Santiago, thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, boys, I'm back. Glad to have you back. Thank you so much for the super chat, as always. But okay, now that we've done all of this, we don't need to talk more about the predictions at all. We can stop being as self-indulgent, but maybe still being a little self-indulgent, because now we're going to, do the versus matchup review one. I just realized as well that I don't think I listed, or I sent in the chat the predictions one, but you guys don't really need to rank the predictions one, right? I think that's one where it's okay that you don't have it. But I've now sent in the this one should be the versus matchup review one. So we are going to update this. And like I said to the person earlier, I did update this for like the end of the year earlier, but I did not, I undid that because I wanted to redo it live so that everyone could see me do all of the matchups live, you know? So we are still going to do that. So if I go back to... It's this one, right? Yeah. So this is what we currently have right now. There are also some changes that I've made, which I guess I should go over before I start doing the new one. So some of them are small changes, but I'll go over like the ones that I consider to be big changes. So obviously, Cell versus Metal has happened at this point. Yuji versus Denji has happened by this point. And I still rank in the already happened tier. I still rank these specifically by how much I like the matchup itself, not the episode. Okay, just to be clear. But I have all of these that are in the already happened. We have these in my top 10, top 30, top 50. These haven't really changed that much from what I'm understanding. As far as let me just mute my phone really quick. I just realized it's okay. There you go. I still have the really like it stuff. So some of this has changed a little bit. Like I've moved. Can you guys see this? Yeah. I've moved like Kirby versus Homura a little bit. I've moved Luz versus Ann up to really like it. I'm fine to say that I do really like it at this point. These two are in really like it. I think this one went down a little bit and this one went a little higher. These two are at the bottom because it's like I do really like them, but I could also see some of these characters fighting other opponents like Mask, Beetlejuice, or Waluigi, right? Then we have this stuff in like it. This I think is pretty well about the same as before. Just not necessarily in the same order. Same with Interested. Some of this stuff is swapped around a little bit. I think I brought Gandalf versus Dumbledore up to Interested a little bit just because, like, I do think we should get more Lord of the Rings on Death Battle, and like, how else are they really gonna do it, right? So like, this is still the obvious matchup. So like, I put this one in up to interested. I do have a new category, which is interested as a bonus episode. If you've seen my versus matchup review videos, you'll probably know what's going in there, but I will get to that when we get to that. I think that's the only new tier for this. And then we also have, yeah, this is the ending of it. So we have Take It or Leave It, pretty well the same, I think. Would be a DBX, and then Don't Want to See It. I've moved some stuff down to Don't Want to See It. This one is already a DBX, so I kind of feel like, why would I say, like, I don't want it to be a DBX again, you know? So I kind of just put it down to Don't Want to See It. And then also Gohan versus Invincible War. I don't really want to see that one. I've moved Alistair versus Black Hat down to Would Take as a... I've renamed this to Would Take as a DBX, like specifically as opposed to a Death Battle. Some of the stuff here, like, would be a DBX if this didn't exist. It would either go in Take It or Leave It or Don't Want to See It. Probably, though, Don't Want to See It, because the way this is phrased, Would Take as a DBX, means that's the way I would accept it, right? Like, yeah, these guys I would accept as a DBX. Most of them would be going in Don't Want to See It, though, if this didn't exist. You know, that kind of thing. So these two are very tied to each other, you know? Hold on, where's sausage versus pepperoni? It's right here. Can you guys not see? It's right here. This one is sausage versus pepperoni. This is still one where it's like, yeah, if Death Battle's gonna do it, it has to be a DBX. Kind of like a Goomba versus Koopa style DBX. Thank you so much, LittleZbot, for the $2. But yes, sausage versus pepperoni is right here. And then for the rest of them, I'm gonna pin them right here. So now we have... Actually, can I unpin them first? Just to show you... Yeah, let me unpin this really quick. So just to show you all of them, these are all the matchups that we're going to be doing here. So we left off right before John Constantine versus Rido, and then we're going all the way down to Top versus Terra. These 8 are the ones that came out from the video last week, so I'm probably not going to have as much to say about the stuff that's more recent, because I like literally just reviewed them. But we'll still talk about all of these, right? We'll make sure we have enough time for all of these. So let me pin these again, and then we will... And some things may change around depending on like if I see it fit. But for now, we're just going to go from here and see how it goes. So John Constantine versus Rido. So I actually confirmed in a previous stream that this one is now in my top 50. If I can move it, it's supposed to be after you. Yep, there you go. This one's now in my top 50. It's replaced when... I think it was when Blade versus Buffy, because Monokuma versus Koro Sensei entered once Ghost Rider versus Spawn happened. I needed a replacement for that. This one is replacing Blade versus Buffy. Again, still like lower, but like it's the new 50th, right? But then you might be wondering, what replaces you? What replaces Yuji versus Denji? Because that one was in my top 50, but now it's not. If I'm being honest, it's this one. This, I would say, is now in my top 50. I'm very fortunate that like all the ones that I would be updating for my top 50 are already in this tier list, because otherwise it would be like, what would replace Yuji versus Denji? Well, something that's not on here, right? And maybe I wouldn't want to commit to it just yet. But this one, I can definitely say, is what takes the new 50th spot after Yuji versus Denji happened, which I know is going to make some people happy. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. I think that's one of the only adjustments I'll be doing for like the already existing ones. I just wanted to like group it in with this one to like update my top 50 in that way. Now, what do we have? We have Osmosis Jones versus White Blood Cell. I don't know. This is either going in somewhere in Like It or somewhere in Interested. It's such a crazy idea. It's like Ego versus Mogo, but in reverse. Like, it feels like the matchup that, like, should happen with these characters. And they are combative enough, I think, that it could very, very easily work. I think I'm going to put this one in Like It. But probably somewhere on the lower end. Like, this is kind of like where I see, like, the silly stuff, right? Like, the sillier stuff that I still think could very well work. So I think probably here. I'm going to go over all of this again at some point later, but I think for right now I would put it here. Jimmy Neutron versus Dexter. This one's obviously somewhere in the top 10. I think it's here. The top 10, remember, is for, like, anything that's ever been in the top 10. Just noticing my face is covering some of this stuff. I want to make sure you can still see everything. But the top 10 is for anything that's ever been in the top 10, except for stuff that, of course, has already happened, like Bowser versus Eggman, Simone versus Kyle, and all that. So yeah, Jimmy versus Dexter would absolutely go there. Bakugo versus Rexplode. This is something that I kind of have to make a big update for, because now that we've gotten Bakugo versus Reze, it has killed my excitement for Bakugo versus Rexplode. Because honestly, it would be doing a very similar thing. It would just be another explosion fest where the My Hero Academia character washes. And I'm honestly a little tired of all these My Hero Academia episodes where it ends with, oh yeah, the power difference was no contest, or it was obvious. Like, in a vacuum, I do think this matchup is kind of cool. I would probably put it in like low like it, high interested, but actually wanting it as a death battle, I don't really want it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it feels too similar to Bakugo versus Reze. I don't really think we need both of them. Like, it would result in a very similar result. That's not grammatically correct, but it would be a very similar result. It would result in a very similar episode. Like, I just don't want... I want more My Hero Academia characters that are actually more thought-provoking and not where, like, they always just completely wash. And especially now that we've gotten a Bakugo episode with that, yeah, it's kind of killed my interest in this one quite a bit. So it's gotten to the point where, honestly, I would only want this as a DBX. I think, honestly, like, maybe after enough time, I would maybe bump this up to take it or leave it, to be like, okay, it's been a long time since we've had a Bakugo episode. We could do Bakugo versus Rex. But honestly, like I said, this one is just too similar as far as, like, the debate aspect to Bakugo versus Reze, that as far as wanting it as a death battle, I would just prefer to see a flashy fight and not get like such an because the debate is still one of the worst things about this matchup, and especially after Bakugo versus Reze, my tolerance for it has just plummeted, you know? So I think it goes to the top of what would be a DBX for me. Oh, thank you so much, Santiago, for the super chat. My today's personal top 5 are, they are not in order, Giorno versus Ladybug, Desmond Miles versus Remo Williams, Jared versus Koichi Kimura, hope I'm pronouncing that right, Nick Ramos versus Danny Rojas, and Bertram versus Mandark. Mandark, is that how you say that? Very nice. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very nice list. Moving on, we have Scorpion versus Wolf. This one is in my, I think it's like my top 15. I think it's here. Is that right? Again, for convenience's sake, I'm trying to order this as similar to my top 50 as possible. I think it was around here. I think this is where it was. Sackboy versus Maxwell is another one that would also be like really high. It was higher than you. Yes? Yes, it was right here. So it bumps Old Man Logan versus Last Ronin down a little bit, but yes, this one was also here. And again, like, Mysterio versus Scarecrow is bumped up to the top 10 because, again, just because Ghost Rider versus Spawn happened. And I think also because of that, that's also why The Knight versus Ori got bumped up to top 30, because, like, we've had 2 episodes now that are higher than it that have happened. Or maybe even 3. Were all of them? Yeah, I think all the 3 that have happened, like Ghost Rider versus Spawn, Blade versus Buffy, and now Yuji versus Denji, they were all higher than this one. So it was like number 32 on the list. That's why it's now bumped up to number 30. But of course, because this one is so high, Perry versus Skipper, I don't think it's quite made it to the top 10 yet. But it would get there, I think, if like 1 or 2 more of these ones happened. Mace Windu versus Byakuya Kuchiki. This is probably going more around the interested mark. Like, yeah, there are other Star Wars matchups I just want more than it, you know? There are some, there are some Bleach matchups I can think of that I would want, but not that many of them, to be honest. So I guess for the sake of just getting more Bleach matchups, I would probably put it, like, somewhere, it's gonna be somewhere in interested, I think. Maybe... If you can do what I want you to do and, like, not be a bitch, it would probably be about there, I think. Yeah, this section is kind of like a bit of a cutoff where it's like cusping on take it or leave it, but, like, I would still be interested in it. This, I would say, is probably, like, yeah, on the low... Or would I put it... Would I put it maybe above... No, I think this is probably correct. I think this is right, yeah. Again, this is all very rough. Don't focus too much on the exact placements, but this is about where I would say it goes. Next up, Ben 10 versus Jaden. This absolutely goes somewhere and really like it. Again, probably the lower end. I think... No, higher than you. I think higher than Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles. Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles is one that's kind of fluctuated a lot for me. I still really like it, but like it's not like... I think before I might have said it's nearing my top 50. No, I wouldn't say that anymore. But Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles I still put around here. And yeah, Ben versus Jaden. This is the way I want to see Ben come back at this point, and it would be very cool to see more Yu-Gi-Oh get on. So this is absolutely one that I can put in really like it. Knuckles versus Piccolo. So like I said, I like Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles more than Knuckles versus Piccolo. I do recognize that Knuckles versus Piccolo is cool. Like, there are some cool elements to it. It would probably be at least a bit more debatable than Metal Sonic versus Cell, but I also don't think it can really coast off of the hype alone like Goku versus Sonic can, for instance. So to me, it's kind of like, I don't really think we need all of these Sonic versus Dragon Ball matchups, right? Like, I feel like we very easily don't need all of them. We should just do like the biggest ones. Kind of like same reason why, even though I really enjoyed Cell versus Metal, the matchup itself is kind of confusing to me because it's like, if everyone's saying that Goku versus Sonic is debatable, which I think is fair to say, at least to some degree, then why are we doing Cell? Like, Cell versus Metal Sonic feels like intentionally like a pointless debate at that point. I understand it's cool, but something being cool is not really enough for me to get on board on its own. Thank you, Ray, so much for the $5. What was your initial reaction to Ben getting his arm cut off? Well, I think my reaction to Ben versus Hal should still be up on my channel. You can double check that if you want. I have to imagine, though, it was something like just being really surprised. Because I was going into that expecting Ben to win. And then when he got his arm cut off, I was thinking like again, I understood what was happening. Like, he went back in time to the start of the fight and cut off his arm. I don't think it was so much like, oh my god, no, that wouldn't happen. It was just like really, like, it was just a lot of shock. I think that was probably more what it was. But I can understand why that pissed off a lot of people. Again, though, like, I'm a Ben 10 fan, right? But like, I was going into death battles not expecting that like my favorite character should absolutely win. It was the kind of thing like where I'm gonna save my judgment or any rage that I have for after Death Battle explains themselves, right? So it's not really like, oh my god, why the hell did they do that? Like, it was probably just more shock. But again, you can go watch the video if you want. I think it's probably still up. But anyway, yeah, for Knuckles versus Piccolo, kind of similar to Cell versus Metal. I think this is one that goes somewhere and take it or leave it. I think SpongeBob versus Gumball, actually, this one was more interested before, but I think, I bumped it down a little bit to take it or leave it. Just because I think, while it could be cool to have SpongeBob come back to a death battle and, like, give him something that's not just SpongeBob versus Super Friends Aquaman, I think there might be better options for him than Gumball. But if it happened, it's like, fine, that's okay. But this is another one where I think I would probably put it in take it or leave it, just because, again, like, I think that we don't need all the Dragon Ball versus Sonic matchups out there, and especially now that we've gotten Cell versus Metal Sonic, I'm thinking, like, maybe let's just do Goku versus Sonic instead if you really want to do, like, a really hard-hitting Dragon Ball versus Sonic episode, right? Even though Mario versus Sonic 3 is another thing I'd be very, very happy to see. I personally prefer Santa versus Easter Bunny and Dracula versus Frankenstein or Krampus over Santa versus Dracula. I also prefer more Amazon Soldier Boy versus Ultimate Captain America over Peacemaker. I agree that, like, there are some things I think that are better than Santa versus Dracula. That's not really one that's appealed to me because I don't really love when compositing is, like, the connections between the characters. But I'll be honest, I do like Peacemaker versus Soldier Boy, which we're going to get to in just a second because it's right down here, but I do still really like Peacemaker versus Soldier Boy. So we agree on one thing, disagree a bit more on another. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Next up is Valentine versus Armstrong. This is one that I want to see just because I think it would be funny. I think it could have a good balance of being, like, really funny, but also actually tackling, like, some interesting ideologies for the characters. I think if it could strike that balance, it could be a really, really fun time. There are definitely some that I want more, but I think as far as where I would place this, would I place it higher than you guys, maybe? Maybe? Would I place it here? I don't think I want it more than Zim versus Crypto. Maybe a little. I think I'll put it maybe here. I'll come back to that one. It's going to be somewhere around this level. This is one where I definitely think I need to come back to and look at it more. But I think Valentine versus Armstrong could be a really fun time. I keep scrolling as if like the stuff isn't already pinned for me. Next up, Cinder versus Arlecchino from Genshin Impact. I specifically said in my versus matchup review that my opinion might change on it depending on what I learn more about the debate. And I will be honest, after learning more about the debate, my opinion on it has kind of gone down. I do think these characters are quite similar, and I think the fight dynamic and the animation could be really fun to look at. But I think I am less interested in it now. I'd probably still put it, well, because the thing is, I don't have like another Cinder matchup that I'm really excited for. Like Cinder versus Azula, I'm kind of just like impartial to, but it would be a hell of a lot closer than Azula versus Arlecchino. But I think Azula versus Cinder versus Arlecchino. But I think Cinder versus Arlecchino is also more like, it would be more entertaining, I think, you know? So from that perspective, I think, do I say interested or take it or leave it, actually? I don't know. I'll say interested, but it's going to be like really low interested. Like it's going to be like same level as like Donkey Kong versus Crash for me. I think that's probably where I would put it. What are the biggest tiers we have? We have a lot of stuff in like it and interested. I guess that makes sense because that's the stuff where it's like, you know, just stuff like I could be interested in seeing, but stuff that like I really want to see. Like that goes for like most matchups, I would say. So that makes sense. Speaking of like it, Chomper versus Piranha Plant definitely is one that I want. Kind of see it as similar to Zim versus Crypto, although I probably place it a little below Zim versus Crypto. Maybe. Do I put it? Yeah, where do I put it in regards to, in comparison to Valentine versus Armstrong? Maybe a little higher. Maybe? This is tough. Like, I'm trying to do all of this on the fly. Like, I have a decent idea of where a lot of these would go roughly, but otherwise it's hard to say. I know there's some debate aspects of it that are annoying, but I don't think that means Death Battle shouldn't do it. But it also means based on the interpretation, if it's like, oh, there's really no competition between them, then I don't really think that's great either. I think I'll probably, I'll put it one below. Yeah, I'll put it here. I think Rick versus Jonesy is something that could be a lot of fun. Something that just could go absolutely nuts. Probably one below that is fair. Again, this stuff is going to change tomorrow, but this I'm just trying to get any sort of concrete ranking for you guys. Ichigo versus Yusuke. This one's easy because this one happened. Where would I put this in already happened? Like, where, I think I put this in like, in my, before I made this, I think I put this somewhere in interested, like again, like when I updated this for my post at the end of the year last year, I think I put this somewhere in interested. So, and no, it would go here then probably. Yeah, lower than Kratos versus Asura. Yeah, it would go here. This is where it would have been. Again, though, I like the episode more than Kratos versus Asura, but specifically based on the matchups themselves. That's where I would put it. Ridley versus Rayquaza. Ridley is annoying to me because I really, really want Ridley on the show, but it seems like a lot of his popular options are not stuff that I want. Like, I don't really want Ridley versus Vilgax that much, which is another one we're going to be getting to later in this stream, actually, later in this tier list. But like Vilgax versus Ridley, I would not say is my preferred, and definitely not Ridley versus Rayquaza. I think Ridley versus Vile could be fun. I think Ridley versus Tanix from Destiny could also be fun. Maybe even Ridley versus Wolf. I don't know, maybe. Or there's also Ridley versus Andross, I've heard. Like, that's just my Star Fox bias, though. Those might not be as good. But as far as just this matchup on its own... Sorry. As far as this matchup on its own, this one is like a very textbook, like, would take as a DBX. I think I gotta leave you at the top of would take as a DBX, because again, I could, after enough time, I could see you moving up to take it or leave it. It probably will happen, to be perfectly honest, like after a year or two, maybe I would bring this one back up to take it or leave it. So I think I have to keep this one at the top at DBX, but this one's also fairly at the top. Actually, I would probably put it one below, well, no, yeah, I would put it, because these two are similar in that I have other opponents for them that I want to see as the actual death battle. So yeah, no, this is probably accurate right here as would take as a DBX. And as we were saying before, Peacemaker versus Soldier Boy, this is one that I would probably still keep and really like it. I think I've put it and really like it in like another tier list before. Not quite as much though, probably here. Yeah, probably more than Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles. I just think this idea is so fun if you encapsulate the characters that these, like, they're characters from the show and movie versions, right? Like, I know they do have the comic stuff as well. I think I said before that I would be okay if they just did the movie versions. After seeing like what Soldier Boy is capable of and how he scales in The Boys TV show, I think this is one where you actually should include the comics for both of them to make it more interesting, because otherwise I don't know if it's that much of a fight anymore. But other than that, most of my opinions still hold up with this one. I still really want to see it. I love these actors. I love these characters. It could be a total blast for me. But again, before I would have put it higher and really like it. It's gone a little bit down, kind of like Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles, but not you know, immensely. Who are Bertram and Mandark? They are the arch nemesis of Stewie from Family Guy, and Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory. That's right, yeah. Practically would be an evil version of Dexter versus Jimmy Neutron. That does sound cool. I'm more partial to Jimmy versus Dexter in the first place, obviously. But yeah, no, I do remember Bertram a little bit. Yeah, he's not in like that many episodes, right? But like he's still around. And Mandark, yeah, like again, like just a recurring villain. Or you say arch nemesis, right? Like, well, but of course Stewie's not always fighting like, you know, nemesis or whatever. So that's why, you know, he doesn't have to show up that much. Mandark, I assume, shows up more. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. That is a cool idea. What do we have after that? Now we have Killer Clowns versus the Mars Attack Martians. This one, again, like I kind of see this on like, I don't know why. I kind of group this in with like you know, Zim versus Crypto, maybe a little bit Chomper versus Plant. Like, it's one that's just, like, so out there. Like, also Ego versus Mogo. But this might actually be my favorite out of all of those kinds of matchups. There's a part of me that wants to put this in really like it. It's going either high like it or low really like it, honestly. This idea is so much fucking fun. I think... I think I'm going to keep it... I don't know. This is so difficult. I think I'm going to keep it in like it because I think I probably still want to see like Pete versus Bluto more than it. Actually, no, I'd put Ego versus Mogo above it. I'll put it here. It's very close to Ego versus Mogo, but I'm more attached to this one. This one, though, like the style that it could have could just be amazing. Thank you, Pin, so much for the super chat. Despite my obvious bias towards another Beetlejuice idea, Mask is still very fun, but the next time Mask gets on, it needs to use the comic version. Well, they did use the comic version in Mask, right? Like they kind of took everything, right? They did use the comics for Mask, I'm pretty sure, unless you're referencing something else. But yeah, Mask versus Beetlejuice is fun, but like Freakazoid versus the Mask, I think, is also cool. Like, Beetlejuice and the Mask each have, like, a cool amount of ideas that you could pair them with, right? Like, there's Beetlejuice versus Grimm, there's Beetlejuice versus Genie, of course. The Beetlejuice has a cool number of ideas. And of course, he also has the Mask, but then Mask also has Freakazoid. So, yeah, there's a lot of cool ways that you can use these characters. Mostly personality-wise and vibe-wise. Fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, Mask versus Beetlejuice would be, like, you really have to emphasize, like, being a cartoon character that, like, interacts with the real world. And, like, the comic is all about that, right? So, yeah, definitely putting more of an emphasis on that, for sure. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. But that's why, like, this is at the bottom of really like it, because even though I do really like the idea in a vacuum, there are other matchups that I would very much appreciate for either of these characters. Now we move on to Neo versus Kirito. If I were to do this maybe like a couple years ago, I probably would have put this one higher than I'm going to. I'm still interested in it. Like, if they did it, it's like, okay, that's fine. It's, you know, it's still a cool enough idea, again, from like a vibes perspective. There aren't many other characters I see getting paired with these guys, like Kirito more so than Neo. If Neo's getting on, I think it's going to be Kirito. I don't think it's going to be like Albert Wesker or anything. That idea is like ancient at this point. But as far as Kirito, there are some other ones. They might do Sung Jin Woo just to capitalize on like the popularity of that series. But honestly, like, I think this one is just, again, like lower end of interested, probably. I am probably higher than you. Actually, yeah, higher than you. Actually, yeah, decently high and interested. No, not too low and interested. Somewhere around there, I think, is probably... Would I put it? No, nah, this is fine. Again, we're going to go back and do all of this again, but probably somewhere around there. Like, I'm interested in it, not that interested, but it's also because, again, there's not many other opponents for these characters that if they did this, I would just roll with it, right? I absolutely would. Kind of similar to my opinions actually on Bakugo versus Reze if we didn't... Sorry, Bakugo versus Rex, if we didn't already get Bakugo versus Reze, you know? I feel like that would be somewhere similar. Skeletor versus Lord Zed, my opinion on this one is definitely improved. Just like learning more about it and seeing how fun it could be. This is going somewhere in like it. Probably not like the highest. Decently high, actually. Maybe here? Maybe around there? I think, yeah, I probably like it more than Valentine versus Armstrong. Probably not as much as All Might versus Captain Falcon. Yeah, that's probably where it would go. This is such a funny idea. Again, it's the kind of thing like Valentine versus Armstrong where there is the humor, but if you can also inject like the more serious and threatening sides of them too, that would be great. Just try to balance that tone, you know? That'd be amazing. Now we have Joseph Joestar versus Edward Elric. As I said earlier in the stream, I think Joseph is probably my preferred for Ed, but Ed is only one of my preferreds for Joseph, and I don't think he's number one right now. So there's a part of me that wants to put it in really like it, but like these guys, I could very easily see this being my preferred for both of these characters. This, I could easily see being my preferred for both of them. For this one, I think it's more obvious that this is not my preferred for one of them, you know? So I feel like a higher like it is more accurate than a low really like it. And I feel bad because we're putting so many things in just like it, you know? But I think I'd probably go here. Pretty close. Or should I put it lower than... No, I feel, yeah, I should put it lower than the other, because the other JoJo's matchup, the Toru versus 096, is just a better idea, I think. So, probably here. I think this is the right spot for it, yeah. Zim versus Crypto, just a little above, you know? I think that's right. Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific. This one is going to... Oh, where's this one going to go? Somewhere in really like it. This idea is so good. As I said before in the Champions Island stuff, it's going higher than you, going higher than you. Yeah, I'll put it here. This is, I think, the best spot for it. Higher than Syndrome versus Titan, probably. Although those two would probably be pretty close, but definitely above Sly Cooper versus, or Lupin the Third versus Sly Cooper, definitely. Somewhere around there. Maybe I'll switch these two later if I feel like it. Gohan versus Ultraman Zero, this one is definitely in the top 50 somewhere. If I can remember where it is, though, I think it's right here. I think it's actually right between you two. Please, can we get Gohan versus Ultraman Zero, not Gohan versus Invincible? If you really like Gohan versus Invincible, that's great. I'm happy for you. But man, oh man, is this the one that I want? This is my matchup for Gohan. There's also, in my opinion, definitely better for Invincible. Let's please get this one. That is really what I want. Thank you, Santiago, for the super chat. I saw that Jimmy Neutron in an episode practically made crack and share with his friends. It was candy so addictive that everyone was craving for more. Yeah, classic Jimmy Neutron plot. I remember I watched a ton of Jimmy Neutron when I was a kid. And yeah, there's so many great plots like that, you know, like trying to increase your popularity, or, you know, just trying to do something that people would like, you know, again, just trying to make you more well-liked, right? But it's kind of like Fairly Odd Parents, where like things just end up going wrong and you have to solve it, right? Like the Fairly Odd Parents structure, the Johnny Test structure, that's also very similar. Jimmy Neutron was very similar to that. So yeah, there's a lot of fun episodes like that. I gotta rewatch some more of Jimmy Neutron. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Gordon Freeman versus Isaac Clarke is another one I would definitely put in really like it. Not as much as you. Probably not as much as you. Would I even put you lower? No, that's too low. Maybe even higher than you. This might be where I would put Gordon versus Isaac. This feels like one that should happen. Why has it not happened yet? I really don't get it. Like, this feels like such an obvious death battle to do. And I'm worried Death Battle might be thinking of it the same way they did with Alex versus Cole. Like, have we just missed the window? Like, I do think that for some stuff, like Luz versus Ann right over here, you should try to be timely. But if there's no way you're going to be timely, that shouldn't stop you from doing it. You should still do it. Unless they really think that, like, Half-Life 3 or the new Dead Space game is going to be coming out at some point soon, and they'll just do it after that. Maybe. But, I mean, nothing's really happened for a while, so we'll see. But this is one that should happen. Like, it's so weird that it hasn't happened yet. And now we have Sandman versus Clayface. This is one of the better or more interesting Spider-Man versus Batman debates, just because they're so different, you know? I feel like this is one that I do like, but not nearly as much as like Mysterio versus Scarecrow. That's like my favorite Batman versus Spider-Man villain fight right now. This one, again, kind of a tough debate. Kind of feels like a Toon Force debate, because it's like, how do you kill either of these characters? And if there is a way to that for one of them to kill the other, then it probably just makes the outcome obvious. So it's either annoyingly obvious or annoyingly difficult to determine, right? So it kind of feels like an annoying Toon Force matchup in that way. But I think I'd probably somewhere on the lower end of like it, I think is probably correct. Would I even put it like around here? Maybe I would. This might be the proper spot for it. Because I think, yeah, I might get more excited for these guys than this. But I could also see it maybe jumping a little higher than them. But yeah, this is probably good enough for now. Excuse me. Ellie versus Clementine. This one is in my top 50. Again, somewhere. I have to remember, where the hell did I put everything? I think it's actually at the top, though. I think it's higher, because I think it's, like, approaching the top 30. It's, like, low 30s, like 33 or something. Well, it would be a little higher by this point. Would this actually be bumped up to the... Wait, this might be bumped up to the top 30. It might be, because, yeah, it would be, because this would be, this was the one right below Knight versus Ori, if I'm not mistaken. So this one, I think, would be bumped up. Or would it be? No, I don't think it would be, because this was lower. No, it was higher. I can't even speak right now. This was higher than Yuji versus Denji, which means that even if that one happened, it wouldn't bump this one up. This one gets bumped up because 2 episodes that were higher than it did happen, but because Yuji versus Denji was lower, this one is now, like, at the top. Like, this would be, like, 31 or something. Again, if we're specifically sticking to how I did it before. So this is gonna be at the top of this one. Sorry that took so long. Next up, Vox versus Mr. Puzzles. This is, I think, at the cutoff point where I haven't updated the tier list at all yet. You know what? Yeah, maybe let's take a break. Let's take some time to talk to some of you guys, because I've been doing this for quite a while. I think I need a bit of a break. But we will get back to this momentarily. If I recall correctly, it was number 32. So it would be 30, right? No, wait, 33. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was 33. So if there were 2 episodes that happened higher than it, then yeah, it would be 30. If Yuji versus Denji was ranked higher, then it would have gotten into the next phase. But no, that's not really it's not really how it worked. Thank you, Santiago. If Optimus Prime versus Ultraman and Ryu versus Lucario were on this tier list, where would you put them? Ryu versus Lucario. Maybe, yeah, I guess if you guys want to super chat some ideas like for stuff I could put on this tier list, I guess that's a way you can get my opinions on some matchups. Optimus Prime versus Ultraman, I think that would be somewhere in interested. Optimus Prime is difficult because I feel like there aren't a lot of like opponents for him that work on like every level. Like again, with Superman, I feel like you either need like you need like specific versions of the characters to do that justice, I think. Because like with Superman, like otherwise it's just a complete wash, right? And a very unnecessary wash. So I'd probably put Optimus Prime versus Ultraman somewhere around the interested category. And Ryu versus Lucario. I haven't thought about that one too much. That's an interesting one. That's kind of cool. Although, where does Lucario scale? Does he scale too high? Although, some of the top tier Street Fighters can also scale pretty high. That one I would also, it would either be like high interested, low like it. That's probably where that would go. Mostly because I can't really think, well, though Ryu's already been on the show twice now. I'm not really itching for Ryu to come back. But I think that would bring something different from what we've seen from other Ryu matchups. So probably somewhere like high interested, low like it. Optimus Prime versus Ultraman would probably be more like mid to low interested. Okay, I have to go now. Thanks all. Remember to break out all your prisons. Thank you, LittleZbot. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for all your super chats and all your messages. It means a lot. Who would you say is the death battle combatant you like the least? Like anyone you actively dislike? Ooh, man, who do I like the least just as a character? I will say Daxter kind of annoys me, but I don't know if that means that like it's the one I actively like the least. I'm trying to think of like anyone where like they really get on my nerves. Maybe even anyone from like Marvel or DC where like I really don't like them. Like I hate them with a burning passion or something. I don't know if any of my least favorite comic characters have ever been on Death Battle before. But as far as any other characters, any video games, I would want to look at like the tier list for everything, honestly. It'd be very difficult for me, like the tier list, like the episode list for everything. I gotta say, I can't really think of anyone right now where like I hate them with like such a burning passion, you know? I guess I didn't like Bakugo as much as I do now. I guess I can say that. But again, like I like Bakugo more now, so I don't know if that really counts as much, you know? So there is that. Asta's annoying, but like I don't really hate him for that. Sometimes does just kind of irk me there. So any of the Naruto characters that have been used that I don't like. Sasuke fluctuates a lot for me. I don't always love Sasuke. I'll be perfectly honest there. Most of it, like I love Kakashi though, and like Might Guy and Rock Lee are great. So as far as the Naruto characters, like Sasuke's a decent answer actually. But I don't like hate him all the way. I have like a love-hate relationship with him, so I'll stick with that for right now. Thank you, Pin, so much for the $20. Let me give that one deserves a heart. Let me give that one a heart. Thank you for that. You asked either if I was doing more pitched, and yes, I am in fact doing at the moment 9 pitched matchups from this point on, or like in total. Sorry, again, like the color deficiency is not helping me out here. Some of the newer ones are Bendy, Springtrap, Alucard, Makima, Juggernaut, Atrocitus. Where would you put those? Well, Juggernaut versus Atrocitus, while that is kind of interesting, again, I do have a different preferred for Juggernaut right now. So Juggernaut versus Atrocitus, I think I can more easily say would be somewhere in like either like low interested or maybe somewhere and take it, probably somewhere and take it or leave it if I'm being honest, just because again there is someone else I'm specifically thinking of for Juggernaut. Makima Alucard, that would be probably somewhere and interested for sure. I don't know if I can say I like it yet, but that's one I would definitely have some interest in. I totally get that one. It seems kind of cool. And then Bendy Springtrap, that's another one that would probably go in like again, we have Bendy versus Cuphead here and Springtrap versus Junko here, it would be probably like, again, like somewhere in between them maybe, or close to one of them. It wouldn't be too far off. It's the kind of characters where I don't have a lot of strong opinions on it, so I would just be interested in it, you know? So yeah, that's probably where I would put all of them. Again, it's kind of boring just to be like a lot of them would be somewhere in interested. But some of these, like when I'm hearing them for the first time, or not for the first time, but I'm really thinking about it for the first time, they're not going to end up being in really like it most likely because I just don't know enough about them yet. It's the kind of thing where ideally I'd prefer to get more information and stuff. But overall, not bad ideas. I hope your pitches go well, of course. And thank you so much for the super chat. And Kinjorix, if you're still here, by the way, once again, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Still love that from you. Thank you so much. Anyway, I think now we can go back to, you say 9 in total. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, the Deep and Homelander as far as like least favorite characters. I mean, the Homelander is a very despicable character, but I think he is for the most part very well written. I hate him as a person, but as a character he is so entertaining. The Deep again is kind of similar where like he is, but like the Deep is easier to pick on, right? So maybe the Deep, I guess the Deep is kind of funny to throw in there as well. I would say the Deep before I say Homelander for sure. That is a bonus episode, of course, but like for the purposes of this, I'm fine to throw it in there, yeah. Oh yeah, you know who my least favorite combatant is? The World. In Death Battle versus the World, the World fucking sucks. I hate the World. The World can go screw itself. That's my least favorite combatant in all the Death Battles. That is what I say. Okay, anyway, I think we can move back to the tier list. I don't want to waste too much time. At this point, I think the big one is probably just going to be a little too ambitious for the time that we have left. But that's fine. Like, I'd rather do this at like a more decent pace than other stuff. And like I said, there might be some other stuff we can get to afterwards if we really want. Or we can just talk afterwards. If you guys really just want to talk after this one, that's totally fine too. We now have, so Vox versus Mr. Puzzles. I checked and yeah, Lucario scales high, and also remember he can Mega Evolve. It would be cool to see Power of Nothingness or Evil Ryu versus Mega Lucario. Yeah, that's like one of the main things that kind of gets me a little on edge for that one, that like is it, how close is it really? How debatable is it really? But I recognize it could still be fun visually outside of that. Some decent connections I can see, so yeah, for sure. So Vox versus Mr. Puzzles to me, in theory, is very similar to Alistair versus Black Hat. The difference, though, is that I think for Alistair versus Black Hat, there are other opponents I definitely would want to see more, you know, like Black Hat versus Warden, for instance. That's one now at this point I really want to see. Alistair, I think at some point we can find something better for him, right? Eventually. For this guy, for Vox versus Mr. Puzzles, I know some people throw out Mr. Puzzles versus Kane, but that's not like my be-all end-all for Kane so much that I would like completely dismiss this one. This has a lot of the same problems that Alistair versus Black Hat does, but I'm more kind of thinking like, this is the one I think I would still want to see anyway. There's not really like another one where I definitely want to see it instead. So I think I would it should go higher than would take as a DBX. So it's either going and take it or leave it or interested. I think I'm probably going to put it... I'll put it in interested. I'll be nice. I'll put it in interested. Probably around here. Maybe a little higher. I'll put it in here for now. We'll come back to it later if we need to, but... I think this is probably... I would get more excitement out of Gandalf versus Dumbledore just based on the characters they are. But probably more than this guy, yeah. I think that's probably good for right now. Tifa versus Mokgothu. This is one that's very similar to Ben versus Jaden for me. That like if we're going to get another Persona matchup, we're going to get another Final Fantasy VII matchup, like we want Tifa to come back, this is the one I would want. This one I think actually probably goes like right next to it. Maybe a little, or maybe lower than Gordon versus Isaac. No, I think my bias dictates that this one goes a little higher, honestly. Tifa versus Mokgothu, I think, is like the most sensible way to give Tifa a good episode, and I really want Tifa to get a good episode. Maybe there's going to be another opponent thrown out for her later that I really want. aside from that. But I think right now it's got to be Mokgothu. Probably Ben versus Jaden. I think it has a more interesting debate behind it, but this one I still really want. It would be great to see Tifa get a matchup that is very true to her and, you know, gives her something like a really good matchup, a really good episode in the first place, right? If nothing else, just give her a good episode. Now this next one, Frankie versus Funky Kong. This is one where I kind of have to address, like, my opinions on King K. Rool versus Blackbeard a little bit in order to give this a bit more context. I don't like King K. Rool versus Blackbeard as much as I used to. If I'm being perfectly honest, I don't think it would be in my top 50. I think it would probably be lower. It's something that would still rank pretty well amongst everything, because I still think it's overhated and I still think it would be a lot of fun, but I don't think it would realistically be in my top 50 anymore. Do I want to reorder this? Maybe afterwards if there's enough time, but again, it's hard to want to commit to stuff, right? It's because my opinions can change so quickly. But I feel like maybe if people want afterwards, we can maybe change some of the stuff that's in top 10, top 30, top 50, instead of just trying to mold it to what was in the video. But realistically, this would be a bit lower. However, one thing that I do think this has over Frankie versus Funky Kong is the debate. I think that even if it's not a perfect debate, it is still a more difficult question to answer. There's still some more fill in the blank stuff, like when you tackle this matchup, as opposed to this one. With this one, it's like there's absolutely no question about what's going on here. But I also know that this isn't the reason why people want this matchup. They don't want it for debate reasons. They want it just because it's funny and because it's silly and because it's cool, right? And I totally get that. So really like it is too high for this one. But I think just for the purposes of like what it would do well, this one I think goes somewhere around here. Lower than, yeah, probably here. I think this is where it would go. The stuff that's around here is stuff where I can very clearly say, like I really, like, I like a lot of good aspects about it. I think it has a lot of good aspects. I gotta put it around here. This is one where I think, again, like, kind of like the midpoint of, like, there's some things that kind of outwardly annoy me about it, but because of the stuff that it does well, you know, I'm not gonna put it just in interested. I'm gonna say that I like the matchup. Especially, again, since, like, who else are these characters going to fight, right? Like, that's definitely a part of it for me, for sure, as well. Deku versus Gon. Where would I put this one? This one, I'm sorry to say, I think it's going to go pretty damn close to the bottom. There's a part of me that wants to put it in would take as a DBX, but honestly, like, this entire matchup feels very obsolete to me now. It feels like we have moved past it. We've given Deku two very appropriate matchups for, we've given Deku two very appropriate matchups for Death Battle, right? And that's great, you know, and a lot of people didn't like Deku versus Asta, but I think conceptually as a matchup, it's a pretty cool idea. Miles versus Deku is also a really cool idea, and it turned out really well, right? So at this point, like, we would really just be backpedaling as far as something that was more popular when Death Battle, or not when Death Battle, when Deku was weaker. And these two newer matchups, like, they work well enough with this, like, updated, stronger version of Deku, but Gon really doesn't. Gon should be on Death Battle, but he deserves better than this. He doesn't deserve to be fed to Deku, who, again, has gotten way stronger, where the debatability has completely outpaced the popularity of this matchup. We need to find something better for Gon at this point. I firmly believe that. Thank you, Hollow Hunter, for the super chat. Just came back and noticed that N versus Penny isn't interested, and it being my #1 favorite matchup ever, I say hell yeah. Yeah, is that where it is? I think I put it in like it, though. Yeah, N versus Penny is the lower end of like it, not just interested. Yeah, I do think it is a fun matchup. Maybe has gone down a little bit for me since, but overall I do still like it. I do wish the debate was better, but other than that, I think it's a really fun time. So yeah, I put it in like it. I'm happy you like that one, and thank you so much for the super chat. That is amazing of you. But yeah, for Gon versus Deku, just because I feel like we need to move past this one, this isn't even one that would really excite me as a DBX. So if I'm being honest, I think this one is going... This one's probably going either... It's going to go and Don't Want to See It. I'm sorry for anyone who still likes this matchup, but for me it's like... we have moved past this one. We need to find something better for Gon at this point for me. Especially with Deku having already been on Death Battle twice. Like, I think this is something we need to do. So, yeah, this to me I think probably goes here. Not as low as these guys, but probably around here. And this one I think is at the top. I don't want to see it just because it got a DBX, you know, so that's fair enough. And I'm not as attached to, like, Sans versus the Judge to be like, oh, well, Sans can't fight Ness, even though I still don't want him to fight Ness. But this one, there's more of, like, a strong reason for it. Now we have Fused Zamasu versus Gore the God Butcher. I'm willing to say that I probably was a little too harsh on this one in the versus matchup review video. I do still firmly believe that this debate is very pointless just based on what we've seen on Death Battle before. Like, there are no, you know, hidden answers to these questions or whatever. Like, everyone knows exactly how this would go, literally just based on what Death Battle has done alone, right? Like it feels like, do we really need like another Dragon Ball versus Cosmic Marvel episode? Like really? But at the same time, this also does so many other things different and is such a cool concept that, like, the debate is the only thing that is stopping this from being, like, approaching my top 50. And I really mean that, you know? So it is still something that brings it down for me, but this matchup is so unique and, like, so in every other aspect. Like, it has so many, like, the way that the matchup works, like how they would naturally be opposed to each other, and, like, just the banter and everything, like, everything about how this matchup works is so good, so fucking good, except for the debate, you know? So where would I put this then? Would I put this in really like it, or where I put it? If it's going in like it, it's going literally at the top. Okay, I want to make that clear first and foremost. If it's based on the other stuff, though, I think for now I'm gonna put it at the top of like it. Yeah, I do really like. Again, though, I do really like it, except for that one thing. You know what? No. It's going at the bottom of really like it. Yeah. That's more fair, because I was saying that, yeah, like, if it's going to approach my top 50, if the debate was better, it should be higher than that. So would I even put it above you two? No, because again, I still have more of a, there's still something more about it that bugs me. So I'm going to put it at the bottom of really like it. It is so cool, except for just that one aspect. So yeah, no, I do really, really like this idea, just in general. Now what do we have? Chucky versus Slappy. So I've gone on record saying that I do prefer this over Chucky versus Springtrap, generally speaking. This to me just feels like the matchup Death Battle should do. I do recognize there are some aspects of it that would be difficult probably to do properly. They would probably be difficult to pull off, like making the actual fight something that, like, you know, is fast paced and while still staying true to how the characters operate and move and all that. The debate is also not as debatable. Like, the matchup is not as debatable as maybe you think it would be, so that's not amazing. I do think the vibes in general, though, would be great, and I think, you know, as a legacy idea, it's a very appropriate legacy idea. So I think it's definitely more than interested, but I don't think I can put it in really like it. I think it's got to go somewhere in the middle. I think I'd probably put it around here. Yeah, that's probably where I think I would put it, because it feels like one of those legacy ideas that should happen almost like because of the legacy alone. And that is also like a case-by-case thing, right? For some people think that some legacy matchups should be done, and whereas others maybe don't have to be done. Whereas for other people, like, they think about that otherwise, like for different matchups, right? They think the opposite. So for me, though, this one does feel like something that Death Battle should do. But I don't like it. I'll probably put it below you as well, actually. I think below Guts versus Claire, maybe. I think I'll keep it here for now. This is probably what I would say. Little Mac versus Ippo. This is one that's kind of similar to Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles. I would say that I really like it. But I do understand the cracks in the matchup. I understand the problems more so that people have. I think it's going to go... Ooh, lower than you. Probably lower than you. Do I want it more or less than Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles itself? Probably a little... Probably here. Probably here is what I want. I want another Balrog versus TJ combo. I really, really do. And just seeing like a better version of that in this would be super awesome. But yeah, like Juggernaut versus Archie Knuckles, I think before it probably would have gone a little higher somewhere. It's gone down a little bit, but I still really want it. I still really like it. Absolutely. Demon King Piccolo versus Sukuna is really difficult because, like I said, there is a lot of options for Sukuna, and it's hard for me to say what my preferred is for him. I think this is definitely on the higher side of what I would want for Sukuna. I don't really think Demon King Piccolo is going to get on the show otherwise, although I also don't really know if he's going to get on the show before Piccolo, you know, and I don't, I kind of feel like they want to bring Sukuna on earlier than that, and they could just end up doing Sukuna versus Muzan. I think that's very likely. But as far as this one in a vacuum, I think this is another one that goes somewhere around here. I'm gonna put it... where would I put it? Not at the bottom. It shouldn't go at the bottom of like it. I think I'm gonna put... And I do see the super chats, by the way. I will get to that in just a second. I think probably... lower than you. Oh god, why is this one so difficult? Sukuna, again, he should get on Death Battle. I just don't know who he would fight. There's a few decent options for him. Probably here. No, actually, probably there. I think a little below Puss in Boots versus Buck Wild. This one I could see changing very quickly, though, but it would probably just be somewhere within this tier. It's definitely more than interested, but it's absolutely not as high as really like it. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Hollow Hunter first. My thought of the debate is N being faster and Penny stronger. It depends on if Penny can catch and land a big hit on N before her aura runs out. Okay, that does make for a really interesting question as far as how the matchup or how the fight itself would go. Is Penny really stronger than N? I'd have to double check that. I'm not 100% sure about that. But if that is the case, then definitely, yeah, like there's definitely some good talking points for it. But I think for right now, I'm still just gonna put it around here. I think this is probably the best spot for it. And Santiago, I personally believe that an episode deserves a remaster is He-Man vs. Lion-O. The episode is great, but in a remaster, it could be made in hand-drawn that mimics the styles of 80s animations. If they could pull that off, holy shit, that'd be great. Just basically like make a 3 or 4 minute cartoon. Like, yeah, that would be awesome for like an 80s cartoon, like an 80s style cartoon. That would be really cool. Yeah, remasters are difficult because like, on the one hand, it's like there are some matchups where I think they're so not worth doing a rematch that in a sense a remaster is kind of more appropriate because it's like you're kind of admitting that we're not doing it for the debate, right? But I can also understand that like I think there is a reason why Death Battle has only done one remastered, and it's because it was their first episode. I don't know if they're really planning on doing remasters anymore, right? They haven't done one in a very, very long time. And also, there are other options I think He-Man could fight. Actually, we do have a He-Man matchup coming up. As you can see at the bottom corner, we do have a He-Man matchup coming up as well that I'll be talking about. But as far as He-Man versus Lion-O, yeah, if they remastered that would be a fun time, especially if they do it the way that you're describing. Now, of course, Ghostface versus Kevin McAllister. This is something I have not changed my mind on since I did the Versus matchup review. I do feel like this can work and I would be interested in it, but it specifically needs to be a bonus episode akin to what I assume Light versus Columbo is going to be, where they need to have more flexibility on what the rules are, right? And how these characters like are interacting with each other. Because in a normal death battle with normal death battle rules, I don't think this works. It's just not a death battle. That's not the main question you're answering. Who would win in a one-on-one random encounter fist fight? What you're asking is can Ghostface realistically get past Kevin's traps? So if you have a battle where you're realistically asking or answering a completely different question, I feel like it needs to be a bonus episode. And if I'm being totally honest, I also think this one should be in this tier as well. I do think it works better as a regular episode than Light versus Columbo, but I think if we're still trying to do this in the way that is most accurate to it, I think a bonus episode is still better for it. I think it would still give them more flexibility to change the rules however they need to. You don't need to change as many rules here as you would for something like Ghostface versus Kevin or Light versus Columbo, but I still think this is the best way to do that. So I think so far these are the only two matchups that are going to be in this tier, but I could definitely see there being more depending on what gets upvoted for versus matchup review. And that's about all I have to say about that one. Next, we have Doctor Doom versus Vecna. Hell yes. This one is going somewhere and really like it. I don't know where just yet. Probably around the same as Mr. Fantastic versus Mr. Terrific, actually. Maybe even a little higher. Yeah, you know what? I'm putting it here. I have gotten so much more into Doom versus Vecna. I'm usually not so excited by a character getting a third death battle, but this one is so unique to how to what Doom's gotten before and just like normal death battles and all that. This is the one way I accept Doom coming back to death battle, and I just think it would be absolutely amazing. And I think there is more going on with the debate than a lot of people let on. Not to say that it's absolutely like so debatable, like 50-50 or anything, but there's still a lot of interesting stuff to talk about for sure. And I think it could go into some aspects of Doom's character maybe that it hasn't gone into before, although they have still gone into a lot of aspects of Doom's character. The fight itself will be very different, but I think the main issue is whether or not the analyses would be different from Doom's previous episodes. But the comics are so vast, you know, I like to think they could come up with enough stuff to say, right? And Dungeons & Dragons alone would be so interesting to talk about. So yeah, this one is a very high, really like it, for sure. Now we have, Himiko Toga versus Neapolitan from RWBY. Had a major brain fart there for a second. This is one of those My Hero Academia matchups that I would actually be okay with if it happens somewhat soon, just because it would actually be different from the other ones that we've been getting as far as the character that's being used. I definitely like the emotional center this one has, you know, the stuff that it really focuses on in that regard. And yeah, it's a more interesting debate, honestly. I know you might hear like My Hero Academia versus RWBY and be like, what the hell? How can that be debatable? But it's because of the kinds of characters that are being used that at least you're not just getting a matchup where the My Hero Academia character wins through it just obviously wins through brute force alone, you know. Even if that does end up being what the reasoning is, it wouldn't be like as obvious, right? So I definitely appreciate it for that. And at this point, I think this probably would be my preferred for both of these characters. So somewhere in like it, I think. Not really like it. Probably lower than you. Probably lower than you too as well. I'm actually thinking I'm going to put All Might versus Might Guy above... Sorry, All Might versus Captain Falcon above Randy versus Ladybug, actually. Probably lower than you. Probably there. I think I would want this one more than Frankie versus Funky Kong, just because I more unironically like it. Where again, with this one, it's like, you know, I like it because I think it would just be funny. But yeah, probably under you. This is probably the right spot for it, yeah. Realize I am grouping some of these together, like I added this one and this one and this one and this one, like they're all like in a line. Although I guess I am filling in more spots as well. I just want to be mindful to make sure that like I'm still treating all these matchups with like an equal amount of criticism, I guess. You know, that kind of thing. Next is a Rimuru Tempest versus Kirby. So, like I said, this is probably the matchup that I would want the most for Kirby. Despite knowing Mario a lot more, I just find Mario versus Kirby to be a worse version of Mario versus Sonic. I guess maybe if Death Battle confirmed they were doing Goku versus Sonic, then maybe it's like, okay, I could see Mario coming back more for Kirby, because I think I would prefer him to come back more for Kirby than Mickey, because I just want even though I think Mickey versus Mario is kind of cool, I just want Mickey versus Bugs so much, right? I want it too much. But as far as this one, I think Rimuru, I could see there being other opponents for him, but for Kirby, I think this is like the main Kirby matchup I'd be interested in. So I think it's got to go somewhere around here. But I'll put it on the lower end because I feel like there's more that I could see. Here maybe? No, I'll probably put it here. I think this is probably where I would put it. Maybe. I think actually I'd put Bendy versus Cuphead probably one above you two as well. I'm already starting to rearrange things as we go, but I think this is probably what I would say for now. Thank you, Santiago, for the super chat again. A matchup I really don't like at all is Springtrap versus Junko. Yes, has good connections, but it's not just that it's absolutely predictable stomp. Also doesn't fit with Springtrap's character. Works. I really prefer Chucky. So that's one where I do disagree. I don't love Springtrap versus Junko at all or anything, but I also don't hate it nearly as much as the people who really hate it, right? So it goes in a very, like, flat interested. I think that's probably... I mean, would I put it a little lower? I guess maybe I would put it lower than you guys. Probably. Maybe even lower than Bendy versus Cuphead. Yeah, I think this is probably more accurate. Just looking at it a bit more. Because I do understand the criticisms people have towards it, but it's like a very, like, solid interested. And again, I do very much prefer... Chucky versus Slappy, but that's just me. I understand there's definitely some things this matchup doesn't do the best, but like there's a lot of matchups out here that I feel like people rule out Springtrap versus Junko like in a really unfair way. Like there's a lot of other matchups that have problems similar to it, in my opinion at least. So yeah, I just find it like I like if it happened, that'd be kind of cool, and I would be interested in it. But I don't love it or anything. I absolutely don't. Next is Vilgax versus Ridley. So like I said, we're going to be talking about this one a little bit as well. This one is difficult because I think this is the matchup we're going to get. I want Ridley on the show, and I think he absolutely has better than Vilgax, but I think this is the matchup that we're going to get, and I really want these characters on Death Battle. So from that perspective, I think this one kind of needs to be ranked a little higher. I can't say that I like it. That's too much. But I think just for the sheer fact that I think this is the matchup we're going to get, I think I need to put it higher. Just reordering things a little bit more now, actually. I think I would do that one. Yeah, this is, I think, where it would go. If I thought that there was more of a chance that Ridley or Megatron was going to fight someone else, this would definitely be like on the lower end of interested, maybe even in take it or leave it. But because I think this is the one we're going to get, and because I love the characters just on their own, I think this is where I have to put it. Just to be realistic. Again, kind of similar to the reasoning with Bakugo versus Rex. I feel like I have to be realistic with what's going to happen with some of these, you know? Now, Flowey versus the Princess. This one I think is my favorite Undertale matchup, currently speaking. This is one that could be so cool. I think I'll probably put it in really like it. I think this goes really hard. I think the potential for the analyses, but also just the way the fight is presented. It's the kind of thing where it's unique enough that it's different from what we've seen on Death Battle before, but not so out of the box that can we even put a worthwhile animation to it, like one that really fits the characters and is really fun to watch. And that's still the reason, by the way, why Doomsday versus SCP-682 is right on the cusp of interested, because if they announced it, I'm sure that means they figured out a way to do it, but I'm still kind of thinking, like, is there a good way to put this to an animation, right? So that's still why this is on the cusp of interested, because it would be higher if I knew for sure they could do it well. This is one where it's like, I think they could do it well, and I think it could be really, really good. So probably my preferred Undertale matchup. On the lower end of really like it, I think. Yeah. I guess what I was saying before about these ones being, you know, closer to the bottom because, you know, I have other preferred opponents for them, maybe. Or, like, other opponents I wouldn't mind seeing. That doesn't really hold up anymore because now these ones are being ranked a little below. But I think realistically, yeah. It would either be like the bottom of really like it or the top of like it, but I think I'll leave this one in here for now. how Springtrap's character works, also with how the FNAF franchise works, with all that horror. That's why I prefer Chucky for William. Yeah, the tonally, I think it does make a little more sense. As far as the fight itself, though, that's the main thing where I kind of raise an eyebrow at that, like, how could that really work? Like, or how well could that work more so? And don't get me wrong, Chucky versus Slappy would be difficult to pull off as well, but I think it's more, like, consistent within itself that they could make it'd be easier for them to make that combat work. But I totally get it. Again, it really depends on what you're looking for in your matchups, right? And that's going to vary from person to person wildly. Next, we have Shulk versus Lightning. As I've said, I really want more Final Fantasy characters to get on Death Battle. More stuff that's not just Final Fantasy VII. There's a part of me that really wants to put this in Really Like It, but I think realistically, this is like at the top of Like It. I think that's probably where I would put it. I would put it above you. Yeah, I put it above all you guys. I could see the argument being made to put this up into Really Like It at some point later. There are some other Final Fantasy matchups, though, like with characters that are not from 7 that I might like more, like Darth Maul versus Judge Gabranth. That might be my most wanted of like a Final Fantasy character that's not from 7. Actually, I feel like I should put this higher. I'd put it above in here, actually. Still lower than you two, but yeah, I think this is where I would realistically put it, yeah. And plus, we get more in Really Like It, which is just more interesting than shoving everything into Like It at this point, you know? So I think that's fair. Yeah, this is where that should go. And then we have Invincible versus Radiant Black. This is another one, actually 3 in a row that I'm putting in Really Like It. This is one, at this point, I would say that this is still my de facto preferred for Invincible. It is one that I really want. No, above you. Would I put it above you? Peacemaker versus... No, probably not. I think I'd probably put it... where do I put it? I'll put it here. I'll put it one above Little Mac versus Epo. I think because I see the vision more with Peacemaker versus Soldier Boy, I would still put it a little above. But this one I do really like. I see this being my default preferred for Invincible for a long time. I think this is a really cool idea. And I love how it plays off of, like, you know, how to be a hero. I love that aspect because Invincible, you know, twists that really interestingly in its own series, and Radiant Black kind of does that too. I feel like the common ground you can find there is really, really cool. Looking at this again now, I think I might actually bump Luz versus Anne down a little bit more. Probably still keeping it above Shulk versus Lightning though, but yeah, I think I would bump these guys up a little bit more at this point. That makes more sense to me. Again, we'll reorder this everything at the end. And now we're moving on to the most recent versus matchup review video, so I'm not going to spend too much time on these guys, but I'm gonna try it anyway, just to put everything here. So Asta versus Natsu, you guys know in the video I said that this one is very close to being in my top 50, and I still believe that. So that's actually 4 episodes in a row, 4 matchups in a row that go into Really Like It. Yeah, this one could very easily go into my top 50 if I were to rearrange things. Now, as I said before, King K. Rool versus Blackbeard probably wouldn't be there anymore. Does that mean this one should realistically go in the top 50? I honestly don't know. I don't know if it would be this one that would be next in line, or if it would be something that I haven't actually reviewed yet, right? That wouldn't even be on this tier list. I don't know. So for now, I'm just going to put it in Really Like It and kind of just leave it there. But yeah, no, honestly, I want to see this more than all of these guys, which I think some people like this matchup. They probably don't like it as much as I do, though. But I really want Natsu to come back. I really want Fairy Tail to get updated. And I really want Asta to get a good episode. So I really, really want that one. Madara versus Raiden. Can you guys even really see? You can't really see the matchups right now anymore. I'll try to like hold on to it then just to show you. So this one, Madara versus Raiden. I don't know where to put this one because on the one hand, like I don't really think we need Madara back, but like if we got him back, I feel like this would be a really good option for him. But I also think that Raiden could be given other opponents that work arguably better for her. Like Millennia from Elden Ring. That might be my preferred for Raiden right now. So I feel like I can't put it that high. I'd probably put it somewhere in Interested. But decently high and interested, I think. I think probably I would put it like here. I think that's probably accurate. If Madara did have to come back, even though I think Aizen's the character that realistically should come back, I think this is a good matchup for him. But Raiden, I feel like we could get something more unique with a different matchup for her. But Madara might be my second preferred for Raiden, maybe. It's hard to say, right? So somewhere in interested, I think. As opposed to like these guys in interested, it's like Aku and the Lich, for instance. Like this is my preferred for both of them, I think. Emmett versus Jesse, this is my preferred. I can't put it as high. Well, I guess then by that logic, it should actually go a little bit lower. It might go lower than Devil versus Snatcher. Yeah, that's probably accurate. Actually, we'll move it back for now. I think this is probably where I would put it. Again, it's my list. I can do whatever I want. Gwen Tennyson versus Adam Eve. I feel like I don't need to talk about this one that much. You guys know that this is in my top 30. I think it's right here. Yeah, because it's like 2 spots below Daffy versus Donald. You guys know I love this one. Captain America versus Kamen Rider Ichigo. This one, I think in my very first Death Battle, like Tournament of Champions and Champion Poll tier list, I put this one in interested. It's definitely not an interested anymore. I've grown more attached to it, but it's not going to be the highest either. I think realistically, it's probably like here. I think that's probably where it would go. Like basically right smack dab in the middle of like it. There's other stuff that just appeals to me a bit more, and I think there are some other Kamen Rider matchups that appeal to me more, but this is one where I can very clearly say that, like, yeah, I like the matchup. I really understand why people like it, and I think it could do a lot of cool things with, like, the choreography, and, you know, again, kind of like Invincible versus, where are you? Invincible versus Radiant Black, kind of similar to the whole, like, being a hero sort of thing. Now we get to Omori versus Room. This one I have kind of similar feelings for Flowey versus the Princess, because it's one of those matchups where, again, it works differently to be really fun and really unique, but not so different that, like, can it even work as a death battle or whatnot. But I think I like Flowey versus the Princess more. I think that kind of, I'm more drawn to that one. Omori versus Room specifically is something that I do like, and it's something that I do want to see, or at least things like it. But it's one that I'm a little more mellow about, I think, compared to other people who either really like it or really don't like it. I'm definitely more mellow in comparison. I don't really think I'm the target audience for it. I think that's the main thing, you know? But if it did happen, I would be very interested in seeing how it went. So I think for that, I'd probably put it above you. Maybe here? Skeletor versus Lord Zed, actually, I'd probably put one above you. And you, would I keep you around here? I'll keep you there for now. We'll definitely revisit this a little bit, because I feel like this is one where it's so hard to directly compare to the other ones, right? But I think I'll put you here for now. It's definitely in like it. It's not going to go any lower than that. I think back then, like when I was doing my pitch video, I would have put this in interested. But again, when you learn more about matchups, you may either like them more or you may dislike them more, right? Actually, okay, I'll knock it down a little bit, I think. Probably here. I think that's probably where I would put it. He-Man versus Shazam. This one would have been like a very hard, like low interested for me before, but now that I know there is actually a bit more to the debate going on, it does make it seem a little more worthwhile to me. And I do think that, like, the connective tissue that these characters play off of is really cool. Seeing these characters talk to each other would be absolutely insane, though. Like, imagine it. It would actually be the craziest thing ever. Because they talk so differently, right? The way they conduct themselves is so different. Definitely don't want as much as something like Skeletor versus Lord Zed, though, right? Like, that's my main Masters of the Universe matchup. There are obviously other DC ones I want more than this one. But as far as this, I think I'd probably rank it above Vilgax versus, because these were at this point these are my preferred for these guys. So I'd probably rank you above that. I might just put it here, actually. I might put it one above Vilgax versus Ridley. I think that's probably fair. Actually, would I put you one above? I might put you one above there. Yeah, okay. This is where I would put it. It's a higher interested. Not as interested as these guys, but something that I would actually like to see Death Battle tackle at some point. Just because of, like, I think there's more going on for it than I thought before. I gave you a super chat. Don't know if you read it, so here goes again. No, I'm pretty sure I read that one. I think I did. Pretty sure I read that one. Did I not? Because it's talking about, yeah, it's a horror. I definitely said that one. If you want me to briefly go over it again, then, yeah, no, the tone definitely works better for, like, comparing Springtrap versus Chucky. Like, the tone definitely fits a bit better there. As far as the actual fight dynamic itself, though, while it might be difficult on both matchups, I feel like Chucky versus Slappy might have an easier time doing it. But yeah, no, it just depends on what you want in your matchup, right? If you want more of like a tone thing or how you want the fight dynamic to go. I'm pretty sure I answered that. If I didn't, I apologize. I'm pretty sure I did. Either way, thank you for the super chat again. And then we have, it's Ryuji Sakamoto versus Joey Wheeler. Other matchups, like, again, we talked about Ben 10 versus Jaden Yuki and Tifa versus Makoto. Those are, like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Persona matchups that I really want. This is not one that I really want, but damn is it funny. It could be so... Well, maybe funny's not the right word, but, like, it actually works really well. Like, it could have a cool personality, like a funnier personality, but also just work really well in general. I feel like, should it go here? Definitely above Joseph versus Edward, I think. Yeah, probably around there. Maybe above Zim versus Crypto, but I'll have to think about that a bit more. Now, Toph versus Terra. This is our last matchup for this tier list. What the hell do I do with Toph versus Terra? Again, I feel bad about this. I feel like there's a lot of people who like this matchup more than I do. I feel like this one, like, kind of like Deku versus Gon, like, I feel like we've kind of moved past this one. This is the kind of matchup where, like, if Toph had, like, a bigger matchup spread than she does, this would get tossed to the side as one of those matchups where it's like, yeah, it technically exists, but it's the most basic option for her. It's mostly that Toph doesn't have much of a matchup spread outside of Terra, so we've all just kind of stuck with this one, right? I just find this one to be really basic, and, like, there are other matchups where they are that basic and it turns me off from them. The only thing that this has otherwise is that, like, it feels like this is the episode that is gonna happen. It feels like the one that is still the most talked about. But even then, I do see some other people saying that there are better opponents for both of these characters. I haven't looked into them that much. Maybe that's true. But whether or not there is, like, it just feels like this is a way to give Toph a matchup. I love Teen Titans, but, like, I feel like there aren't a lot of people who really care that much about Terra, aside from, like, putting her against Toph. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but that's kind of the way I'm seeing a lot of people talk about the matchup. And the fact that, like, even though I do think it is better that you give Toph, like, you give Terra just the Teen Titans material and not the comic material, the fact that you have to do that in order for the matchup to be more workable, I also think is telling, right? So on a good day, I think I would put this at, like, the very bottom of interested, because they are still two characters that I think are really cool. And again, kind of following the Vilgax versus Ridley thing. Like, you know, it's kind of the one that I think is going to happen. But, like, I think Vilgax versus Ridley is going to happen even in spite of the other matchups that we have for them. With Toph versus Terra, it's more like I kind of just really want to find more, right? I feel like we can do better, kind of more akin to Gon versus Deku, you know? So I think in my heart of hearts, the place where I would actually put this is the top of take it or leave it. Again, maybe depending on the day, if I really come around to this matchup, maybe I would, maybe I'd bump it up to the bottom of interested. But I think realistically, this is one where I want to find something better, right? So it's kind of like a mix of Vilgax versus Ridley and Deku versus Gon, to the point where it kind of evens out to being more, to being more just like, You know, if you like it, that's great. I know it could be a good episode, but something that could be a good episode is not everything that I'm judging it by. I'm still judging it based on the matchup itself, right? Because anything could be a good episode, you know? Death Battle could turn the shittiest matchup, or a matchup that doesn't even make sense. They could turn that into a good episode. But that's not what I'm reviewing here. I'm reviewing my opinions on the matchups themselves. So that's why I'm doing that. I don't know if Comic Terra has popular matchups. Yeah, thank you Ranger Forever for the super chat. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's the reason why everyone is so stuck on this one, because these are like, it's the obvious matchup. It's the one that everyone jumps to because there really aren't many other big opponents for these characters. Like I said, if Toph had a bigger matchup spread and one that was more about like her as a character, people would treat, you know, Toph versus Terra as one of those matchups where, like, maybe something more akin to, like, Kaguya versus Yuabak, right? Where it's like, yeah, it exists because it kind of has to exist. It's just that obvious, but there's definitely better. But the fact is that because the matchup spreads are just that thin, that's just kind of not the way it works. But I feel like that should be the way it works. I feel like we should get more for these characters. Thank you, Raidores, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, for the super chat. Thank you so much. I would love to see Kiryu Kazuma from Yakuza in Death Battle. Seeing Yakuza in Death Battle with the right matchup would definitely be cool. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't really have any specific opponents for them in mind. I'm sure they exist, though. I'm pretty sure there are some that are being thrown around. I'm probably just missing something obvious. But yeah, seeing anyone from Yakuza that really works for Death Battle, but especially Kiryu, yeah, that would be very cool. Thank you so much for the super chat. People care about Comic Terra? No, they probably don't. And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm fine with them using just the Teen Titans version, because that's how most people know who Terra is. Usually I'd be more like, well, why does it have to be like this specific version just to make the debate more fair? And yes, while it does also make the debate more fair, it is something where more people just know this version of Terra. But my point is, though, like, there's just a lot of things where it's like, the matchup just feels more forced than I think it should, you know? Like, it feels obvious, but forced at the same time. So if it happened, I wouldn't be upset necessarily, but it goes more in a take it or leave it. Like, it's not one that I'm as actively interested in. So now that we've done that, we can go over everything. So maybe I'll try to rearrange some of the stuff in the top 10 to top 50, the top 10, top 30, top 50 maybe, but I think the more important stuff is to see if everything else here is where it should be. So really like it. That's all right. Yep, that's right. This is probably, yeah, just because of the army thing, I think Cobra Commander versus Red Skull I would put above you. Yeah, would you go down one? I don't know. You're all right. Yep. I think you're all right. And this is still subject to change, right? Like, even just that's not on the stream, but just trying to double check it for now. Yeah, I'd put you one above you. That's fair. You guys are all good. Maybe would I put you one above you? No, I think this is fair. That's probably right. There's a part of me that wants to put Steve versus Terrarian above Pete versus Bluto, but I don't think I should. In fact, I might put Ego versus... No, I'll keep that one there. That's all good. Yep. That's probably true. That's probably right. Does Skeletor versus Lord Zed go above All Might versus Might Guy? Oh, I keep saying All Might versus Might Guy because I did in the first tier list we did today. All Might versus Captain Falcon. Does it go above that? Yeah, I think it does, actually. I think this is probably more accurate. Omori versus Room. I think this is probably the best spot for it. Yep, that's all good. That's probably good. Yeah, I think so. I don't anticipate I'm going to be moving around too much, actually. But that's probably right. Yeah. That's good. Should this one go up or down anywhere? And should this one go up or down anywhere? Maybe should I put this one above? No, I think I'll... no, yeah, okay. I'll put this one above just because, again, with Sukuna, it's really difficult to say who I would pair him with. But then I think, yeah, this is all fair. This is fair to keep down there. I'm rhyming now. Doomsday versus SCP, yep. Sans versus the Judge I still keep as a high interested. For me, yeah. Well, now that this one's in really like it, would I realistically put this one a little higher? And do I even keep this one and really like it, actually? Maybe I don't. Maybe I just put this one lower. Yeah, you know what? As much as I do like this one, I think realistically it fits more with the rest of these guys than up here, if I'm being totally honest. And would I... yeah, actually, should I put it down a little lower? I'll put it here. Yeah, I think that's probably the best spot for it. A big switch up from what I thought, but whatever. And yeah, you're all probably correct. Okay, Mario versus Epic, or Paper Mario versus Epic Mickey. That's fun. Yeah. You guys down there. Yeah, I think that's all right. I think this is all right. Yeah. Maybe you a little bit above. Maybe you up to there. I might put you up there. Yeah. And would I put Vox versus Mr. Puzzles any higher? Yeah, maybe I'd bring you up a little bit too, actually. And maybe I'd put you above Mace versus Byakuya. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. And then you guys are all good. So some of the lower stuff I am switching around a little bit. That's all probably good. Yeah. That's obviously not going to change. The only reason I put Ghostface versus Kevin above Light versus Walter is because we're already getting Light versus Columbo, and I don't know if we need 2 bonus episodes with Light or 2 episodes with Light at all. Why I prefer Amazon Soldier Boy versus Ultimate Captain America. They are alternative and more radical and aggressive versions of patriotic heroes that share similar origin. Got a serum and got... isolated, is that what you're saying? Yeah. No. There's definitely... the thing about all matchups is that you can always be like, oh yeah, I like this matchup because these are the connections. But then anyone else can be like, well, I like this matchup because these are the connections. It's always going to be what connections resonate more with you or what you think makes for something that's more thematic or like an actual good battle, so to speak. There's lots of reasons why I like Peacemaker versus Soldier Boy, but I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, there's nothing else that you can like instead. These are the kinds of like super soldier type characters where you can find lots of different opponents for them that realistically work. The main thing that pushes this over the edge for me though is just the personality of it, you know, for their on-screen counterparts. And I do think generally speaking it works well otherwise. And then we have Top versus Terra. Again, yeah, I think this is fair to be at the top. Maybe move up to Interested if I'm really feeling it later. SpongeBob, maybe I put SpongeBob versus Gumball 1 above Knuckles versus Piccolo. These two are very similar in that like there's just another opponent I would probably want more. I feel like Piccolo deserves to be on Death Battle, but I really want Piccolo versus Magus, like specifically for Piccolo more than I want like, you know, SpongeBob versus Popeye, like Popeye specifically for SpongeBob. So this is probably more accurate. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, although we have Mario versus Kirby up here as well. Yeah, that still sticks in Take It or Leave It. We didn't add much more to Take It or Leave It this time, so I'm curious if there's much more that I would switch from here. And this is specifically Archie Blaze versus Starfire. If it was Game Blaze versus Starfire, it would easily be like one of these two categories. But unfortunately it's not, so I put it more in Take It or Leave It. Would I put it one above Mario? Yeah, maybe. I might put it one above Mario versus Kirby. And then we have Dr. Doom versus Dr. Doofenshmirtz versus Crocker. Yeah, Rick versus Bender. Okay. Yeah, that all seems fair. Then I've already talked about you guys, you three, are all at like the top of would take as a DBX. Then you guys I think are fair for that. And then for you guys, you're definitely above you. You three are not changing. But I think this is probably accurate. I mean, Deku versus Gon would be, like, it could still be a fun episode, but, like, at the same time, like, Sans versus Ness could be a fun episode. And, like I said, I am more attached to the idea of giving Gon something that he, like, really benefits him for a matchup than I am, like, Sans versus the Judge in general. Like, as much as people like Sans versus the Judge, it's just not one that, like, I'm so attached to, right? So I think this is probably fair. Okay, I think we're done with this tier list then. At least with this stuff. We can go over maybe the top 10 to 50 a little bit. if they bring Skeletor onto the show, they have to give him his goofy voice and make him say, yeah, what? I'm a Paradox, I'm below 40 and like to see Skeletor versus Mum-Ra. I still like that idea. Yeah, Skeletor versus Mum-Ra is really easy, like, you know, the opposite of He-Man versus Lion-O, so to speak. I think, you know, Skeletor versus Lord Zed is just a bit more unique in what it brings, and we could definitely use more Power Rangers on the show. I think Skeletor has got to come to Death Battle at some point because of, like, Skeletober and all that. Maybe it'll even be this year with, like, the Masters of the Universe movie. I still think Pennywise versus Freddy Krueger has a good chance, again, for relevance purposes, like Welcome to Derry. But Skeletor versus Lord Zed also has that, so I could see either of those being the Halloween episode this year. Absolutely. But yeah, that would be a really fun... regardless of how they get Skeletor on, it would be really fun. So as far as top 50, again, I don't know how much I wanna reorder any of this. Again, realistically, I feel like this one has to go down. I think this one I would probably put... It probably goes somewhere and really like it because I still think it's fun. But realistically, I think it would take quite a dip. I think it would probably go... I think this is probably around the area I would put it. I'm not nearly as, like, high on this one as I used to be, but I still really like it, okay? I'll be honest, I'm sticking to my guns with that, but it is definitely not, like, in my top 50 anymore. So now that we've done... And again, like, I don't necessarily want to push you up to top 50, because I don't know whether or not you would go up there because of that. So I'm not going to really touch this just yet. But as far as other things like moving around here, I might try it. Another thing in my top 50 that's not on this tier list, but definitely would not be on my top 50 anymore, is Cyborg versus The Thing. That's one where I can more understand why there are people that have issues with that. Another one, though, that I'm still sticking to my guns, I would still probably put it and really like it, but I'm not as enthusiastic about it as I once was, so to speak, you know? So, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts there. But as far as everything else, so Mickey vs. Bugs obviously still at the top. You're still there, yep. Hellboy vs. Nero, I would probably put a little below Sackboy vs. Maxwell at this point. Maybe even a little below you. Yeah, I think Hellboy vs. Nero takes just like a bit of a dip, but not that much. I think I would still want it over Jimmy vs. Dexter. Yep, that's all probably accurate. That's accurate, yep. Not much of this is going to change, I think. I think all of this is still probably going to be around the same. That's all. Yep, that's all good. And then with you, I might put you above Ellie versus Clementine at this point. Would I put you? No, I think Ellie versus Clementine I still want more than these guys. Naruto versus Luffy, I think I'd probably put above A-Train versus Tenya Ida, I think a little bit. Maybe Chaos versus Kyogre as well. But then that's probably about it. Again, this is all subject to change off screen too. This is just me giving some idea of maybe where this stuff would be. Henry Stickmin versus The Second Coming, would you go? You might go up a little bit. Probably put you about... Maybe here? Maybe I'd put you about... Yeah, I'd probably put you about there. And then Monokuma versus Koro Sensei, you're probably sticking around there. Yeah, this I think I would stick around the same. These new entries I still pretty much... Yeah, it's Monokuma versus Koro Sensei, Constantine versus Raido, and then Kurumi versus Homura. Yeah. Okay, I think this is the finished tier list. We are good with that. If you want one more look at everything... So again, we have everything that's already happened. We have top 10... Top 30, top 50. This is the stuff I really like that just is not in my top 50, but I still really like it. This is the stuff that's just in like it, which means I like it. Then we have the stuff that I'm interested in, right down there. We have stuff that's interested specifically as a bonus episode. If this tier didn't exist, I don't know. Again, this one I might still put in interested just because I think it could technically work as a regular episode. But this one would probably be more in like... I guess it could also be interested, but it would be like at the bottom still, right? Because like interested in a very specific way. And then everything else here. We have the stuff that's in Take It or Leave It. If it happened, it'd be fine, but it's not really something I'm that interested in. This stuff is like I more so want it as a DBX. And then the stuff where it's like I outright don't want to see it. Yeah. I didn't have as much of an issue with Gon versus Deku before. It's solely because I just don't think we need it anymore. Before, it would have been more as like either like a take it or leave it, maybe an interested. But now that we've had 2 Deku fights and he's grown that much in power, and you know, we want more Hunter x Hunter on the show, but I feel like we can just get something so much better for Gon. I feel like we just gotta find that. So that took a long time. Now, I think it was probably a good idea that I didn't do the really, really long one. Maybe I'll save that for another stream where, realistically, we have more time for it. Although, any stream where we do tier lists, I feel like I'm always going to want to update this one. And it would always take a while, right? Because for the record, like, the first time that we did this tier list, we did the first 12 episodes. And for this one, we've added the next 6. So it was like half the time that it took to do this one, half the matchups, and it still took a long time, right? So just for pure transparency, I have to be gone in 45 minutes. So I do not think that I think the long one is going to take a while. If you guys want to know what the long one was, I can tell you. But then again, I feel like there are some people that are like, well, I wanted to see it. Then it's like, well, you know, maybe for another time. If you guys want to know what it was, I can show you. But I think realistically, we don't really have time for it. There are some other things, though, that I do think we may have some time for. So we'll see about that. I think you spoiled the Aang movie in the video. Maybe that to your question. Are you maybe responding to somebody else? I think I had to give a little bit of context for what happened in the Aang movie, but it was only something I haven't seen the Aang movie because I didn't want to see it. Like I wanted to wait for like maybe when I could see it without it being leaked or whatnot. But I did have to look it up a little bit to see if there was anything that was like worth noting as far as this debate, right? So I tried not to say as much as, or I said as little as possible, you know. But yeah, apologies about that a little bit. Which was the long one? Okay, I can show you. And I'll link it for you in case you really want to do it. I don't think I'll pin it because we're not actually going to be doing it. But I will send it out there. So the one that I was thinking was that I would essentially be ranking all of the series that have been on Death Battle by how much I think they should return. Ideally, I would have wanted to do like new series for Death Battle, but all the tier lists I could find for that were like even bigger than this one. Like I had so many new series, and even then it's like, if I'm gonna make it, how do I decide which ones to use? Right? How do I decide which new series to include? But it would literally be going through all of the series that we've had and saying whether or not I think, you know, they should, we desperately need more, they should get more. The one that's kind of in the middle where it's like, it kind of doesn't matter what I say, they will get more no matter what. And then one where it's just like, I would like more, even if I think they don't really need it. And then a one where I think like, I'm not really that interested. These two would be similar where it's like, both of them are kind of like, they don't really need more. But one, it's like, I'd be more interested in seeing than the other. So that one I just know would take fucking forever, right? And I think it's a good thing that I wait until the end to see whether or not it would have worked, because I think this would have just taken me way too long. Okay, actually what I can do though is if you want, because I see someone saying, do you think Stitch should come back? We can use this time actually if you want to ask me about any of these series, and I'll say where I might have put them. That's actually a really good idea. I'm not going to do all of them, but if you have questions about where you think I would put some of these, that I could do that for a little bit. Because someone's now just asking, do you think Stitch should come back? That's one where it absolutely does not need to come back. Stitch got his main episode. It's one where there's not really a lot of other matchups being talked about for his franchise, but it's absolutely one that I would have put in I would like more, just because of my bias, right? Same with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I realistically don't think Buffy is going to get more episodes. I think Buffy versus Blade is the one that you really, really need, but it's another one where I would absolutely like more of it, right? So those two are like, yeah, they don't need it, but I would like it, so to speak. So if you guys want to ask about any of these other ones, I'm not doing all of them because we don't have time, but actually this is good because it means that I can mention the ones that you guys are most interested in anyway. Maybe rank the top 10 franchises you want to return the most. Well, I mean, if I was going through the ones that I think I guess I can go through the ones that I think desperately need it. Bomberman is kind of interesting because, in a sense, like I don't know if Bomberman is popular enough or relevant enough to really get another episode. But from a scaling perspective, he does desperately need another episode. So you can kind of go either which way there. As far as anything else that I think desperately needs one, I don't think Bleach desperately needs it anymore. Before Ichigo versus Yusuke would have put it in there for sure. But otherwise, that's just one where I would have put it in should get more. Because I still think it should get more, but it's not desperate for it anymore. Fairy Tail is definitely one of my most wanted returning franchises. It's one that it's gone through so much that I do desperately think it needs more. Black Clover is one I think desperately needs more because I think that it just needs a better episode, right? TMNT, that's one that would be in should get more because I just think they should get like more individual turtle episodes. Not desperate, but it should. Specifically ones though that I think like very, very much needed. I'm trying to look more for in it. Mickey Mouse maybe, because I feel like we haven't really seen, because we've seen like Scrooge McDuck and Mickey Mouse from Kingdom Hearts, but I feel like we haven't really gotten an episode that encapsulates Mickey in general, right? Like the Mickey Mouse characters. I feel like we could definitely get more episodes with that. So that's one that would either be should get more or desperately needs more. One Piece I could say desperately needs more from Luffy alone. Because it's insane to me that it only has 3 episodes. That's definitely one where I would probably put it up there. As far as anything else, Looney Tunes, there's a part of me that wants to put it in desperately needs more, but again, it's kind of like Mickey Mouse. It would either go there or just should get more. Yu-Gi-Oh! Should get more, for sure. Like, it got the one that it really needed, but I think there's definitely more that it should get. I want to find one more that I think, like, desperately needs it. Like, maybe one that feels really obvious. Maybe Warcraft, because I feel like they only scratched the surface of Warcraft scaling, and it's weird to me that it only has 1 episode. Oh, Hunter x Hunter, sorry. That's absolutely one that desperately needs it, for sure. Scott Pilgrim also kind of feels like it desperately needs it, just because I think Scott is the character to bring onto Death Battle, right? So that definitely would go there too. Resident Evil and Dead Rising, I think you can make the argument that they really need another episode. Resident Evil, I think even more so because there's more characters that people really want for it. Yeah, this is really good. This is so much better than, oh, and BlazBlue. BlazBlue and Guilty Gear. I knew I was missing something really obvious. BlazBlue and Guilty Gear are the ones that desperately need more as well. This was such a better idea than trying to tier list all of these because, yeah, that would take too long. Especially if I was trying to, like, order them within the tiers. Holy shit. I think Killer Instinct should get more of the Death Battle spotlight. Yeah, they've done a decent amount of Killer Instinct matchups. They haven't done one in a really long time. It does feel like the kind of thing that, you know, would be nice to get more, but I also don't know if it absolutely should. Because they got like a decent 6 episodes, right? Like that's a fair amount of episodes. That's probably one that I would have realistically put in I would like more. Because I think need is too strong for it, you know? Digimon, yeah, Digimon is one that would definitely be in one of the top 2 tiers. Team Fortress 2, yes. Overwatch, thank you for bringing that up. Overwatch would be probably should get more because it had 2 episodes. You know, it already got some decent representation in Black Widow versus Widowmaker. If Black Widow versus Widowmaker didn't exist, though, they would both be in desperately needs more. Team Fortress 2, absolutely, yes. For me, it would be Guilty Gear and BlazBlue, yep. Digimon and Black Clover, yep. I wouldn't say Tekken needs a redemption since both of his earlier episodes were great, but we need Kazuya at least. Yeah, that Tekken is definitely one where I would put in should get more, even though there aren't that many Tekken characters left that I really think that need to get on. for Kazuya alone, it's like, yeah, that's one, especially since Tekken is such a huge franchise. You could look at it from that perspective too, that Tekken is so huge that how do they only have 2 episodes, right? So Tekken is definitely one that would have been in should get more, but not desperately. If it was just Ryu versus Jin, I'd probably put it in desperately. Star Fox, yeah, that's a decent one as well. We've only had Fox McCloud, and Wolf feels like a really easy character to show up. What other Star Fox characters? Like, I think some people throw out Andross a little bit, but not like a ton. I haven't seen many Falco matchups, honestly. As much as I think he'd be cool for Death Battle, I don't see a lot of matchups with him. I think it's mostly Wolf that I see. So, but again, like, is it like desperate? Maybe. Is it like they should get more? Fox is like the one, kind of like Stitch and Buffy. It's like Fox is the one character where it's like he's the only one that really needs to be there. Do the other ones need to be there? I don't know. So it kind of depends on how I'm feeling. It would either go and should get more, or I would like more, I think. Thank you so much, Ranger Forever, for the super chat. Thoughts about the Aang movie being done, or being released more so, one day before the episode. Quite the timing, huh? My headcanon is Paramount scared that Death Battle is spoiling the film. I don't know if Death Battle is that much on Paramount's radar, but that would be very funny if that was true. I do find it very curious that it's releasing that close. It could just be a big coincidence, though. We know the Death Battle curse is real. We've proven that so many times at this point. But yeah, no, it's really interesting. I don't know if there's an actual reason for it. Sometimes I think we do read a little too much into these things, but it could be true for all we know. So yeah, it's cool, I guess, that people who really want to see it before the Death Battle can. But yeah, very interesting that is the one day that it ended up, like one day before. That's the time it ended up happening. Do you think Bowser Jr. versus Chaos is a good Skylanders matchup? I lean more towards Chaos versus Superhero Squad Dr. Doom, and even after that I would go with Chaos versus Lord Vortek. But if they just did Chaos versus Bowser Jr., I'd probably be down for it. I get it enough, you know, so while there are definitely other characters I'd want more, you know, it's not bad. I think it'd be fun. I'd say Ben 10, but really it's most cartoons I've only gotten one episode, as in all of them except Avatar and My Little Pony. Mostly agree except for Gravity Falls. I know for a fact that if I were to do Gravity Falls in this tier list, I would have put it in Doesn't Need More, which I think would have pissed off a lot of people because for some reason, even though we got an amazing Bill Cypher episode, arguably with the opponent that worked the best for him, people really want Bill to come back. Like, it is their mission to give Bill another episode. And it's like, Bill got an amazing episode. It's not like there are any other Gravity Falls characters that people really want for Death Battle. So that's one where I outright would have just said Doesn't Need More, and I think that would have pissed off a lot of people. But I do agree, there are a decent amount of cartoons where it's like, with Ben, like, there are other characters like Gwen and Vilgax where they can very easily be on the show. There are some cartoons, again, kind of like Stitch, where I feel like Stitch is the only one you need, right? Realistically speaking. But that is one where I would still say I would like more because I would just like it, you know, I would like more characters. Gundam versus Evangelion, yeah, I like that matchup. It depends on which Gundam you're talking about. I more so think Wing Gundam 0 versus Evangelion Unit 01 or 01, right? But yeah, that's cool. Thank you, Santiago. Pokemon, but we need more trainers more than just solo Pokemon. Also, I heard that Death Battle Crew said they won't bring any My Little Pony characters anymore. I don't know if we can take that for certain because Death Battle sometimes throws around claims like that, and they can always change their minds. Nothing is set in stone for them. As far as the Pokemon thing, yes, it would be very cool if we could get more trainers. I guess just from that alone, well, I would probably put Pokemon and will keep getting more. Like, that's the stuff that, like, Marvel, DC, probably even Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, since I don't think we're completely done with those. But, like, these guys, Star Wars as well, probably, Super Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog, those are the ones that I wouldn't even really have to think about as far as, you know, I would like more versus should get more or whatever, because they would just go and keep getting more in the first place. Thank you so much for the super chat. As far as Gundam opponents for Shinji, would we accept Suletta Mercury? Like I said, I prefer a different character. Would I accept it? probably because I just think the idea of Gundam versus Eva, like I think that's a really cool concept. That is ultimately what I want. A different one specifically, would I accept it? At the end of the day, I'd accept whatever Death Battle does because I'm gonna watch it anyway. But you know, I guess I would live with it. Would you prefer Mario versus Kirby or another Mario versus Sonic? I'd prefer another Mario versus Sonic, definitely. I think so. Mario versus, I think Kirby doesn't really have a lot of like really good matchups for him. Like there are some, but like you're really just picking and choosing what you're settling for, if you ask me. And I think Mario versus Kirby is just a worse version of Mario versus Sonic, so I lean more towards like Kirby versus Rimuru. Unless Rimuru ends up fighting someone else, then like I might be a bit more on board. Especially also if Sonic ends up fighting Goku, right? Then it's like, okay, at that point, let's just do Mario versus Kirby, you know? That's something I would probably put that a little higher on my tier list, for instance. But I would, in general, I would want another Mario versus Sonic more. So I think basically everyone's gone through what they wanted to ask for this tier list. We have half an hour left. There is something else I want to do before we go. I hope we have enough time for it. It's one more tier list, and I want you guys to do this with me, okay? I want you guys to do this one with me. I found a tier list of Death Battle memes. So I want to know where you guys want to place these things. I want to know where you guys want to place these memes. Like we have Time Ha, thanks for the tip. I can do that too. We have wall level Virgil over here. We have sorry was that important. I want you guys to do this with me. So I hope we have enough time to do this. We can't spend too much time on it because again, we only have half an hour, but I want to know where you guys would place these. I think there's few enough of them here that we have enough time for it. So first off, help me rank this. Time Ha, thanks for the tip. Where are we putting this? Where are we tiering this? Is it S? Is it A? Or do you hate it? Is it D? I didn't add any more tiers for this. I still just have the general S, A, B, C, D. But I just found this and I was like, if we have time for this, let's fucking do it, you know? I guess the one thing that we didn't do, aside from the entirety of the series tier list, is ranking the track art for Season 10. But we already did something for Season 10. I think that's perfectly fine. But I want to wait until we get some, I want everyone to participate. I want everyone to just tell me what you think. T for time. I don't really want to do a poll for all of these because I think that would just take too long. I'm just gonna get like, I'm just gonna go with what I see most often. I'm seeing 1B, but I'm seeing mostly S or A. Seeing like 3 A's. I'm seeing... that's difficult. Okay. I think if it's close like this, I'm seeing more S's. Okay, that's fair. We'll put this one in S. I'm also not going to worry too much about reordering them. I'm just going to put them based on what you guys say. I'm just going to do it like, you know, if like, for example, if this one gets an S, I'm not going to worry about if it should go higher or lower. I'm just going to put it like right next to it. For this next one, I'm kind of confused what this is. Is this just the, you're one ugly motherfucker? Is that what this is? Because it's just Predator, you know? So I'm not 100% sure what this is, and there are some other ones where I'm also not 100% sure. But if this is literally just like, you're one ugly motherfucker, where would you place this one? How the child murderer deserves S. S because it makes my friends disappointed. John Yaocha, right? Or, is it Yaocha? It's Yaocha, right? Yeah, I think so. We got 1D. I mean, not all of these are going to be winners, right? Especially not all compared to each other. So if it's John Yaocha, okay, so you guys probably know this better than I do. Regardless, yeah, wherever you want to rank it is where we will rank it. B. Okay, we got 1D, we got a couple Bs. Keep in mind that, like, some of these are going to be, like, S and A and B, so, like, like, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking that, like, this should go a little lower. Just because, like, not everything is going to be S. Or, like, there might be a lot of things that are higher than, like, you know, A or B or whatever. Least personal favorite, the time hut. It's not a bad moment, but that fight was shocking to me. I tried to surpass it, but they use too much that they don't help with stop. They don't help with stop opening scars, bad scars. I get it. For some people, they're gonna hate it just because of what happened with it. But I understand. For the people who really like it, like I get it. Like it's such like a huge moment in Death Battle. Like it's one that people are never gonna forget. B for Boba. I'm seeing a bit more Bs. I think just to keep this moving, I don't want to spend too much time on this. To keep this moving, we're going to put it in B. That's fair. Next, we have the Sun Disk. This is one that I'm curious how people are going to rank it. I'm curious if people are going to hate it because of what came out of it, or if they see it as similar to Time Ha, where it's like it's such a big moment for Death Battle. Maybe they do see it as like similar, but it's too fresh, like it's too soon, right? I am curious. If Death Battle brings back Batman, I think they should use alternate universe Batmans like Darkest Knight, Red Death, and the Devastator. Yeah, or at least using Batman in some other way, like how they used Batman and Batman vs. Iron Man, like gave him stuff that he didn't have before, right? Yeah, definitely. It needs to be worthwhile if you're gonna bring Batman back. S for Sun, traumatized an entire generation. A, where C? C is there. S for Sun Disk. C mainly because the Bardock fans were so annoying. So this is one where it's more split. We have people saying S, and then we have people like going like as low as C. How many? We have an A as well. How many S's do we have? We have like 1, 2. We have like 2 or 3 S's, but we also have like A for Absolute Curse. Yeah, it's always like that. Unrelated question. Since Siren Head and Mandela Catalog were announced to be getting movies, do you think Slenderman versus Siren Head and Gabriel versus the Iris will be more likely? Yeah, I think getting any sort of popular movie is always more likely. Hang on, let me just check my stream really quick. Did something happen? Oh, there might have been an error for like oh, this would have been like ancient, like hours ago though. Okay, nothing bad's going on. We're all good. Yeah, no, getting a popular movie always makes something more likely, right? So I think for sure it could make those more likely. Now, of course, it's a Siren Head thing. They might not want to do Siren Head versus Slenderman though, but I think in general, yes, it would help. Okay, so I think technically, I have to go through this quickly because like I said, I only have until 5:30 my time, which is in like 25 minutes. So I think because I'm seeing more S's, I'm just going to put it up there. I'm sorry to the people who wanted it lower, but I'm trying to include everybody, but of course we can't put it in a state of superposition where it's in both. Next up, we have Thwomp. We have Thwomp Crushing Infinite. This is one where I know where I would rank this one, but of course, this is up to you guys. I want to know where you would put it. I'm going to try to go through this quicker. I'm not going to spend as much time like lamenting over it. But yeah, where would you guys rank the rank Infinite? Someone says S. I don't know if that's in response to the Sun Disk or Infinite. If we run out of time, I may just have to like rank the rest of these myself. I just want to give you guys something to do, right? Especially with something like this. S, Behold the King. A, okay. Gets thwomped. S, this perfectly describes Infinite as a character. Okay, so we got mostly... I feel like, are so many of these going to be S's? Remember, like, we have other spots, like, that we can, like, put relative to each other. Like, there's other stuff we can do for sure. But I think I should prioritize the ones that get the people who submit earlier, because, again, I want to make sure we get through this. How many do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If we spend we can't even spend 2 minutes on each one because that would take like 26 minutes. So we can spend like a minute on each of these. I'm not seeing many other messages come through right now. We have A tier probably. S for Sonic character get thwomped. There's a part of me that wants to put this in A just because we don't have a lot of stuff in A right now. But we could get more with the other ones. But we do technically still have more. We do technically still have more S's, I think. S, Behold the King. S perfectly describes Infinite. S. We have 2 A's and 1 S. Because it's more split, I think I'm going to put this one in A. Just because I want to make sure we fill up. Oh, we have another one. We got A for airdrop. So it's about split. Because we don't have a lot in A right now, I'm gonna say A. Now we have wall level Virgil. Where would you guys rank this one? Yeah, because this one's an old one. This is one where I feel like this is one that people don't really laugh at. It's one that more so just pisses people off. So this is one that I don't imagine will be ranked as high as the other ones. And John Yaucha is like, again, like that's not one that maybe people laugh at as much as just something that people point to. But it's also not something that pisses people off, right? C tier, B tier, C tier. Okay, we got a couple C's. C. Okay, I think we're just gonna put it in C because we're already getting a number of C's. I don't think anything's gonna beat that. Just out of curiosity, how much I'll have to super chat donate for you to make a short about a matchup? Well, that's not really how it works because the shorts that I make about matchups are directly taken from my versus matchup review, and those are taken by what gets most upvoted on my community tab. So it's not really like I'm making the shorts specifically. I'm just taking it from other videos. So will I ever make shorts about matchups that aren't in versus matchup review? I don't know. It might happen at some point, but right now it's just a lot, especially with everything else I have to do on the channel, it's just a lot easier to just take it from versus matchup review. So the easiest way is to get it on versus matchup review, which means get it the most upvoted on the community tab, and then there's a chance that it will get there. I guess though not everything is guaranteed from the versus matchup review to get a short, so maybe at that point then it's more like super chatting for that. I don't know, but like that first step has to happen first. Okay, so yeah, we put that one in C. Now we have a Sorry Was That Important. Now we have that one. This is another one where, like, I know exactly where I would put this. Hey Raptor, recently there was a Zamasu vs. Gore blog which was done and Zam actually won due to his busted immortality to outlast Gore, which actually changed my perspective to like the matchup more. Okay, that's, I'll have to read that. I'm not 100% sure if I'm connecting the dots with that right now. I'm sure there's reasoning for it if it's a blog, but, yeah, okay, I'll have to look at that a bit more. Because if so, that might catapult, Zamasu versus Gore if there's actually like more of a question there. That could get that like really, really high for me. Thank you for letting me know. I'll have to check that out. Solid A tier, B, A. S for Sorry Was That Important. So right now A looks to be winning a little bit. That makes sense to me. More or less. For me, it would either be S or A. No way would it be lower than that. A, because the episode is amazing. Okay, we're getting more A's. Like I said, we have to go through this quicker, so I'll just put it in A for right now. And I'm not worrying about, you know, the placements exactly. Now, this thing, I'm not 100% sure what this is. It's Guts. I see that. Is this just that he fights people every single day? Is that what this is? All of this, look, is this a screenshot from Guts versus Nightmare or Guts versus Dimitri? So, okay, yeah, I'm not, if someone, so whatever, we're doing this one. If you guys already know what it is, then feel free to just, say your ranking. I'm just not 100% sure what I'm looking at. There are some of these where it's a little harder for me to tell. Is it, I think he does this every, okay, let's just roll with that, because it seems like either people aren't, isn't that people either don't know it, or that's what they think it is. So yeah, okay, so it's the he fights characters stronger than him every day. So where would you rank that one? We got a C. Yeah, this is another one where it's like, it would probably be ranked lower for a decent amount of people because they didn't like that it was said, you know? And you could say that for this one, you know, for Time Huh, thanks for the tip, but for that one, it's just something that they decided to do in the animation, regardless of who won, so to speak. This is like direct reasoning, like, that people really didn't like. D for don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, we're getting like B's, C's, and D's. Slightly more C's though. I think we're gonna put this one in C, which makes sense. These two feel very similar to each other as far as people just don't like it. Now, next we have, oh hey, I can do that too. If you ask me personally, this one is just a weaker Time Huh, thanks for the tip, right? Like, this is just another version of that doesn't work as well for me, right? So yeah, that's kind of how I see it. It probably wouldn't rank the best for me, but I want to hear what you, of course, we're doing this based on what you guys say. So, where would you guys rank Booster Golds? I can do that too. A lesser Time, yeah, exactly, a lesser Time Huh. That's exactly how I would do it. How I see it. Okay, we're getting a couple A's, we got a B. I don't know what the delay is for you guys. Personally, I think it's underrated. C for Cable's death. I think we're getting more A's than anything right now. Although we have a B or C right there. Still have a bit more A's. What about Lord of the Rings Sauron versus a Dungeons & Dragons villain? That would be pretty cool, yeah. Actually, did I send this tier list to you guys? You guys should be able to, I don't know if I did. I actually don't know if I sent it, because I don't know if I pinned it. Hang on a second. Let me just replace pin message. I don't know if I did it. If I did, I just did it again. Whatever. B is kind of funny, but nothing special. B, C. Okay, we're getting a decent amount of options right now. I think B is probably fair. Even if it's not technically the most that's being said, we're getting either for anything from A to C, and we are getting a lot of B's. So I think B is the right spot. Now we have this guy from we have that guy from Jason versus Michael. Not 100% sure what this is meant to be. Is it just the idea of like this guy running away? Like, is that it? Is that the meme? I don't know. Maybe I'm not as up to date as I should be. Also, we have just Black Adam versus Apocalypse next. Is that meant to be like the clash of renders in the thumbnail? Because I don't think the whole episode is considered a meme. So I'm not really sure about that one. The other ones, I think I at least have some idea of what we're looking at. The other ones, I don't know. Yeah, Joe Victim. Okay, I guess that is kind of what we're looking at. D for dead. Joe Victim and his goofy off face. Okay, so this is not really one I've heard about before. Funnily enough, I don't like to go to Reddit that often. But yeah, if I didn't put the tier list in before, you have it there now. Yeah, we really got to keep going with this. For the rest, if we get to like 5:30, I'm definitely just gonna have to do the rest of them myself. For a tier list idea, what about Death Battle season premiere episodes? Yeah, I might be able to do that next time. Again, a good sample size like season finales, but I didn't want to do both the finales and the premieres in the same thing, right? There were some people saying, why don't you do like Death Battle cast matchups? And it's like, I could, but that's functionally the same as the versus matchup review stuff. I'm just ranking matchups that I like, you know? And I wanted to do like one that was Death Battle episodes, one that was tracks, one that was characters. You know, I wanted to get more for that. C, C, D for did they just give us an entire minute without... Black Adam vs. Apocalypse is kind of a meme matchup in the community before it happened. Okay. I'm not really sure about that one. We're getting more C's. I think we'll put this one in C. Yeah, we got more C's for that one. Okay, and then yeah, for Black Adam vs. Apocalypse, if it's for the matchup or it's for whatever it is, whatever this is meant to be, you let us know. You guys are gonna say BA for black. Put it in B and A for Black and Adam. Although we do get some more Ds. How many do we have? We have C, C. We have actually like D. We have like an equal amount of C and Ds actually. Because we don't have anything in D, I'll move it down to D then. Because we have like an equal amount of them. B for bald. Black Adam versus Apocalypse, Marvel Comics, X-Men. Okay. The hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change. Yeah. Is it now? Didn't really seem that way. B for Bald Adam. D, it was not worth dressing up in suits for the episode. D. Okay, we got a couple Ds. Is the stream going okay? I'm noticing there's, not like an issue on the back end, but I'm noticing there's something. Either way, we're going to be done this soon anyway. If things are a little laggier at the end, that's fine. B for Raptor? What does that mean? The Black Adam's Wojak face and the broken camera. Well, I mean, I think they would have included an image of that if that's specifically what it is. I'm getting slightly more Ds. I think we'll put this one a D. Hey, look, we have it all, it's all even right now. That's kind of cool. Now we have this Discord thing where I think... Is it just like equalizing Discord and Bill's speed, or is it like a specific thing that's being said there? I can't read that shit. That is too small for me. But whatever the hell that is, where would you rank this one? We have like 10 minutes left. So yeah, we have like, we can spend like 2 minutes on each one. Ideally less though. And ideally, usually I'd have like a bit of a Q&A afterwards, but I think I've been messaging, or I've been responding to enough of your messages. I'm happy that I've been able to do that enough for this one. And as always, for the tier lists or the gifted memberships or whatever you guys do, that is always so amazing of you. Means a lot, for real. It's frozen on your end? Are you guys still able to see me? Are you guys able to hear me? The lag is crazy. What the hell happened? It's going at... My OBS says it's going at like 30. I didn't change anything. Okay, well, whatever. Again, we're more so just, What do you say right now? Hang on, let me take a look at the back end of the stream really quick. Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What the hell do you mean by that? I am streaming right now. What if I just, like... I don't know. Are you guys still able to chat? I haven't gotten a message in... It's the Thor speed meme? Thor? Does it say Thor there? C for crazy lag? Are you guys able to hear me? Or is it... So, no, it actually is the Thor speed calculations. Okay. I might... Hang on, let me... What am I looking at? Okay, maybe I didn't look close enough in it. Okay, I thought it was more of like a Bill versus Discord thing. Okay, in that case, just rank that then. Yeah. I am now finished my water. Are you guys able to hear me? If you guys aren't able to hear me, then I think I might just call it quits here. I'm getting a lot of people saying lag, and the fact that no one is saying that they can hear me is a little concerning. Usually I find there's not a lot of audio lag with this. Is this really just a result of streaming too long? Or is something happening with the Wi-Fi? I can hear you, but the screen is frozen. Okay. You keep freezing in place, also keep cutting in it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The OBS says that it's fine. There should be nothing wrong with the OBS right now. Okay, well, if you guys can't even see anything, we might just cut it here, because I don't think it's that important that we literally rank all of these. I think it was just a fun little thing to be like, here are some death battle memes. If you guys want to know what the other ones are, like we have, again, the Thor speed thing. There's also the, you know, the useless, you know, Dio versus Alucard. We have the golden tree, that's a big one. The calculation for the Yang pillar and Yang versus Tifa. Toph can feel the earth even if it's not connected to the ground. And then no holy weapons, which I think is a reference to Bowser versus Ganon. So those are all the other ones, just to share what they were. We got through most of them, though. I think that's fair. You know, we still gave you guys a little extra to do. Sorry that this happened. I don't know why things aren't working as well right now. Yeah. Sorry about that. And I think the chat might also be lagging too on my end because I don't think I'm getting all the updated, I don't think I'm getting all of the chats yet. It's probably going a little slow then. In that case, I think we'll probably just call it here. So if I can move back to the well, I guess this might not really do anything for you because if the screen's frozen, but I'll go back to the standby screen. Thank you guys so much for watching. I think for the vast majority of this, it did go really well. Thank you guys for being here for any length of time, and I hope you enjoyed the tier lists. I think I will put the tier lists in the description, or at least most of them I'll put in the description for the people who want to do them themselves. At some point after this video gets finished processing or whatever, I'll make sure to do that. I might post these somewhere, I don't know. And of course, things are always subject to change for me. So we'll see how all that goes. To everyone who super chatted, that is amazing. Thank you so much. And of course, you can become a channel member where I'll be doing a live stream for the next wave of ballot banters that anyone tier 2 or 3 members can submit for. I promise the stream will not be this bad. Usually with Discord, it does not get this bad for no reason. This is going back to the first ballot banter stream where things were really bad. I don't understand what's going on here, but yeah, so if that's something interesting to you, you can become a channel member and do that. I would really appreciate it. But of course, with all you guys super chatting and all that, that's already amazing of you. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this. Do whatever you want. Yeah, that's oh wait, did it get a little better? Is everything working now? I don't think we have enough time to go through the rest. I might do it quickly myself if it's better now. I don't think I have enough time to ask you guys for the rest of them. But if things are working better now, then that's good. What does my backend say right now? Oh, it just says the stream's bit rate is higher. When's the next live stream? Then it's in 4 weeks. It's every month. We do these every 4 weeks. Although we are going to have a members only live stream ideally next week. So if you want to tune in for that, that would be awesome. And that's for all members. That's for tier 1 and up. That's for all members. They can join in on that. Okay, if it's better right now, hang on. Let me see if I'll just do the rest of them really quickly just so that we don't. But these will just be my opinions. Thor going faster. I think that's an A. Honestly, I think that one's funny. Just how Thor keeps getting faster. It's not as relevant right now because it was when Death Battle was going more from the it was when Death Battle was going more from like, you know, a calculation to another calculation, and now they don't do as much with calculations with these kinds of characters. But, you know, I still think that's a funny, at least for the time, I think it was funny. With this Dio thing, I think this is fine. Like, I'd probably put this in B. Like, it's a funny shot, it's a fun moment, but like, it doesn't stand out as like a meme as much as the other ones do. The golden tree is also like, this one I would honestly put in S, because it's such an annoying thing when Death Battle does that, and something that's just so funny that, like, why the hell would you do that? Why are you intentionally misleading the audience? I don't know if other people would agree with me on that, but I would put that probably an S alongside these guys. The Yang pillar, again, this one feels very similar to the other guys, although not as bad, because like the calculation I'm sure is still fine, but to say that this is why Yang is more durable than Tifa is crazy. And then we also have, do you know that Toph can feel the earth even if it isn't connected to the ground? I mean, like, some people may be annoyed at like the kind of information that it is, that it's more of like a lore statement, I guess, or maybe it's more again because it's like, this is why she beats Gaara. I kind of understand that. Frankly though, I would put this one in D. Like I don't really see this as a meme. I just see this as something that Death Battle found. And then no holy weapons. Yeah, this one is another one that it's either B or C. It feels similar to these guys. I guess I'd probably put it in C. This is how I would finish it. Again, if we had more time, I would let you guys do the rest of this. But just to say that we did all the tiers, I just gave my own 2 cents on the rest of it. So that's pretty well going to be the end of it. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it for what it was. We might do more tier lists in the future, maybe another one like next year or something, because there's always going to be more versus matchup reviews for me to update the tier list with. So we may do more of those. We'll see about that. But yeah, this is, I hope you enjoyed it anyway. Oh, and yeah, we probably also will be tier listing the 2026 episodes at the end of the year. But yeah, if you want to like this video, I would appreciate if you gave it a like. Comment your comments below, subscribe if you could too, that'd be amazing. That would really help the channel out. And if you want to become a channel member, and you're shown on this screen and whatnot, you get all the perks. If you want to check those out, I would appreciate that immensely as well. But otherwise, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And yeah, that's it for me. I will see all of you guys in the next video. Peace out.